now call the February meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. We welcome to those in attendance online and here in person today. And I acknowledge that all board members are here and in their seats. Good morning, everyone. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to today's agenda? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just would like to pull G, H, and I off of the consent agenda item to be voted separately, and then just make a suggestion on the legislative report. I know it's slated for 30 minutes. I just think if there's time, if we can add more time to that. I don't know if that's enough time. There's a lot of bills going on over there across the street that belong, that deal with education.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
Would like to pull 20D off. I'm sorry. D.
Did you say D or E?
D as in dog.
D as in dog, thank you. All right, so I have G, H, I for Michelle and 20D for Kathy. Are there any other changes? All right. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Or sorry. You gave me a look. Okay. Motion? Jim and Dina. Thank you. Those in favor? Opposed? Did you get that, Barbara? 8 in favor, 2 opposed. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of the meeting from January 10 and 11? If not, a motion is in order. Jim and Jim. Those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 1 opposed? Comment? All right. With that, we will move to the commissioner's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please let me interrupt you. I'm getting used to the new agenda. It looks a little bit different on my screen. There's actually a chair's report in the middle, and so I do have a couple of things quickly. I'd like to appoint. There shouldn't be. Okay. I will defer to the commissioner then. Forgive me, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all of you and welcome. And let's welcome the rain, right, today. As we know in February, we're just hopeful that the temperature doesn't drop and it becomes something worse than rain, ice, or so. Again, especially for the people in the audience, everywhere I go, I always start by sharing the screen. And as you know, all of you represent approximately 50,000 Kansas students. Did you ever think you'd be somewhere where you represent 50,000 Kansas students? Betty would say yes, because once upon a time she represented most of 50,000 in one school district, Wichita. But the rest of you, it takes a lot of school districts to get to that level. You know, I'm going to talk some today that those that have been on the board have seen, but I think it's worth talking about again as it relates especially to tomorrow and the next few months as you start to set the goals. What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? And what's the urgency around things that you want to get done around this vision? You know, how are we going to help each student become successful as we go forward? And as you know, we have a definition of that. And I want to spend some time today talking about the academic preparation. But as you know, those skills are vitally important. I was on a meeting yesterday with an organization called Advantage Kansas. And we'll know that well because it came out of the Governor's Council, was created of a workforce in consultation with K-12 and higher ed to really make Kansas the best place to live and raise families in the future. And what's absolutely true in Kansas today, Dennis and I were talking just briefly, we have a loss of population in most of our rural parts of the state. And it's slow. And if you live there, you don't really notice it. But what you may not, but if you live long enough there, you see that it happens. My hometown of Coffeyville at one time approached 19,000 people. It is below 9,000 today. And so that's markedly different, right? When I go home, it's not the same community. What you may not know, though, is that we also have an exodus of young people out of our state. Some people call that the brain drain. So some of the things that the Advantage Kansas is working on are how do we then craft together good policy at K-12 and higher ed that we can have great jobs and we can keep people in our rural communities and our urban communities. So I want to talk to you about when the state board looked at academic issues, the first thing the state board, this is almost, I think I can say this now, it's previous to all of you. I couldn't say that when Janet was still on the board. But the state board, through No Child Left Behind, had academic standards that were not very robust. And in that period of time, every state during the course of the George Bush administration when we were doing this, and by the way, shouldn't pick on President Bush because Edward Kennedy stood on stage and signed the bill. They signed the bill together of No Child Left Behind. It was bipartisan. We adjusted, and every state adjusted test scores during that period in order to make more kids look proficient. We were chasing a number. We weren't chasing anything else but a number to get to 100%. And so State board said, we want to set high academic standards that have a standard in the content areas, that actually have a standard that you can measure against, that means something. You gave that to teachers across the state and they developed that. And then you established then what are the cut scores that we use for the assessment. Now, as you know, there's many faults with a one-day assessment. There just are. Michelle, we talk about that a lot, right? A teacher over the course of time looking at a kid in a classroom gives really good evidence. But we also know in some classrooms we can teach not to grade level or not at a rigorous standard. And so there's got to be a balance there. So you set high standards, and I say you because the state board at the time, and high cut scores. And I just want to go down memory lane a little bit. In 2019, Education Next said Kansas standards rank a D for the level of rigor. Every kid can pass it. Every kid does well. I was looking at a state yesterday, had 90% proficiency. I'm going to talk about that. I don't know what that means in other states, and I certainly can tell you in No Child Left Behind as a superintendent, it meant nothing because we were just chasing the number to get to 100%. In 2009, so the board said we got to raise standards, we got to raise cut scores, and by 2017, That same organization, third party, gave us an A for raising the rigor of the academic standards. And here's what that looked like. It said you were 6th in the country for the level of rigor, and in all but reading at 4th grade, which was a B+, this organization that ranked all the states said Kansas is an overall an A, we used to be a D, and we were the 6th most rigorous standards in the country. You can see that, okay? State Board was pretty happy about that. But I want to stop there. If you raise the rigor of standards, right? If you raise, we just played a Super Bowl. Did you know that? We played one. Did you know that Kansas claims the Chiefs, even though they may reside in Missouri? But the standard to get to the Super Bowl is pretty darn high. To win the Super Bowl is really higher. So when you raise the standards, something can happen. A few years ago, we wanted to make sure kids had the opportunity, especially poor students, to take the ACT test. And we afforded that with the help of Senate Education and the legislature to allow every student in Kansas at no charge to take the ACT test at least once. And once you start moving from 60-some% of kids taking the exam to toward 80%, what do you think happens to scores overall? They come down. They just come down. So as we think about this rigor, this is, again, U.S. Department of Ed and NAEP study said, well, then we're going to look at 8th grade reading standards. Where's Kansas? Here's the states. Where does Kansas rank? I know it's small, so I just highlighted it for you. Highest in the country. 6th highest in the rigor of standards, highest cut score, 8th grade reading in the country. Not because we wanted to be the highest, because we wanted to set an academic standard that clearly could tell parents, if you achieve this standard on one day, it's at least part of the discussion that your child may academically be on track to execute any post-secondary plan he or she wants. It may not, remember, it's one test on one day, so you want to look at GPA, and you want to look at how they're doing in school, and you want to look at other things, but it's important. All right? Now, this is the same chart. All I did was remove the circle. Same chart. And so in 2019, because people were saying, man, everyone in Kansas isn't proficient. Proficient is a made-up term that the federal government makes us define about some line, kind of like No Child Left Behind. It's some line. There's nothing magical about it. It cannot be confused with grade level or ready for post-secondary success. But the federal government makes us do that. This is the same chart. And in 2019, in 8th grade reading language arts, the state of Kansas had 25% of kids proficient, because we define that at the highest in the nation. And what do you think people say? My gosh, well, that's horrible. Only 25% of the kids. And in fact, if you would have equated, this is NAEP telling us, this is not our data, it's NAEP. If you would take our kids, 2019, same kids, just simply take them from Kansas and have them take the Florida exam. There's where Florida ranks in the level of rigor. Our kids would have been 57% proficient. I only tell you that not to beat us up or beat Florida up. It's that the proficiency is a term that varies by state, turn it on the level of content standards. Meaning, the state board could have looked really good by having 80 or 90% of kids proficient, and it would not have told parents academically where kids were on at least that test. So they chose not to. So again, be careful as you look at this. In Missouri, we would have been at 62% proficient. And in fact, that exact same year in 2019, Missouri was at 47%. Again, I only say that because sometimes you say, well, boy, Kansas kids aren't proficient. You want to change that? Adopt a lower score. Seriously, if you want, all these other states did, adopt a lower score. Here's mathematics, 8th grade math. Where's Kansas? You want immediate success, do what some states do and lower it. You have said historically, that's not the right thing to do. Now remember, Melanie, I want when you're having a conference with your daughters in school, look at that exam, look at how they're doing in school, look at all other pieces of data, right? And have conversations with teachers. It's just one piece of data. But Kansas teachers responded to your ask and set the 6th highest standards and the highest cut scores of the assessment in the country. And therefore, it's harder for our kids to get to, quote, proficiency than other states. The lowest state there, as you see, would be Iowa in mathematics, in 8th grade mathematics. So that's the first thing that the state board did in response to, can kids academically learn? We say, we want to have rigor. We want to have rigor. So that's the first thing. Then, the state board started looking at, well then, what does this academic tell? As you know, this is recent data, shared this with you. And you know that level 1 to level 2 is about a 12% difference in graduation. And you can see that. And kids that score in 2 and 3 and 4 do markedly better in graduating high school and going on to post-secondary. So as you saw this data, which is only out in the last 12 months, you said, we're going to have to respond to this. Because we gave high standards, we gave high cut scores, but we're still not seeing the progress we want. So what are we going to do? We're going to have to respond to that. And the state board established we need a dyslexia position, we need to focus on the science of reading. And that was done in consultation with the legislature who appropriated the money for that position. And we started doing that. And then you received some ESSER funds. And you appropriate $16 million to train every teacher, pre-K 3, in how to use the science of reading and mathematics over the next 2 to 3 years. So you committed to the training part to get people ready for the rigor that they need to do. I'm going to tell you that, I'm going to share with you a really great success story from Southeast Kansas, from Jim Porter's area, here in a minute. As you go into retreats over the next few days, what action should you consider, just consider, and how we are looking at the data and saying, maybe there's too many kids in level 1. What do we need to do to accelerate that? Maybe help school boards establish local goals around their data that can be reported out monthly. And where there are pockets where school districts may not be doing as well, help monitor them, by asking for reports of how they're monitoring and helping kids become successful. I think you ought to consider that. Because the vast majority of school districts are knocking it out of the park. But there are a handful that need assistance. A handful. But most are knocking it out of the park with what you noted. And so I want to remind you, as I highlight one of those school districts, not at the top, they didn't win the Super Bowl. Just want to throw that out there. They haven't won the Super Bowl, but they've made remarkable gains from where they were. So as you know, we want 95% of our kids to graduate. We're at 89.3, highest in the history of our state. This is 2022 data. This is state data. Highest in the history of our state, more students with disabilities graduating. And here is one of the districts I want to highlight. It's Chetopa St. Paul, Southeast Kansas. And you can see the gain in graduation over those years. That's one measure. It's only one look. But they're graduating more kids than they did, and they're getting close to that 95%, very close. And then we look at post-secondary effectiveness. We want to be 70 to 75. As a state, in 2020, which is the last data we have, we're at 52%, highest in the history of our state. Not where we want to be by a long ways, but highest in the history of our state of kids earning a welding certificate or going on to a 4-year college. And Chetopa St. Paul was at 48, and now they're at 55.7. Again, Are they at 75? No. So the confetti isn't raining on them yet, right? As we saw with the winning, but they're headed in the right direction. And then you should ask, okay, what about their academics? Are they really solid in their academics and moving these numbers? Let me just show you the levels of level 1. In 2017, 34% of kids in science were in level 1. Last year, they dropped that at 29.3, including during the pandemic. In English language arts, they were at 35%. They're now at 30. What would they tell you? Is that still too high for them? They'd say that's too high, but we're working. We're going in the right direction. Here's mathematics. In 2017, here's mathematics today. Or I say today, the latest data we have, which was last spring. That's on the bottom end. How about the top end, levels 3 and 4? Science was at 31%. It's now at 39%. English language arts was at 30%. It's now at 37%. And mathematics, their lowest, 21%, is at 28%. Steady gain, no confetti raining down yet, in graduation, post-secondary, effective, and academic. Those are the type of things I think that you would want to see in every school district. Those are the type of efforts that you'd want to see. And one of the things I hope that you consider as you're going through retreats in the next couple of months. Madam Chair, I would stand for any questions you may have.
Board members, questions? Betty?
Well, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the report. It's always encouraging, and I say this over and over and over, simply because of the significance. I hear the wonderful inroads that we are making, the great things, and I still am so disturbed that the conversation outside of the state board still appears so dismal. And it's almost as though there's a message here and a message here, and I always ask that question and look at ways that we can at least be, if not on the same page, in the same book. I hear from so many people that Kansas students are failing. Kansas is doing miserably. I have people that question me about scorecards and what your information shows. And the thing that concerns me is, at some point, we should be able to get accurate information where, as I said, if we're not on the same page, at least let's be in the same book. I feel like, okay, we're making progress, we're doing good. And when there's a significant number that aren't seeing that. So my challenge, once again, is to look at ways that we're getting accurate information to those stakeholders, to the industry, to the public, to whomever that really want to accurately evaluate Kansas schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. I'm going to say this with all candor and honesty. Sometimes there can be two camps of this. Let's start with, hey, everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's not great. We have lots of work to do, right? We've seen academic overall take some decline during COVID. We also can see clearly on this chart that there are too many kids in level 1 across the state. But I wanted to put it in a context that when we say everything's failing, you could correct that tomorrow and just change the narrative of that and not be right in the conversation with parents. So I think the honesty is we have to do better. But it's not by lowering the standards, it's by how do we help our districts reach those high levels, and how do we support them, not only in holding them accountable, but also in what they need to make that happen as they go forward. So Betty, I agree that we keep using terms in in ways that are not appropriate to the descriptor that needs to be told. And so it is a combination of, if there's anything I hope that you hear me say, is I want you in your retreats to be thinking about in the next 12 to 18 months, what do we want to do to move school districts faster toward those outcomes of success for young people? How can we be in partnership to do that in a faster way? 50,000 kids, Michelle, 50,000 kids, Kathy, you add that all up, we're almost to 500,000 kids. This is a big enterprise we're trying to move, right? It's a large 286 public school districts, you know, and about another 90 private that you accredit. So it's a huge undertaking.
Any other questions? Oh, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think a lot of it is just messaging, going back to the local levels. And if you're taking a test by the end of your 10th grade year, what things do we expect as far as a parent? If you could write a really bad paper and it can be 20 pages long and full of nothing, or you could write a 6-page paper and make it very, you know, a worthwhile paper and actually say something and has some substance. But I guess, you know, how's the grammar? How's the context in the sentences? Those are the kinds of things that we need to help parents be asking. If we're setting cut scores and we're saying we're setting them really high, then what would we expect of a 10th grader? And those are the things that you could be asking your local, like start asking the teacher, like where should they be? Those are the kinds of things that we need to help parents get back to the local level, get back to the teacher, the parent, the teacher, the student, the parent, teacher, student, whatever. That's who's with your child most of the days are these teachers. So those are the questions that we need to be asking. And if the parents are happy, I mean, the public may not be happy, but why isn't the public happy? Are the parents happy? So are the parents happy with the cut scores that are being set by Kansas with our standards? And what are we getting from that? So let's say you write a paper. I've only written one paper this semester. I got an A. Did you get an A on the paper? Yeah, I got an A on the paper. What was the content of the paper? Well, there was this. Okay, this is a parent asking a kid. But my grammar wasn't great, or my sentence structure wasn't really good. So those are the kinds of things that, okay, well, we need to work on that. You got an A, but why did you get an A? So those are the things that the parent needs to be asking, why did they deserve an A? And we need to be honest about that. Maybe they didn't deserve that A. Maybe they deserved a C. A for effort, but C for everything else. And then whose responsibility is that to make sure that that child gets the tools to make sure that the objective part of it is the most important, not what was in the paper that they wrote, but the grammar and the other things that I feel are more important than the contents of the paper. So those are the kinds of things that we need to be making sure that we're doing locally with the parent and the teacher, and holding the child accountable, holding the teacher accountable. Everybody needs to be held accountable rather than assessment on one day in one time of the year. If a lot of parents are opting out of that, maybe they're making holding the districts more accountable and the teachers more accountable with what is going on in the classroom.
Yeah, I agree, Michelle. It's this partnership, right? We talk about this partnership that has to happen. All any assessment should be is information that you add to other information, right? It shouldn't define, it shouldn't do anything but provide another look at something to then ask good questions, as you mentioned, around what is going on in the classroom.
Dina.
I didn't think my name was coming up, so I hit the button again. Having worked with folks from the legislature where a lot of this concern is coming, I'm concerned that our language is not, the definitions of what proficiency is not what the proficiency in the minds of the folks that are always talking about we're not doing what we need to be doing. Because I don't think they Either that or they're not wanting to know this information that you showed, where our students would be proficiency-wise if we had less rigorous standards. So I guess part of my concern is we're not telling the same story because we're not speaking the same language. So we need to figure out how to get the language meaning the same thing. So we're all talking about the same issue.
Proficiency is a term that the federal government asks us to apply. Pure and simple. If you look at the descriptors of how you and Kansans have described it, we've described level 1 as limited. Means it limits the ability to do other things in life. At level 4, it's excellent. You have an excellent academic ability to do things. And it's just an academic look and one test look. Danny, you and I have had conversations. There's things other than that make up success, right? But it's academically looking at that. And then proficiency, but I'll come back. If you use the word proficiency and failure in the same sentence, there's something for that. If you use the word proficiency and everything's fine in the same sentence, you're arguing points that I hope that you get beyond, to look at the data and say, where would we want, how do we make sure kids are learning? And how do you know that? So.
Yes.
I guess my frustration is how do we help those individuals who see this differently see it as it really should be seen? And that's not an easy question to answer, but I think that's part of needs to be part of what we work toward.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have two more, and we're going to cut it off after that because I know we have a long list for public
Yes.
comment. Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was reading an article the other day about assessments, and it said generally they're used in two ways. It's either a flashlight or a hammer. And I think this board sees those high-stakes tests as a flashlight that works along with other measures of success for students and districts, and I think that's the appropriate way to do it. And other people see it as a hammer and the only measure of success, which really isn't helpful. But in visiting districts lately, I'm hearing more and more of them talk about they'd like more formative, more interim assessments that can be used throughout the year to help students improve and not, just wait for that summative assessment at the end of the year. So I'm hoping maybe one of our future workshop times we can talk about how can we move toward making all these assessments more helpful in student growth.
And I think that would be really appropriate to talk about in your retreat too, charging us to go do that work if you so desire.
Indeed. Danny.
Out visiting in school districts, the kids think the assessments are a joke because they don't get graded on it. Several teachers think it's a waste of their time when they could be teaching kids, and even some administrators in the schools that I've been to have personally told me that it's a waste of their time to be doing these assessments. Just that's feedback I've got since I've been out and about, 5 different school districts, and I got them from kids because that's one of the questions I asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Apologies, we're running a few minutes behind here, but we're going to move on to the Citizens Open Forum. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:34 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. I'm also going to ask, because we have kind of a long list today, if you're with a group that's speaking on the same topic, try to ensure that each speaker has something new to say and that you're not just repeating something that the person before you said. Any board questions will be for clarification only, and again, will be very much limited today. I'd like to welcome, first up, we'll have State Representative Adam Thomas, and then Michael, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, Kracke will be next. Welcome to the State Board, Representative Thomas, and congratulations on your new role as chair
Thank
of the
you.
House Education Committee.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As she said, my name is Adam Thomas, State Representative, District 26, so that's Olathe, Spring Hill, and coming soon to a redistricting map near you, 2 little subdivisions in Overland Park. So my reason for coming this morning is quite simple. 2 reasons. 1, I have met most of you. I know some of you. I have already begun developing relationships with a good number of you, and others I have not. But I certainly look forward to that. So I am here to just kind of put a face to a name. I am new in the role as education chair. And my other reason for being here is we talk a lot, we hear a lot from both here and across the way about this relationship between the legislature and the State Board. And I'm here to bring you good news and hopefully new hope that my goal, and I've shared this with Randy and also several of you, is that the relationship between the legislature and the State Board needs to change. We have got to turn a corner. And I believe with new leadership and with a new chair, and I'm throwing myself out there, I believe we can do just that. Will we have our moments of disagreement? Sure. Will we have our moments where bills are passed that might not be the State Board's favorite thing? Absolutely. I want the conversations to happen and I want them to continue. I want to thank my apologies, Ms. Horst and Ms. Ma. Former representative, they have done an amazing job with their communication, and I've already seen that relationship strengthen. I've had multiple conversations with Commissioner Watson and Jim Porter, who's also become a very good friend of mine. I would never tell him to his face, but so that is my plan as chair this year, is to strengthen our relationship, communication. You are always welcome. I know the presentation Commissioner Watson made today was a good one, and I would love to hear that in front of our committee, and that you are always welcome. And so with that, I am looking forward to turning a new corner. I'm looking forward to our relationship getting stronger. And I know we all have the best interests of the kids in mind. And with that, I hope you are all welcome anytime, and I look forward to meeting with those of you who I haven't met individually. And I plan on being back here as often as I can to update you as well as receive updates from the board. And with that, I will happily stand for questions, or I will make my way back to my hobbit hole across the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making your way across the street. And Commissioner, that sounded like an invitation for you.
Well, I'm actually going to be over on Thursday, and we're going to be talking about the graduation requirements that your committee was so involved with, and we've spent 18 months finally getting that done. So I look forward to the ongoing conversations and appreciate always the invitation and the tenor of the conversation that we have.
Thank you so much for being here. Michael Kracke. Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to, that didn't work. Anyway, I do not have a question. I just wanted to just say thank you, because your openness is like a breath of fresh air, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
I did have an Altoid this morning, so that's why.
That's good to hear.
I do want to comment that if it feels like we're bending the rules a little bit here, it's because of where you were coming from and the position that you hold. And this is something that this board has talked about in the past, is our desire to work with everyone across the street. So thank you again. Mr. Michael Kratky, welcome to the State Board.
I am Michael Kratky. I represent Wilson High School Futures Committee. Rural schools play a vital role in their communities, serving many functions beyond education. Studies have proven that there is a strong connection between communities and their schools. Many of our rural towns rely on the existence of their local schools to ensure their community survives. As patrons in our small rural communities, we entrust our local school board of education to fight to keep our district, our children, and our communities strong today, tomorrow, and for years to come. Unfortunately, there is no longer the case in our small rural school district in north central Kansas. The USD 112 Board of Education has recently taken action that shows no merit in being in the best interest of our entire district, of our students. What began in April of 2022 and ended just last month, the Central Plains USD 112 Board of Education voted to transfer students from one high school to another within the same district, which by doing so would ultimately close Wilson High School. We understand that this is a common practice in small schools where enrollment has seen a decline. However, the Board of Education's motivations for this decision is unclear, and when presented with the facts, and the numbers, the decision is proven to be the exact opposite of benefiting the district and its students and families. Wilson Schools is located in Wilson, Kansas, and currently is in the USD 112 school district. USD 112 operates a total of 3 facilities and 1 district office. Wilson Elementary / Wilson Junior High School serve the northern part of the district, and Central Plains Elementary and the Central Plains Junior Senior High School serves the southern part. Central Plains Elementary and High School are 2 separate facilities located in 2 towns 11 miles apart, connected by US Highway 156. The latest enrollment numbers show it is attended by approximately 308 students, and from 4 different zip codes and south facilities, connected by a county blacktop road. When Wilson Schools operates one building that is home to the pre-kindergarten through 12th grades, and it's primarily attended by 140 students from 2 different schools, 2 different facilities there. You're confusing me. But anyway, in addition to the classrooms, the facility also houses a vocational arts and agriculture areas, weight and physical performance, and 2 gymnasiums, with one also containing a stage for theatrical performances and other presentations. The community of Wilson is the largest municipality located within the USD 112 district boundaries. Data from the 2020 census shows Wilson is the only town that has grown in population. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kenny Bonetta. And after Kenny, we'll have Kayla Collins.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the board. During discussion about the teacher shortage at the March 2022 USD board meeting, a random motion was made by the board member, Tammy Doherty, which was defeated, to co-op all sports programs, which would be based out of Central Plains High School, and to close Wilson High School at the end of the 2023 year. After the motion was defeated, a new motion was made by board member Allison Koch that the administration explore operations for combining all junior-senior high school sports currently offered at both junior-senior high schools. This motion was passed 5-2. It was documented in the approved board minutes that the Board of Education was going to seek input and look into holding community meetings and forums on this and other issues. The board also approved at the January 22 meeting to hire a firm to conduct a building feasibility study. As of today, no such community meetings or forums have been held, and no such facility visibility reports has been presented to the public. At the April 2022 board meeting, a motion was made by board member Tammy Doherty to transfer the students in 7th through 12th from Wilson Pre-K to 12 building to the Central Plains building in Claflin, beginning with the 2023-24 school terms. It was recently discovered that this motion was in violation of Kansas state statutes, and a new motion was made in November 2022 to hold a public hearing to proceed with the closing of Wilson High School. The decision to transfer students was done prematurely with no supporting facts ever presented. Board member Roger Robinson confirmed no numbers or options were ever presented prior to the January 4th hearing. After 3 hours of testimony that presented facts and arguments against the closing, not one person spoke in favor that the board at the January 9th, 2003 meeting officially closed Wilson Junior High School. The board clearly acted without doing their due diligence by having all information available to make an informed decision about the future of Wilson High School, or well as the futures of its students and the committees they reside. According to the reports of the configuration study done in 2021 by the KSAB, transferring Wilson students to Claflin, in fact, is the least cost-effective scenario. In actually closing the Claflin facility would be in the better interest of the district than one was chosen. In addition, building needs assessment reports. It clearly states that the Claflin's facility needs upgrades while the other two only need routine maintenance. How is this in the best interest of the district and our students? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonetta. Kayla Collins, is it?
It's
I can't-
Kayla. Yeah, you're good. My name's Kayla Collins. I am also with Wilson, and I'm going to be kind of the end wrapping up our little presentation to you. But as you can see, the facts show that our board, it was one-sided. Our students deserve better. Our communities deserve better. When attempting to discuss this and other issues with the board, we are met with silence and generic responses. The board meetings are not two-way conversations. We cannot ask questions and expect to get answers. They are actually told to not engage with us. We asked for a copy of the administration's building closing plan to give to our teachers, our students. This was back in April when they first voted. They said no such plan existed, and still to this day, it doesn't exist. The numbers that are in front of you in the packet that we gave you, those were gathered by us. We had to go through Open Records Act to get them and pay for those numbers. The board didn't present us with those. We understand that the current state statutes gives the power to the local boards for closing a facility. What we don't understand is where is the checks and balances to this power. A decision of this magnitude should not be left unregulated and should not be done without due diligence. A decision like closing a school affects an entire community. Families are losing a source of income. Communities are losing families. If due process is given and schools are found to close to be the only action required, then they need a set of guidelines to follow. They need to know the plan. They need to transition students from one school to another so everyone knows what's going on. Teachers need to know when they can expect their school to close so they can either search other teaching avenues, or maybe they could apply for a new position within the district. Right now, there are no such guidelines. Or if there are, our board hasn't got them and hasn't presented them to us. Our local boards need to be held accountable when they have clearly acted without integrity and it has created a toxic work environment for our teachers and learning environment for our students. It is your responsibility to supervise our public schools, and we ask that you take into consideration what we're saying today and really look at providing guidelines to these schools. We know it's not going to probably help us now, but we hope maybe it'll help the next rural school down the line that faces the same challenges that we are facing today. Thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I do want to ask, Barbara, do we have a packet of information from her?
You should. I handed it to the lady.
I
Okay.
want to make sure that those get handed out.
Okay, yeah. And in those packets, it's just a copy of the presentation that we just gave. So we kind of took some out just to keep with time, but it also has the configuration study report that we talked about, as well as just a map of our district, and then the numbers that show that Wilson can operate by itself in the black. So we were a little taken aback by the decision to close.
Dennis?
Okay. Hey, I really appreciate you coming. I know it's a big sacrifice, make it this trip and then only get a few minutes, but you were looking at the possibility of joining another district. Can you just catch us up on what happened, I think, last night?
Yes, last night, I guess Mondays are a good night for school board meetings because last night in our area were all the local school board meetings. So we had kind of divided and conquered. We had representatives go to the surrounding school districts, and we inquired about a land transfer, basically taking our school and our land and moving it to another district where we felt more wanted, I guess would be a great word, because we just don't feel like right now we have a say in what we do, or that we're even really wanted. I mean, our school board is all for getting us out. So we have received great interest from a couple of them, and so we will be following up on the land transfer, and they want to kind of expedite it so our teachers will have a plan on what to do next year. So I think one of them was definitely going to be contacting somebody here at the Department of Education for guidance on what they need to do. So hopefully, and I encourage you, if it does come across for approval, that you sincerely consider it.
Yeah, I want the rest of the board to know that I visited that school yesterday, and it's just a neat little place with good community support, and visiting with 3 of the high school girls, I sensed they really want their school to stay open. And so I would just really encourage you to pursue everything you can to be accepted in the other district. And then land transfer, I think is really your best option.
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's kind of our last option now. But again, I know it won't help us now, but we probably definitely would encourage you guys to look at that closing a school procedure.
To be clear, this is, as you know, we talked earlier, this is not something that really falls to the state board. It does sit with your local board. I know you know that. I'm
Right,
just
and that's kind of what I'm
it so
saying,
that
yeah.
Those on the live
Yeah.
stream understand that we understand, but we appreciate your comments today. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Alan Jantz, you're going to be next, followed by Annalisa No. And I'll just go ahead and read the rest. Kirk, is it Fast? And then John Richard Schrock. Welcome.
Madam Chair, board members, good morning. My name is Alan Jantz, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Kansas Association of Private Colleges of Teacher Education. I am the chair of the education program at Bethel College. There are 18 member institutions in Capcoat representing each of the private colleges and universities with educator preparation programs. We also include Washburn University, Haskell Indian Nations University, and the Kansas Independent Colleges Association in our numbers. Colleagues in attendance this morning include Amy Hogan, Casey Johnson, Cheryl Redding, Jill Gonzalez Bravo, Rachel Wanamaker, and Vicki Schmidt. The purpose of my speaking this morning is to share specific ways in which Capcoat schools are working with our P12 partners to ensure that Kansas students have a licensed teacher in their classrooms. Our institutions have a long tradition of preparing educators for Kansas schools. While independently we may prepare few teachers, collectively our numbers are significant. Because many of our institutions are faith-based, our programs are infused with positive professional dispositions, and we graduate servant leader teachers that are actively sought by our school partners. Bethel's own Brian Skinner is the current Kansas Teacher of the Year. For a number of reasons, we have seen teacher shortages across the state and nation. Kansas Capcoat institutions have risen to the challenge of creating creative partnerships with our pre-K through 12 school partners to fill teaching positions. Historically, we have created relationships with our school districts to give our candidates high-quality early field experiences and clinical and student teaching experiences. Hearing the call from KSDE Many of our cap code institutions have created paras to teacher programs with our partner school districts, and some have created limited apprentice programs for special education as well. Some of our institutions have created specific programs for recruiting and retaining diverse teaching populations, as demonstrated through Ottawa University's Block KC and Latinx educational collaborative programs. Mid-America Nazarene, a Capcoat school, works with Northeast Regional High School's CTE programs to host a yearly Educators Rising Conference. This event hosts 300 to 400 aspiring educators. At Bethel, we have worked with USD 373 to create a 2+2 program whereby during their high school junior year, through a combination of dual credit course offerings, students begin collegiate course of study so that when they graduate from high school, they only need 2 additional years to gain their teaching license. Through this program, high school students are able to gain college credit at an affordable rate and will be able to complete a teaching program more quickly than a traditional route. As a second program of note, Bethel as an institution is moving to a federal designation as a work college. As a result, in the next few years, all of Bethel's students will hold jobs in related fields, helping to build resumes and gain valuable experiences. We anticipate in the coming year, 15 of our students will be employed as paras in the USD 373 school district. Certainly a strength of Capcoat programming is that in many instances, while we have governance structures, our institutions can make changes and adapt to market needs rather quickly. Our institutions are eager to partner with the state and our local school districts to provide high-quality educators for students of Kansas. Please keep us in mind as you consider new programming. We want to partner with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Annalisa No. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I come in the same spirit as Chairman Thomas. I believe everything I'm going to speak to you about today is a very solvable problem. My name is Annalisa. I'm a graduate from a small school in Northeast Kansas, and I'm here today to share concerns about the lack of structure and controls in consolidated school systems. As you may recall, I compiled a 56-page report that analyzed USD 113's financials after the local board proposed closing a small school without any clear reason to do so. The analysis we compiled showed that USD 113 is actually a very effective and very healthy consolidated school system that could serve as a model for the state if it had leadership that wanted to do so. The district had over $8 million in annual cash balances at the end of FY22, and the district's emergency fund and cash reserves are fully funded at the recommended 20% level. The district has also been able to put back over $500,000 in annual cash surplus from its annual operating budget over the past 5 years, and all of the district's financial health trends are looking in the positive direction. Revenue has grown by 13% over the past 5 years, and expenses have only grown by 10% during the same period. As for the school proposed for closure, we found that the school proposed for closure brings in sufficient revenue from state and local sources to pay for 100% of its operations, and this has been true for the past 5 years. The school's state assessment scores are in the top 20% of the state, despite the fact that this school serves a student population that is 50% classified as at risk. And the school has a long history of those high academic outcomes for those students. Finally, the school's enrollment and revenue projections for the next 2 years indicate that the school will continue to have a positive operating margin, primarily because the school has been extraordinarily fiscally responsible as it was faced with declining enrollment, and it is operating at an efficiency level that far outpaces the other larger schools that are in its district. So, why did the board vote to close the school yesterday, February 13th, 2023, if the district is healthy and has sufficient revenue to pay for the operations in all 3 of its schools? The board cited low enrollment as a primary concern. They indicated that the cost per FTE was higher at the small school than the other schools in the district, and they felt that the funds could be used more efficiently if the school was closed and the students were reassigned to the larger school, which is 30 to 45 miles away, depending on where you live in the district. When the community challenged the board and pleaded with them to explain what else the district needed that they weren't currently able to afford within their current operating model, the only thing that the board clearly stated was that the largest school in the district needed to replace their outdoor track. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who value educational outcomes over facilities and athletics, this is a small tragedy. And I fear if the state does not establish more clear guidelines for monitoring how these funds are being used at local levels, this type of short-sighted and misguided decision-making that local boards have the authority to make will continue to prevail. If you recall earlier when I said that the district's emergency fund and cash reserves are fully funded at the recommended 20% level, well, this is after making an unprecedented $2 million bond payment just 2 years earlier because their cash reserves were so high. They also just decided to take out a 5-year lease with no need for a bond issue so they could implement a $5 million facility improvement project. This was all done under the notion that the district has plenty of funding in place to do so. I'm out of time today, so I will send you a report outlining the issues with the financial reporting that exist in consolidated school districts, as well as a number of recommendations that we think need to be in place if we're going to continue to consolidate schools across the state. These boards have way too much power. There is no training. There is no ability to provide any checks and balances, as this other group indicated. And I welcome the opportunity for much-needed follow-up conversations about what we discovered and how we can work together to solve these problems, which I'm sure are starting to show themselves in consolidated districts all across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. With apologies to Mr. McNeese, I see you had your hand raised. Was that for the previous speaker?
Yes.
So
I thought you were waiting
I
until
missed
everyone
it.
was done. I didn't take any umbrage.
So you
But-
had a clarifying question for Alan Jans?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Jans, are you still here?
I hope I can remember it. Getting old. The teacher ed programs of the private institutions, you kind of talked about them. How many do you typically, as independent schools, provide? Do you have any idea? Anybody?
I'm looking for one of my colleagues to see.
And I guess I would ask Randy, do we have any data on the number of students that come to or end up teaching in our schools that are coming from private institutions, private?
Yes, we have that data. Every year, we have the graduates of all the colleges and universities that serve Kansas.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that percentage is, you know. And the other question I have is in terms of the students that are coming from private, not to put a private and public war together, but the other problem in the teacher shortage is staying in education. And do we have any numbers on the people staying in education after the first several years? And do we have information or any data on those that from private smaller institutions to larger institutions?
I know we can get in the Friday notes.
That'd be great.
The graduates. I don't know if we track Bethel graduates to retention, but I'll see. I know we track retention. I just don't know if we tie it back to the institution that they came
And
from.
do you guys, Alan, track that?
We do.
Okay, love to see that
Individually, each
information.
of our institutions will track that. I think that it's, as we survey our completers after 1 and 3 years, we go back and we look at, we do
I'd also like
surveys
to
of
know
them.
where they go. Are they going to the smaller districts? Because that's one of our biggest challenges. And I just in my visiting schools, there seem to be more of the private school teachers in the smaller districts.
I'm going to commit for the Capcoat board that we will try to gather that data. for
Okay,
you.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back. Kirk Fast, you are next, and then John Richard Schrock. And that will wrap us up. Apologies, we are running a fair amount behind.
Yes, hello, my name is Kirk Fast. I was an at-home parent for 2 boys who graduated from our public schools in 2014, 2017. So despite my apparent age, I do have relatively recent experience within our school systems. I was also a substitute teacher for over 10 years. I started attending my local school board meeting when my firstborn was 1 year old. But I started attending these state board meetings about 20 years ago when the controversy then was intelligent design creationism. And after much storm and drag, which included many large and often ruckus public meetings, which attracted considerable national and international press, resolution was achieved. The teaching of accepted science was itself accepted. Currently, there are numerous controversies being invented and introduced. Among them, a few parental rights, which really already exist. censoring books, which is never an appropriate policy anywhere, but particularly so regarding education. Critical race theory, which my understanding is not in any of our curriculums because it is written for post-secondary and graduate level study. Callously targeting our trans youth with issues, and also along with issues just concerning our LGBTQ children. But our public schools exist in order to educate our youth so as to prepare them to be productive citizens, and in order to complete that task, to also help socialize them in order that we can all get along with one another and be able to work cooperatively together. These outcomes require us to realize and accept that we do come from many diverse backgrounds, whether these be our race, our religion, our cultural identification, our social economic status. To successfully educate and help socialize these students, schools need to have the tools necessary to navigate the diversity, as well as to address the strengths and vulnerabilities their students present to them. This requires a respectful response to parental rights, and also for school libraries and classrooms to have unrestricted selections of books and reference materials covering all aspects of our collective past. History that is comprehensive, inclusive, and truthful. Science that is current and accurate. Also, and critically necessary, a welcoming and respectful attitude towards all our children and their families, regardless of their differences, including their gender and sexual orientation. So I place my trust in all of you to accept these considerations, to employ them in your work ahead, and to be able to resist the pressures to do those things which would be deleterious to our precious young souls enrolled in our public schools and entrusted in your care. I sincerely hope that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. John Richard Schrock.
Thank you. And the material that is distributed to you and what I speak about today is covered under KSA 21-6401 G1. And that's in a white sheet inside the booklet that you have. In 1950, biological sex was an easy thing to define by anatomy. It was simple. But by 1954 and 55, we discovered XX and XY chromosomes, but then we went on to also discover XXY, XXX, X, and no second chromosome, and a whole series of other types of variations, including individuals made up of actually two fertilized eggs that had merged together. And that isn't even in the current textbooks, although the research is solid. Then, testosterone and estrogens. We find out the research in the 50s and 60s, we find out that yes, males have testosterone, but they also have estrogens from fat tissue. And both males and females have testosterone, small amounts, from the adrenal glands on the top of the kidneys. And these vary, but it's the relationship. For most males, it's testosterone here, estrogens here. And for females, it's the other way. But it varies. And it can vary pretty dramatically, so that if you have a teenage boy who is fairly overweight, a couple 100 pounds going through puberty, their voice is going to be much higher and their skin smoother and a whole bunch of other factors. In addition to sports, if you look at the runners and the sports that include running, such as women's soccer, you will find they have very narrow hips. Estrogens make wide hips, but in their case, it wasn't as much. So therefore, there is great variation among normal people in this room among testosterone and estrogen levels. And that makes different performance. So yes, it certainly would be unfair for someone with bulked up muscles from having lots of testosterone to play in a sport. But there are other things left as well in the last minute here. And that's something that John Money noticed, that there were some children by the age of 5 and 6 that were definitely masculine or feminine feeling that would be in contradiction to what their anatomy was. And he did not live to figure it out, but in the last 30 years we have. And that happens to be brain structures. And this is not groomed. It doesn't change from one day to the next. And you find that data and that research also in here. And that is the situation with trans students. Now, back in 1987, Kansas was the second state in the union to require AIDS and sex education. Surprise, surprise. But by 2005, that was eliminated. But teachers, biology teachers in particular, need to be able to teach this so that the next generations can understand that this is a very complex situation. And thank you.
Thank you. Oh, hold on. We have a question from Anne.
Thank you for clarification always.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this. I remember the first time we got this, and for anybody who's interested, if you get questions from constituents, there's a link to this at the Naturalist website. I don't know how many people I've forwarded a link to. Go look at this if you have questions. I mean, we weren't the first ones. As I recall, Native Americans recognized 5 different genders before settlers came and told them that wasn't how it was. And so, anyway, thank you for this, and even if you're not going to be present in the future, please keep the emails coming.
Okay, I will mention that it is also available in print upon request, including classroom sets and whatever numbers you need.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 11:11 a.m. Thank you to all of our speakers for sharing your views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. We're going to move on. Tate, are you here? Yes. Okay. Thanks for waiting. No problem. We will move to recognition of the 2022 National ESEA Distinguished Schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I know we're running a little behind, but I will promise you right now, we will not catch up any time, as this is so important and such a fun activity I get to bring to you today. Today, we are celebrating 2 of 55 buildings across the country that received the Distinguished School Award. And these 2 schools from Kansas, I'm going to bring up here shortly to present their story of how they've been successful, and also their story as 2 weeks ago in Indianapolis, they received their award at the national level at our ESEA, or Elementary and Secondary Education Act conference. So our first one was under Category 1. It was exceptional student performance for 2 or more consecutive years. It will be Hillsborough Elementary School, USD 401, from the Durham-Hillsborough-Lehigh District, and I'll be bringing up their staff to talk to you here shortly. And our second category, which was closing the achievement gap between student groups, which we use the poverty measure for the student groups, and the gap closure goes to Westview Elementary School in USD 233 Olathe. So I'll bring both schools up here shortly. They'll speak, and then we'll take questions from the board, and then we'd like to have some photo opportunities after that with these wonderful schools. So I will go ahead and ask Hillsborough to come up first. And I believe we have a PowerPoint for theirs that we can call up.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name's Clint Corby. I'm superintendent at Durham-Hillsborough-Lehigh. I have with me this morning Mr. Nathan Hebert. He's our principal at Hillsborough Elementary. Thank you for allowing us to be here and share the success that we're having. It's a pretty neat experience for us. Before we do that, happy Valentine's Day. You know, you could be doing something else right now, but you're here doing the work that I really appreciate. So we have a gift for you. It's some coffee that is actually roasted in Hillsborough, Kansas. If you ever have a chance to come by Rhubarb Market, give them a little plug, come check that out. So if I could just start this over here. Including Mr. Watson. I also have one for Mr. Proctor in there. As a former Heston guy, it's important for him to know that there's a lot of good things still in Hillsborough. So, speaking of Dr. Proctor, in November, I got a call from him, and he said, wanted to say congratulations because we received an award for the National ESEA Distinguished School. I got to be honest, I didn't know what that was. But after researching it and realizing that there's only 2 schools in the state each year that's recognized for this, it's why I have not heard of it. And so after looking more into it and figuring out that not only did we have academic growth for 2 or more consecutive years, I'd like to point out that we did this in the face of COVID. There's a lot of things out there talk about how much was lost and different things. And for us to be able to have the success and not have that loss is a testament to not only our teachers and our students, but our families and community. Just really an effort that was unbelievable. A little bit about Hillsborough Elementary. We serve 3 communities, Durham, Hillsborough, and Lehigh. It's a pre-K through 5 building with about 313 students, and we're currently up to 47% free and reduced lunch, which over the past decade, that number has gone up and up and up. We would expect that over the next 2 years, we'll be over 50% very soon. So it's been a few years ago, we went through the redesign process at Hillsborough Schools. And the mission that Dr. Watson was even talking about again today was that Kansas was to lead the world in the success of each student. And as we're sitting there in meetings and I was sitting there with Mr. Hebert, and we said, well, if Kansas wants to lead the world, we want to lead Kansas. We want to be the best at what we do. And while that then ended up being our mission statement as we went through that process, it was very much our goal. We feel that putting our best foot forward in everything we do and not settling for good enough is important. And all of these awards are direct correlation of not only Hillsborough High School, but also Hillsborough Elementary, whether it's for the graduation rate, the Commissioner's Award, academically prepared for post-secondary and post-secondary success. We feel blessed for the recognition, and thank you for all that you do in that run. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Hebert and let him share some of the reasons why we're so good at what we do.
Thanks for having us today. It is an honor. As being a new principal, this is my first year, and so a lot of this stuff is happening before. So it's a true blessing for me to come into a system that has so many great things. And one of the first things that we recognize is that the many stakeholders that go into a successful school system. We've got an amazing community that really does pour in to our students, our staff, and our buildings. We've got local businesses that invest time and money into that. And we also have a lot of families that truly do care about the success of their children. And one of the things that we have is that trying to build those positive relationships with all of those stakeholders and recognizing that it's an extremely important aspect for our students to be successful. And so when we're looking at why are our students doing so well, it's all of these factors that come into play. It's not one person. It is our whole community that really does pour into these students. One of the things that we do have the benefit of is that we do also have a local college, Tabor College. And so we have some of the benefits of a lot of those students that are going through education classes that come and invest and spend time and grow those relationships. And we have a staff that values that and takes part in that. And we see that our students excel when that extra little boost from those relationships and student teachers and all of that happens. One of the other things is that we value quality instruction. It's one of the things that we often take a look at what we are doing on a day-to-day basis and care about doing it to the best of our ability. And when you've heard Mr. Corby talking about we wanted to do it our best, one of our mottos is to help our students be the best to do their best. And it's one of those things that our staff really does buy into that and really value that. And so a lot of the activities that we encourage our staff to pour into are things that are going to be engaging, very relevant, and very hands-on. And so a lot of the things, if you come to our building, you'll often see our students really engaging in activities together and working on teamwork, but things that are going to be very problem-solving activities, helping to challenge their brain and grow their brains. One of the things that we've Adopted is PLTW, Project Lead the Way, and that has been a huge asset, I think, pre-K-12, just to see how that has been a benefit to our students in just their problem-solving process. Sorry, I have that picture up there, but that's me with the big bad wolf trying to blow down little students' pig houses and stuff like that. So that's a joy of mine as a principal, just to be able to interact and get excited for the successes of the children. With that, going in, that's the thing that just, the relationships are one of the biggest things that makes a huge difference. And going to the ESEA conference, realizing that so many of the topics and conversations that were there is that how do we reach those people that are in poverty or minorities or whatever it is. And one of the key aspects was that relationships is the key aspect, is how do we reach them? And it's an aspect that's something that we really do care about a lot at Hillsborough Elementary School, trying to find opportunities that our site council is trying to build relationships with our students in our facilities. Our teachers are looking for activities. The picture up there is our local Tabor College basketball team that comes in and reads to our students. And so we're trying to find opportunities that our kids, when they come in the building, know that they are loved and that they are cared for and they're valued. And we know that there's so many people that play an important part of that. And so we are very, very thankful for that. But our intentional relationships is one of our cornerstones of knowing that if we want to be successful, those relationships, that's where we've got to start with that. The last thing that I'll kind of share with, I think, why we are where we're at is because of our staff. We've got a very experienced staff that also is willing to embrace that growth mindset of how do we continue to improve. They're not there yet, and it's one of those things that they continue to be willing to. The PLTW is something that for a lot of them stretched them, but then with that, they found out that with being stretched, there's a lot of growth that happens within that. And so we've got a lot of great activities. The teachers are very actively involved in bringing community members in. Last night I was able to share to our local school board about just a lot of the different people that are coming into our facilities just to benefit our kids. And so our staff plays just a very integral part of what they do and how our students are successful each and every day. These are some of the other things, just social emotionally in today's society. That's one of the things that we've really taken a big focus on lately. And so having opportunities to have local police officers, business people come in and speak on character qualities and seeing how that relates to our kids. We have a walking school bus that we have community members that can walk with students to school. I walk with them in the mornings to get them from one side of the town to the other, but those are relational things that build that. We've got a school garden that I get to go out and pick some radishes every now and then and stuff. And so those are things that are really, really special that just kids really find a lot of joy in. To speak a little bit about the ESEA conference, I want to say thank you to the KSEE, just the opportunity to go and represent Kansas. It was an honor to go, and we had a fantastic time. There's a lot of affirmations and reminders. Like I said, just the growth mindset of just continuing to grow. There's one speaker that I heard that said, can we do these things? Yes or not yet. It's not no, it's how do we get to that point? And so our goal is to continue to reach, to be the best and continue to grow. Mindfulness, helping our students understand the mindfulness and just the impact that it has on the brain. Just how helping students with their social and emotional health and being mindful of where they're at will help their success, but also even their rest and their sleep, which also helps performance and stuff. And so those are things there that are good. Connections with students, making sure that as we have experienced staff that we're going to have to replace them. And so finding ways to how to transition those teachers in is extremely important. Part of what I see one of my roles is how do we continue to get great staff into our buildings and help them continue to grow and transition that well, and then continue to provide that high quality instruction. Lastly, it was just a joy to be there. Things that we're looking for is just continued improvement. And the relationships, consistency with our social emotional steps. And then, one of the things that was kind of fun for me is just we asked kids to be in school for long chunks of the day and to focus and to challenge them. And so One of the things personally that I want to take an active part in is how do we help them focus? We live in a society that everything's so fast and quick and just immediate, but how do they be able to engage in some of these challenging problem-solving situations? And so one of the sessions was talking about having activities that actually train and focus and push that focus level on students. And so those are things that I'd like to try to bring back to our staff. And then lastly, just continue to grow those connections. Like we said, we're not there yet. We want to keep getting better and keeping improving. So lastly, once again, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to come. It was a privilege to go. And as my first year, I will say I'm extremely blessed by the people that I get to do work with each and every day. And so thank you for your hard work as well, for what you do for our state of Kansas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Hillsborough. And I'll go ahead and ask Olathe to come up here. But I do have a couple things. I'm sorry to kind of put you on the spot here. I think you might have an idea of one of them. I'm hoping you do talk a little bit about the keynote that you guys got to enjoy. But we also need you guys to clarify a rumor we've heard, whether it's true or not. You guys have done a great job. So we've heard there's a parade in Kansas City tomorrow, and 500,000 to 1 million people. So that's pretty incredible. So we just kind of want to know, is that for you guys, or did something else happen?
It's for us.
All right. Thank you. And I'll let you come on up.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you today. I am not Dr. Yeager, our superintendent. He was not able to join us today. He had a previous engagement. My name is Tim Reeves. I'm one of the assistant superintendents in Olathe, and I support all of the elementary schools. And it's my honor and privilege to come today and get to continue to celebrate Westview and the work they have done. I've been in my current position for 5 years, and in my second year, I had the privilege of interviewing and hiring Cindy Capeller to lead Westview Elementary. She comes with a tremendous amount of passion for what she does, which is what spoke to me when we hired her, and her desire to work with students who come from highly impacted areas and lots of challenges. She has a proven record. You're going to get to hear a little bit about that. But it has been an honor to be able to celebrate with them. And so I am going to turn it over to Cindy. We did kind of have to pivot a little bit. We are having conferences this week. And so some of the staff members that were able to attend the conference in Indianapolis with us stayed home to conference with parents, because we are going to have an extra little red snow day tomorrow. And I'm sure the Chiefs will be celebrating Westview as we are celebrating them. So I am going to turn it over to Cindy and let her talk a little bit about the things that they have been doing at Westview to bring those students forward.
Thank you, and thank you again for having us here today. It is an honor. It's an honor to stand before you, and it's an honor to share Westview's story with you. So we were recognized as a Category 2, which means that we demonstrated closing the achievement gap between subgroups. We do have about, depending on the year, 75 to 80% of our student population that does live below the poverty level and meet the criteria for the free and reduced lunch program. So here is our story. I came into Westview in 2019, so the year that COVID hit, which was both a challenge and a blessing. That year, we decided that our theme would be Westview United, Challenge Accepted. We are united in our goal to decrease the number of students scoring at a level 1 on the Kansas Assessment 4-point scale. In 2018, more than 50% of our student population in grades 3, 4, and 5 scored a level 1. We reduced this to less than 25%. After adjusting to intervention for all students, the number of students achieving a level 3 and a level 4 increased significantly. Equally important to progress on state assessments, our students have transformed from passive learners to active learners. They are more aware of their strengths and their areas for growth. They set academic and social and emotional goals, and they track their own progress. Our students see themselves as learners capable of achieving more than they or possibly anyone else thought was possible. Their belief about what is possible has changed dramatically. For example, during lunch, which I get the honor and privilege of spending time with students in the cafeteria during lunch, it's not uncommon to hear our students talking about their future, where they plan to go to college, which is just, it's heartwarming. Sometimes I have to turn around because, as my husband sometimes says, my eyes start to sweat, so I had to turn around. I want to share some of the contributing factors to this positive change in our school. Several initiatives were promoted, and positive change was the result. These initiatives can be grouped into two categories. One of those categories is just a school-wide focus on data and student growth. The other was on student ownership for their learning. Everyone at Westview engages in collecting and analyzing data, including students, as well as developing goals for growth based on results. School improvement goals based on the building leadership team was then passed on or shared with our PLCs, and then the PLCs also contributed to what our school-wide goals would be. And then they took that information and as a grade level, set grade level goals, and then that actually trickled down to the student level. What are the students going to do to help teachers achieve the grade level goals? It's a collective effort. Students engage in data analysis and goal setting. Each student has a data binder where they track their progress on competencies. Students regularly reflect on their growth and they make goals for future learning. The collection and monitoring of their own data and growth gives students ownership over their learning. Students share their progress with family members at parent-teacher conferences, which they're doing this week, which is very exciting. Let me share a little bit with you about the cultural shift that has happened at Westview. Westview students, as I mentioned earlier, used to be more passive in their learning. Coming to school sometimes was about a teacher sharing information and them being able to share it back, but never quite owning it for themselves. They're very compliant, but the accountability for holding on to that learning wasn't quite where it needed to be. Our team felt an urgency to help change how students viewed themselves as learners. We needed to create a culture of learning and accountability at Westview. To achieve this, our staff share weekly lesson plans. They share their learning targets and their academic standards to promote a culture of shared accountability by all the adults in the building to positively impact students. That means our teachers, they share their lesson plans and their learning targets and the standards that they're working on with all of the staff in the building, the Title I teachers, our specials, PE, music, art, library teachers, so that everyone in the building can be connected to what the students are learning in the classroom and supporting what they're learning in the classroom. Team building, culture building, and welcoming activities for all learners are planned and executed daily to facilitate a culture of belonging. We want our students to feel safe at school. We know that if students do not feel safe, if they do not feel supported, if they do not know that we care about them, they are not going to be able to achieve to their potential. So we spend time creating that culture of belonging, both in the classroom and as the school as a whole. Staff holds students accountable for taking responsibility for their learning, not just their learning, but their actions and their words. It's not, as I mentioned earlier, it's not uncommon for Westview students to be heard talking about their college plans, which hasn't necessarily always been the case. A lot of the students who are attending Westview right now, should they achieve that goal and attend college, they would be the first person in their family or their families to attend college. So this is a big goal for them and for us. I want to tell you a little bit about our community involvement. We're a really small school in the southwest corner of Olathe. And we have some incredible faith-based partners that help us meet students' needs. Our faith-based partners adopt our families at various times throughout the year to help provide some of those basic needs that students need to have in order to come to school and not be worried about things that might be happening at home. They help with gift cards for groceries, gas, financial emergencies, and so much more. Our volunteers work on skill practice with students. So we have volunteers that come into the building. We have avid students from Olathe West High School that come and work with our students on a regular basis, which is also incredible. We have community mentors who are matched with students who need support, including Dr. Reeves, who comes to Westview and visits with one of our third graders on a regular basis. Our mentors provide students with that time and attention from a special adult. When students feel loved and cared for, then they're better able to learn. We also have local organizations that help support with medical, dental, and vision health for our students. Learning is negatively impacted when our students' dental health is not cared for, when they don't have the glasses that they need, or they don't have the medical attention that they need. So we're grateful for the local organizations that help with that as well. We also have Johnson County Mental Health that provides mental health support for our students and for their families. The relationship that we have established with our community is really critical to the success of our school. And that ends kind of my, in a nutshell, story of Westview. I do want to tell you that thank you so much for helping us to attend the ESEA conference. It was an incredible experience. It was both humbling and very exciting to represent the state of Kansas, to represent Olathe, and to represent Westview Elementary in Indianapolis. And we were asked to share some of the things that we took away from that conference. And I would say, in addition to what Hillsborough shared, there were two themes, I think, that came out of the national conference. One was really around mental health. There were a lot of sessions that either were primarily about mental health of students and staff, or woven into their sessions, they also supported this idea of needing to make sure that the mental health of our staff and students was taken care of. And the other was on brain research. It's been a while since almost every article that you read about education has something to do with new brain research and what we're learning about how people and how children learn. So there was a lot around brain research, which was very exciting. So thank you again. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for honoring us here today. We really appreciate it.
Congratulations to all of you. Wow, that's really loud. I've got a question here from Betty Arnold. If you want to come back.
Okay, good morning and thank you. I have a quick question because I know that poverty can cover a variety of racial subgroups, but I'm curious, do you have kind of a breakout by race of your subgroups?
I do. I can give you general numbers.
Yeah.
The majority of our students are Hispanic. We have a lot of families who are from Mexico, but in the last few years, a lot of families are enrolling from Honduras and from Guatemala. So I would say between 75 and 80% of our student population is Hispanic.
Okay. I was just curious about that. I mean, I truly feel that this principle applies regardless to the race. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And obviously, you're doing a phenomenal job of showing them that you care. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Anne.
Thank you. And this could be for either school. We hear this time and time again, how joined at the hip, social emotional growth and academic growth are. Like, you can't do the Bloom stuff till you get the Maslow stuff handled. So I'm wondering, do either of you or use any particular program for your social emotional?
A positive connection with an adult. We do that on some surveys, and if they don't have those, from either the adult perspective or the student perspective, we work very intentionally towards that to make that happen, because that's when students start having that success, because what you just said is exactly right.
Thank you.
Our district does have and use the Second Step program. In addition to that, at Westview, we support that by, we have built into our schedule a class meeting or a morning meeting every day. And when you work in education, time is always an issue. And so to have our staff come together and agree that 30 minutes every morning just to work on the culture of the classroom and to work on that sense of belonging where students feel safe enough to take learning risk, where they know people care about them is really important. So that's a structure that we put in place. We also have regularly scheduled community circles where the whole school comes together and we celebrate students during that time.
Great.
And I also like to say, well, we hear this a lot, that you want to try to set a goal to have at least 5 people greet a student on their way in. And I would say we have a minimum of 5 people who greet students on their way into the building. And that does make a difference. Not just greet them, but greet them by name. They know their names and they know a little bit about them, so they can ask them about a ball game or about, something that may have happened outside of school. So it does matter.
Yes, it does. I know when we were at a state conference, the presenters there about turning high poverty schools into high performing schools, like of their 10 strategies, number 1 is making sure kids feel physically and emotionally safe. So thank you for all you do. It certainly shows in the results.
I will add that our whole group attended a session at the national conference presented by Dr. Tara Brown, and her presentation was titled, "You Can't Read a Book and Run from Lions at the Same Time." And it was basically about you have to take care of Maslow before you can expect students to be able to learn, to be in this space to be able to learn. So,
Congratulations again to Hillsborough Elementary School and Westview Elementary School. We would like to take some pictures with you, if you don't mind. How about, yeah. And I hope you all enjoy that parade on Wednesday that they're having for you.
Oh, we are? Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Jim, we're gonna do the entire board.
Let's do a big group photo. One more. Thank you, guys. Yes, yes.
She can
what-
send
I'll
them to
send
me
it
and
to
I'll
you.
get them to you.
Take.
No problem.
Oh, he's going next. Congratulations.
I'm so sorry. I'll email you a couple. Yeah, our, Jill Smith handed, as we're running up to the stage.
Board members, I'm going to try to keep us somewhat close to schedule, so if you can come back. I won't chase you down the hall, but. All right, next up, we have action on ESER 2 and 3. Welcome, Doug.
Morning. Thank you,
Morning.
Madam Chair. So we'll start with our ESER 2 changes. I can go through these fairly quickly as we look at them. The net changes amongst the districts is only about $400,000. And what you'll see as we go through these is that a lot of districts are just using up the remaining funds out of their original ESER 2 allocations. So we're looking at some fairly small amounts of money being utilized in different line items that have previously been approved. There are a couple of big ones. The first one there, Greeley, that's for a large HVAC project, so that's $157,000. But that does use up the rest of their ESER 2 allocation. Waukegan is just moving some money around for premium pay and salaries. Uniontown using $3,000 there to use up the rest of the allocation, and so it's just being added to some premium pay and salaries that have already been approved. As we look at these, same way for Twin Valley, Palco, and Wheatland, $43 at Twin Valley uses up what was left of their ESER 2 allocation. And so you'll see that trend go through a lot of these. Royal Valley, Valley Falls, and Jeff West, $2 that hadn't been spent in the original plan that was presented to you all. So just cleaning up the books a little bit in a lot of these. Belle Plaine, Sublette, and Peabody Burns, still not a lot of money. Sublette, that $18,000 is headed for salaries. Then we've got Riverton, Morris County, and Meridazine. Riverton being the highest one at $15,000 for premium pay and salaries. Meridazine, $85 for technology. Morris County just moving some money around to pay some different salaries. Baser Linwood, you see the $153,000 there. That's for an HVAC. Oop, sorry, that was for premium pay and salaries. I thought we had another HVAC in there. Heston, Eudora, relatively speaking, when you're talking hundreds of $1 million, $14,000 is pocket change, I guess. But salaries and technology, curriculum and technology, and then the last one, Flint Hills, net change of $600 for premium pay and salary. So the net change is $400,000. As we look at our expenses so far, we've used up $340.7 million of it has been spoken for. We've got $2.4 million left in available funds for the districts to clean up their books. We'll make a note that $1 million of that is actually in Garden City. It's part of their ESER 2 plan. So not quite half of the remaining funds are in one school district. Reminder that all of these funds need to be encumbered by September 30th of this year and then liquidated by December of this year. So districts are needing to push. We asked the task force to set a deadline of June 1st for all districts to have their ESSER II changes submitted to us, just to make sure that we get those encumbered by the September 30th date, and then we can liquidate to make sure we don't send any money back to the feds.
A question from Danny.
Yeah, I noticed on the financial thing that there's anywhere from $450 to $973 per student. And I'm just curious how much of that 450 to 973 is used for academics. And I'd also like the number for the $1 billion we've used of how much per student we've spent per student for our state.
So that per student amount is based on the allocation divided by the FTE in that building. And so then as they report the actual expenses as we go along, then we can see how they're spent. If I go back, and I may have skipped over this, those gold and blue bars on the graph there, the gold bars represent those that we consider to be actually teaching and learning expenses. The others would be more towards the facilities, those types of things, cleaning supplies, the non-academic pieces of it.
So that's 99%.
That's the total expenditures, Ann.
It's in the 75 or 80%.
So for ESSER II, it's running at 75% for the gold bars though, there. So premium pay, curriculum, those types of things, tutoring, before and after school programs that we consider to be more educational. Those are the gold bars. The blue ones then, like I said, are cleaning supplies, facility upgrades, those types of things. Furnace filters.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. A motion would be in order. Mr. Porter.
I move the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER for the money approved of public school districts for the ESSER II change orders.
Do I have a second? I saw Jim first. Those in favor, raise your hand. I've got 7, 8. Opposed? Abstain. 2 abstentions. Good. All right. Moving on.
So as we move on to ESSER III, we wanted to throw this slide in there. This is actually the fraud hotline and how to report fraud for the use of federal funds. We're looking at ESSER II and ESSER III, ESSER I, obviously. Just a reminder of why it's important, why we have so much emphasis on how these funds are being spent through the task force, bringing the plans to you all for your approval, is to make sure that our districts are on the right side of the law as we go through. And so wanted to bring up just one instance, but a few weeks ago, we got an email from the Department of Education. As part of the attachments to that email were board meeting minutes from one of our school districts. And if you read through, they had actually gone through those minutes, highlighted areas that appeared that the district may not be following the law. This had to do with a construction project and the different requirements for that, one of those being Davis-Bacon, where you have to pay a certain wage to all the workers that work on a federal project. The way the minutes were written in the district board minutes made it appear that they were not following Davis-Bacon in their contracts in doing these projects. So we got that from the Department of Education asking us to follow up with the district to make sure that everything was above board and we were following the rules. After consultation with the district, we feel like the district is actually funding some projects out of federal funds and some projects out of state funds, and the way it was written up, it made it appear that they were not following the federal rules. So we think we're good on that, but just to highlight that we know that the feds are looking at this. We know that they go to district websites. We don't know if somebody called into the tip line and tipped them off, and then that's when they contacted us. But just to let you all know that the work that you're doing is important in making sure that our districts stay above board. So as we move into the ESSER threes, we've got 21 new plans submitted. Those represent $18.6 million, and then we've got 18 districts that are submitting ESSER 3 changes. If we look at where we're at this point in time, you all have approved 198 plans worth $617 million, 21 plans in the batch today, and then the 18 changes are included in there. We've got 67 plans then. All plans have been submitted. Districts have met that deadline to get all of their ESSER 3 plans in because these funds expire in another year, September 30th of 2024. So we want to make sure there's a plan for how they're spent and that districts are paying attention so that we don't lose any of that money. Of those 67 plans, I believe last count I had, there were about a dozen of those that had not made it through at least to secondary review and then sent back for more information, revisions, et cetera. So we're close to, at least at secondary review, we've seen almost every single plan at least once. Just kind of the demographics. As we look at it, like I said, those districts had $21 million at their disposal. The plans represent $18.6 million. The expenditures per district, the low end there, the $76,000 is Tri-Plains. The $8.1 million is Leavenworth. And then the expenses per student, it's Fort Leavenworth at $626, and Leavenworth is the high end at $2,471. If we look at the teaching and learning aspects of this batch, 96% of the expenses fit into that teaching and learning category. And then cumulatively, where we're at, like I said, you all have approved $617 million, $18 million in today's batch, and on a cumulative basis, we're sitting at 81% in those gold bars.
Betty.
Okay, for clarification, and thank you, for clarification, the money has to be dispersed by September of next year, but don't they have additional time to spend it? Or is that?
Until December. Everything has to be encumbered by September 30th, and then they have until December 30th, 31st to actually liquidate the funds.
Okay, so it's not a long time after that final date. Okay, thank you.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the meeting there was an update on the EANS money. So is that something we also completely oversee, or was that an update just because?
It was an update at the task force because the private schools had asked for some clarification on those funds. We didn't include it in today's because we oversee the EANS funds. We disperse them. We work with the service centers to provide those services to the private schools because we can't just give money to private schools.
Right.
We give them services, so.
Right.
Yeah, the board did approve the plans for the
Okay,
private
so
schools.
I was just surprised not to see it, I guess, in here because there was the talk of how much money has not been
And so,
requested.
and that runs a little bit differently, I think, and Tate can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but we had 70-some private schools in the first round for the $25 million or so. Second round, we only had 25 private schools that actually qualified for that same, basically, $25 million. And so if you look at it that way, that's $1 million per private school. But the things that they asked for had to fit the COVID definition of COVID requirements. And so we fulfilled every wish that the private schools had that was an allowable expense, and then there was money left over. We've budgeted to make sure we have enough money that we kept, that we can pay all of those bills if things come in over budget. We can still pay for the ones that we approved. But then anything left over went to the governor. She gave it back to the agency to disperse for educational purposes, and then Tate talked about it being used for Sunflower Summer, where any student, private or public, can attend, or their families can do those things. So that's how we used the money that was given back. The governor didn't keep it. She said,
Gotcha.
you guys use it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Oh,
You ready for a motion?
ready for a motion?
Well,
Yep.
we need to do the change.
I still got ESER 3 changes if you want me to go through them. So in these, we've got some HVAC projects that you'll see on here. Greeley, $287,000. Turner in Kansas City, $1.7 million for theirs. Marmaton Valley is just using $9,700 for curriculum. And then Humboldt, $42,500 for an after-school program and online enrollment. Clearwater, just moving some money around. Wakanda, $36,000 salaries and curriculum. Oakley, $99,000 for curriculum and summer school. And then Hutchison, $1.7 million for another HVAC project. Ellsworth, $3,200 for some premium pay. Concordia, $1.5 million for curriculum and salaries. And then Clay Center, $150,000 for an HVAC project. Altoona Midway, just moving money around. Ellis, $250,000 in salaries. Lions, moving some money around. This is for their after-school and summer programs. Marion, $115,000 for curriculum. Copeland, $109,000 for salaries. Liberal, $2.1 million for an HVAC project. Kismet, $135,000 for curriculum and PD. And so the net change you'll see there is that $6.8 million based on what was previously approved. With those changes, it drops our teaching and learning down to 80% because, as you saw, there were some pretty big ticket item HVAC projects included in those changes. So it did drop us from 81% to 80% based on those.
Any additional questions? Okay. And as a reminder, those task force meetings are available on YouTube. You can watch them almost live Friday afternoons.
I think they are live.
Got a couple minute delay there, right? Okay. Betty, I welcome that motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district for ESSER 3 expenditure plans and change request as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Thank you. Second? Ann? Those in favor, raise your hand. 7 opposed? Abstain? I have 8 and 2 abstentions. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And we have action on licensure regulations. Welcome, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and now it is good afternoon. Members of the board, Commissioner Watson. You have, I believe this has been added to your desktop on your computers. The actual version of the regulations that you're voting on. I know that there's at least 2 versions that were included in the packet. What is on the overhead now and what is on your desktop is the actual version that was published several months ago and was republished again last month. At this point, the public hearing technically has concluded. I would share with you, and I believe that's already been passed out to you, Fort Hays State University, that has operated the driver's education program for the past few years. They did submit a letter to you in support of driver's education as an endorsement. That's printed out, and that was, I believe, handed out by Barbara while you were taking photographs. I just want to make sure you were aware of that.
as well as the other documents that were provided in testimony. Madam Chairman, I believe a board member has a question. I don't know if you want me to address it now or.
Is that you?
Thank you. I've gotten several inquiries too from districts wanting to know if we're moving on this today so they can get their driver's ed program going. But if we would vote this down, then all that comes to a halt, right?
Yeah, that was, so there are two major considerations that I think I need to remind you of. The first one is driver's education in the public schools. We've been operating for the last couple of years on a good faith basis that the State Board of Education wants driver's education to be an endorsement, and that is something that a teacher in a high school can teach. Doesn't have to be a high school, but generally it is. If the state board today does not approve these regulations, that means you do not want an endorsement for high school or any teachers, pardon me, to teach driver's education, which means driver's education being offered by public schools functionally would stop. The only people that would be eligible to teach driver's education in a public school are those that already have this as endorsement, and they would have had to have earned this endorsement about 23 years ago and never let their license expire, because those are the only ones that have the endorsement, or those that have a substitute teaching license that have experience teaching driver's education in the last 5 years. That all stems from the driver's education program regulation that's not in front of you. But those are the requirements that were passed by the state board decades ago on what it takes to teach driver's education in public schools. So, Madam Chair, to Ann's question, yes. A no vote or a failure to pass today means that there is no more driver's education. You're saying no, you don't want an endorsement for driver's education. The second thing that I would point out is the direct route for certain school specialists. Again, based on a good faith basis, individuals have been able to get their school specialist, counselor license, whichever one it is, without having to have an initial teaching license for a certain amount of time before they could get that specialist license. That was a request that was made several years ago that many people have been relying on. Most of the changes, as we've already talked about, and I know we're over time and I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to address, at the very least, the written testimony and the comments that you've received, because this is when we talk about them for the public hearing. You do have a letter from the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations where they wrote that they are pleased with the efforts of the State Board of Education, and really their only comment was to point out that legislation had not been passed which stems these changes in the regulations. That's absolutely true. 98% of your regulatory changes are not based on changes in legislation. It's just a fact. You are going to, as a matter of fact, later today, you're going to hear from me again on graduation requirements that are going to be in action by the state board and not in response to legislation. There was a letter from, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher her last name, Ms. Is it Macha or Macha? Those, you have the letter. I believe most of her concerns were on process and clarity because the document had not been published on the KSDE website. I believe that's been resolved. We've attempted to answer those particular questions in the past meetings. I have not received any questions from anyone in the past several months. If you still have those questions, we're more than happy to answer them. Then, Danny, you had also written a letter to the state board. You had provided written testimony. I believe, and I hope that we've addressed those questions as well. You raised the point at the time, I believe it was in December, that the regulations had not been published on the agency website. That's been fixed, right? And we've published those several times. And then the letter from Fort Hays State University asking you to adopt the regulations. And the final comment I think I would make, and Madam Chair, I'd stand for questions if there are any. Not one person has told you to not adopt the regulations. Everyone has said that this is a good idea to adopt these regulations. And for that reason, on behalf of the State Department of Education, I ask you to vote in favor of formally adopting the regulations that you have before you.
Commissioner.
So I want to come back to the joint committee and their letter. You are so different than the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce. You have self-executing powers given to you by the Constitution. They do not. So what generally happens in all other agencies, there's a piece of legislation that's passed, and then they're charged with writing regulations around that. In this case, and you'll see this afternoon, I think it'll be a lot clearer. Years ago, the state board said, can you clean up this language around driver's ed and direct entry? And then that started the process to write regulations on your behalf in order to go into effect. You'll see that clearly on graduation, which is one of those things that's been passed. So I know it can be confusing because other agencies generally respond to a piece of legislation. We generally respond to your desire to enter something into regulations, and then we craft those, and they go through a very legal Attorney General process. So just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, and let me start off by saying I am absolutely in support of driver's education being offered, not just because of no other means, but there are students that cannot afford private education, and that's a biggie. Public schools is the only place that they actually can get the driver's education. So certainly I'm in support of that. But my question, though, is fits in, but it's kind of an aside. I know that local boards, because when I served on the board at 259, that was discontinued as a budget-saving initiative. This still would keep it open for those districts that have other means, but can still bring that back to the school. This would ensure that, or am I off track?
So if I understand your question
Okay.
correctly, and this does not change the ability for students to receive instruction in driver's education from, I'm just going to call them businesses, the commercial driving schools. This does not impact that ability at all. What this does is return the ability for high schools to lawfully offer driver's education. And functionally, in all honesty, that's the only change that it makes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just if you'll give me a little latitude here, as I read through these and just honestly trying to understand some of the verbiage and the different definitions on this 200 beginning part. And I'm just gonna have to read what I typed out because it was trying to get a handle on it. So I'm just looking for clarification. So on part of it, it said on I, early adolescence through late adolescence and adulthood, which is grades 6 through 12. Early childhood on J was birth to grade 3. K, early childhood through late adolescence and adulthood was pre-K to grade 12. Early childhood through late childhood was pre-K to grade 6. Late childhood through early adolescence, grade 5 to grade 8. So on J, early childhood means something different than early childhood in K and L. And then late childhood in L means something different than late childhood in W. And I just don't understand why that would be the case.
It's the same thing as an apple, it's not the same thing as a banana, it's not the same thing as an orange, it's not the same thing as a watermelon. They are four completely separate terms. What you don't want to do, and it's a habit, right? You read early childhood, and you assume that that early childhood gets put into the phrase early childhood through late adolescence. So if I'm understanding your question right, you're thinking, well, there should be any level, birth through grade 3 plus pre-K, and that's not it. They are different phrases. And yeah, they are just completely separate phrases, and you should take the meaning of each phrase without reference to any other defined phrase.
Okay. Interesting. So on elementary education, well, early childhood unified, when you add the unified, though, it is still birth to grade 3, and it includes the special education, if I understood correctly. And then elementary education, so pre-K to grade 6. So, but elementary education wasn't previously defined, so I found that a little interesting. Anyway, I found it interesting because to me, things were just, didn't flow very well. So probably my ignorance, I appreciate that, but when you're talking, you know, when you're reading through definition of terms, you're looking for things to define, so.
And Madam Chair, in all candor, no, things almost never flow very well in regulations. People ask the question, why does it take 4 years to come up with regulations? That's why.
Yeah.
Trying to get consistent language to where there's not a conflict later on. Yeah, no, I don't have a great answer for you on that. That's just what we have to go through when we adopt regulations.
Okay, and one more, if I may, I'm sorry. Local education agency. Can you help me understand that term?
Sure. And keep in mind, your question sparked something that I meant to mention earlier. The only thing that you're voting on today is the underlying language and the struck out language. So local education and LEA, that means any governmental agency authorized or required by state law to provide education to children, okay? Generally, we refer to LEAs as school districts. But as you know, you also accredit private schools and private school systems, which aren't school districts. So that does include your unified school districts, or your cooperatives, or your interlocal agreements, the state schools, or state school institutions, which would be the state school for the deaf and the blind, those two institutions. Or it could be the governing body of a private school. That also would be considered a local education agency. Hopefully that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Anne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt proposed amendments to its teacher licensure regulations, KAR 91-1-200, 201, 202, 203, 204, and 209.
Second from Jim McNeese. This one requires a roll call vote. So I will start at the end of the table with Anne.
Aye.
Aye.
Danny?
Abstain.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
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 Aye.
Thank you. Barbara, did you get all of those? That's a vote of 6 yeses, 4 abstentions. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I believe we are at lunch until 1:30. Am I missing anything before I let everyone go? That is it. See you back here at 1:30. We're in.
Then we'll come and get you.
All right, our next item is legislative matters, an update on the 2023 Kansas legislative session. Welcome, Craig Nineswander.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Welcome to the afternoon. Might spend just a minute talking about where we are in the legislative process. If you happen to run into a legislator the next day or two, they're going to be a little frenzied, perhaps. The clock is ticking for them to turn around, which means they need to get the bills out of their committee and out of the House of Origin by next week. So committees will stop to meet next Tuesday. So their time is short, and there are a lot of bills out there. You're probably well aware of that if you've been following them a little bit. Some of which have moved out of committee, some have not. So as a result, there are a lot of hearings scheduled this week. Some are going on right now in some of our education committees. And then there will be time for the committee to work the bills and see if they can move them out of committee or not. So I hope I didn't throw you off today. I didn't bring a paper copy handout for you, which is tradition for us. So yeah, we're just online. This is, if you haven't had a chance to use this yet, this is on the school finance website. And if you go on to that website and click on legislation, then you can click on the follow bills list, and that's literally what this is. It's just a thumbnail sketch of each of the bills that we're following. Hopefully all of them that we think pertains to education, and we keep it updated at least weekly. So if you ever want to check in, that's a good place to do it. You can obviously get the full text of any of these bills on the legislature's website. But this can give you a little bit of a starting point for things you may be interested in. So I'm just going to touch on a few of them this afternoon, and as you have questions either about them or about others, feel free to ask. And in a lot of cases, Dina and Ann will be able to tell you more than I can about some of them, but we'll try to get questions answered and touch on a few of the primarily newer ones, since we've had some updates as the session has gone along. Senate Bill 122 is also the same bill as House Bill 2223, and I just mentioned that because it will remove the sunset for the high density at risk weighting. Currently that weighting sunsets July 1 of 2024. In the governor's recommended budget, she extends it for 1 year, so it would carry on until July 1 of 2025. This bill and its companion in the House removes it entirely. Now, I'll clarify, that doesn't mean it goes on forevermore. The entire formula actually sunsets in 2027. So there has been some discussion of why not just leave this without the sunset, and it can sunset with the rest of the formula. So that's what 122 is dealing with. The bill right under that, Senate Bill 128, has had a hearing in the Senate Tax Committee. It establishes what you can read there, the Ad Astra Opportunity Tax Credit. And it might help, I say you can read there, that's not blown up very large. To provide an income tax credit for taxpayers who have eligible children not enrolled in a public school. So they're attending a private school, either accredited or non-accredited. They would qualify. And by not enrolled in a public school, that includes those students that attend part-time in private school, part-time in public. If you're attending any time at all in a public school, you're not eligible for this tax credit. And the credit is worth the base state aid per pupil in the tax year that you're claiming it. So if it were in place for this current tax year, private school parents would have a tax credit of $4,846 that would just lower their tax burden. If the taxes they owe the state are less than $4,846, they receive the difference as a refund, the way the bill's currently written. Now, during testimony, they heard a lot of suggestions about, can that be a carry forward rather than a refund? Can it just be capped at whatever the amount of the tax credit or the tax liability is that the parent has rather than the additional money being paid out. So I'm not sure how that may play forward. But Senator Tyson, who chairs the committee, did indicate that they do plan to work that bill at some point before the session's over. Next one to touch on is 155. Just so you're aware, that's the appropriations bill. And again, there's a companion bill in the House. So all the money that the state plans to spend for the next 2 years will be contained in that bill. And at the moment, that includes education. For the past few years, the education funding has been pulled out into a separate bill that includes policy for education. But as it sits now, K-12 education, including this agency, is included in the appropriations with the rest of the state, which is the way it had been done prior to just a few years ago. 167, just to make you aware that this bill is there, requires school district employees to have 1 hour of training if you have a student in your building who has an identified seizure disorder. So all employees in that building that might reasonably come into contact with that student, which in most cases would be most employees, would participate in this training. There is training online that is 1 hour long. So there's a virtual training opportunity available provided by one of the associations that works with students with seizure disorders. So that bill is out there. It would add to a list of other trainings that employees are required to have on an annual basis. One that we're interested in as an agency, Senate Bill 226, authorizes educational agencies to disclose student data for the purpose of conducting research contracted for by an educational agency. Currently, with the Student Data Privacy Act and with the federal FERPA, we are limited in the data we can provide to organizations that are doing research, even if we've asked them to do the research. So for example, this summer, for the Mental Health Intervention Team Pilot Program, we were tasked by the legislature with having a third party do some research on that program and determine how effective or efficient it was and what we could do differently to improve the program. Wichita State received the bid to do that and was limited in the amount of data that they could get because we were limited in the amount of data we could release. So this bill would relax that a little bit if it's for research purposes that we have requested and need to have done. House bills. 2060 has passed out of committee. The K-12 Education Budget Committee has already passed this one. It establishes a special education and related services funding task force. So it's just what it sounds like, a task force to look at how special education is funded and make recommendations back to the legislature on whether that can be improved and if there are other issues dealing with special education that need to be addressed. The state board would appoint 1 member to that task force. The State Department of Ed would appoint 2 members to the task force out of a 10-member task force, I believe. 2018, yeah. Where'd I lose that one? My apologies, I'm out of order. Actually, I think I've got a typo. Yeah, I should have put it on paper, shouldn't I? Thanks. I knew I'd mess it up. It's the Aspiring Future Teacher of the Year Scholarship Program. And I think 2081, that sounds better. So 2081, yeah, there it is, would create scholarships for students who are going to college with the intent of becoming teachers. And it's referred to as the Aspiring Teacher of the Year Scholarship because the criteria would be based on prior Teachers of the Year and the Teacher of the Year team. And it would be identified by the commissioner what those criteria would be. The department would be responsible for managing the program. It is limited to 8 students each year. So it's not going to solve our teaching crisis immediately, but it's certainly helpful to be able to identify students and somewhat grow our own and help them as they go through college. So that's 2081, now that we see it in writing. 2195 deals with capers, and I've lost my mouse. There we go. And it's not on my list. The hearing for that, Ann, is that tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Currently, when a CAPERS covered employee retires, if they want to return to work in a CAPERS position, they have to wait for a specific time. And the time you wait depends on your age. If you're under 62, you wait for 6 months before you can be employed by a CAPERS entity. If you're 62 or over, you wait for 60 days, and then you can return to work. The reason for that is an IRS issue. The IRS will tell you if there's no break in service, you don't really have a retirement system. And that has some tax implications that go with it for the retiree. So there's that break in service. When the employee returns, and this is an issue for retiring teachers, we're in a point in time where we're having trouble finding enough teachers to fill gaps. There are retirees out there who may be willing to come back. They wait their given time. When they return, the requirements through CAPERS are the first $25,000 they earn in a calendar year is charged to CAPERS just as all other employees at the same rate that all other employees pay, which is about 13.7. The employer pays that percent. I'm sorry, 13.7%. After 25,000, the percent jumps to 30%. It's a surcharge. And that's to help offset the additional costs when people retire early, the fact that not as many are paying into retirement and so forth. This bill would change that and raise the $25,000 amount to $35,000. So there would be a longer time, a larger paycheck before you had to start paying the surcharge, before the employer had to start paying that. In many school districts, not in all, but in many, the employee, the teacher in this case, will negotiate a lower salary so that the district's not paying full salary plus the 30% surcharge on top of it. The employee is still collecting CAPERS, they're collecting the salary, so many of them feel like they're still coming out ahead to do that. There's a lot of different ways that's resolved. So that would help a little bit for those employees returning from retirement. The big help potentially would be that from July 1 of 23, this summer, until December 31st of 24, so for a year and a half, there would be no surcharge applied to anybody regardless of the earnings. So it makes it a little easier for school districts to hire retirees and maybe a little more attractive for the retiree to come back and take that teaching position or any other position within the district for that matter. So that's 2195. $2218 has passed committee, but it's been amended a little bit. That is, if you can read it there, the Sunflower Education Equity Act. So that's the savings account that would be established for a student in private school in the amount of the base payment that students could then use to pay tuition, to pay for other educational services as they attend private school. The amendments that were made would phase that in over a 3-year time period based on income. The bill, as it was originally introduced and as it will eventually be in place, there's no income limits to the students that it applies to. It applies to any student who is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school in Kansas. So any student is eligible. If I attend private school this year, I'm still eligible to enroll in public school. So all those students currently enrolled in private school would be eligible to participate in this, and their parents would have an account with the base amount of funding, which next year will be $5,103, available to them, each of those students. The way the bill was amended, those students who are currently enrolled in private school would be phased in over that 3-year time period. So the state would not take the full cost of that in one step. That committee, that bill has passed the K-12 Education Budget Committee, so it's on the way to the floor. And as I mentioned, they're approaching turnaround. So any bills that are on their way to the floor need to be addressed by that specific chamber by next Friday, by the end of the day, a week from this Friday. And then they'll be on their way to the other chamber. 2224 is a little interesting because we haven't seen one like this for a while anyway. It increases the number of school days and hours that a child has to go to school. Currently, schools have to provide 1,116 hours of instruction or 186 days. So where'd 1,116 come from? 186 days for 6 hours a day gives you 1,116 hours. So that's what's required now. Every district chooses the 1,116 hours. We don't have anybody that has chosen the 186-hour option. This bill would change that so that you would be required to attend school for 195 days, 8 hours each day. No hour option, no other flexibility. Currently, schools are allowed to count the time spent in parent-teacher conferences as part of that 1,116 hours. They are allowed to count half of their professional development time as part of the 1,116 hours. That's not allowed under this bill. It's just a flat 195 days with kids in school for 8 hours a day. Or, I believe, in a nod to those districts we have that do 4 days a week, they can do 156 days for 10 hours each day. You can see that a hearing is scheduled for tomorrow on that bill. Couple of bills I'll lump together because they're very similar. 2236 and 2248 both deal with parents' rights to direct their child's education, and they have very similar language. One deals with the parent's right to see the materials and the curriculum that are being used in the school and requires the boards to adopt, the local boards to adopt policies on those materials. One deals with the parent's right to intervene and remove their child from that course or that program if it interferes with their beliefs. So 2236, 2248, many school districts will tell you parents already have the right to see all their curriculum and materials and supplies. This would put it in statute. $22.51, fourth year in a row on this bill, and to date has not had a hearing scheduled. The description doesn't really describe what it is very well. Authorizes the department to contract with a private vendor to install and operate school bus cameras. Currently in law, motorists must stop if a school bus is picking up students. So if the school bus stops and is picking up a student, that's where the stop arm swings out on the side of a bus. When you see that, you're required to stop, regardless of which direction you're traveling, behind the bus or meeting the bus. You stop and wait. The enforcement of that requires, in current law, a law enforcement officer to actually see the person who's driving when they run that stop arm. and then be able to apply the bill, or I'm sorry, apply the law and enforce it. The purpose of this bill, and it's been used in other states, there are vendors that will install cameras on the stop arm so that when the stop arm swings out, it activates the camera. If a car passes from either direction, they'll be caught on video. This bill then would make the driver of that vehicle responsible. It's the same theory that the turnpike uses. When you drive through the turnpike gate, they assess that cost to the owner of that vehicle, not the driver. This operates the same way. We would use the highway patrol as a reviewer of any video that a driver passed while the stop arm was out, and enforce it that way. It's a civil penalty, not a criminal penalty. And as I said, this is, Jim, do you remember, is this the 4th year already? 4th year that the bill has been in place. It's had hearings before. It did not have one last year, and so far it does not have one scheduled this year. We have literally, and I can say because our school bus, as it happens, our school bus staff is the one that does the survey nationally for the number of vehicles that run stop arms. We did a little more thorough one in Kansas when this bill originally came out 4 years ago, and literally hundreds pass on that stop arm every day. Sometimes on the right side of the bus, which if you think about it, that's the side of the bus the kids are getting on, off and on. And if a child steps off that bus while a car goes driving by, that's not good. We have, since this bill has been introduced, we have had one fatality in Kansas because of running the stop arm on a bus. Okay, 2271 is in response to House Bill 2567 last year that required districts to have open enrollment so that a student from any neighboring district could attend any school they so chose. That has not gone into effect until next year, but they've got a year now to work out some kinks and maybe make some suggestions. So one of the concerns school districts had, the way the open enrollment requirement works is it's strictly a lottery. If I set the number of students that I can have in 3rd grade, I set my class size at 25. If I've only got 22 students, then I accept applications and I draw names out of a hat or whatever system you choose for lottery for those 3 kids to get in. No favoritism or no chance to pre-select students. So a number of districts have a concern because currently, if they have staff members who live in another district, they will allow them to bring their children to school in the district they're working in. That's a benefit to the staff. 2271 addresses that and would allow that to happen in the new law. So it's a response to some of the concern that teachers had, I'm sorry, that school districts had. And that hearing, I believe, is this afternoon. (2315) is about offering instruction on life skills. And the key word there is offer. It would require that school districts offer instruction on life skills for middle school and high school students. Students are not required to take the course. It would be an elective. School districts can offer it as a standalone course or they can integrate it into courses they already offer. And the State Department of Ed would be responsible for providing support for school districts as they needed it. So it would not be a graduation requirement. It would not be required for promotion to the next grade. It's strictly an elective, but it must be offered. 2343, you'll have a lot of school districts and probably other municipalities interested in this. Currently, when you have to have a legal publication posted, you have to do it in a newspaper. This would allow school districts and others to do that on a website. The reason that's an issue is timing. In an awful lot of communities, newspapers publish once a week. And most requirements for publication are, for instance, school district budgets. You have to publish it 10 days before you have the hearing, which is all well and good. You can back up 10 days and then however many days you need before that to make sure it gets in the paper. But if there's a mistake in that process somewhere and you have to start the clock over, you may not have another 10 days to get it published again a week later before you have your hearing. That caused some problems last year, particularly with the revenue neutral rate that school districts now have to deal with and other municipalities in order to have the ability to assess taxes at the level they believe they need. Some mistakes were made, responsibility of a number of different entities, and as a result, we had 2 or 3 districts ended up having 2 revenue neutral rate hearings because nobody was real sure which publication carried the day as far as when it should be held. So they had them more than once. If they can do it on the website, it cleans up that timing quite a bit and would help, like I say, most municipalities out, not just school districts. 2359. The Sunflower Teacher Student Mentor Program sets up a pilot program. I say pilot because the first year it's only going to be in 4 different school districts that would provide a mentor for a teacher, or for a student who intends to go into education while they're in grades 7 through 11. So each district would identify up to 5 students in each of those grade levels. If it's a large district, you'd be limited to 3 middle schools and 2 high schools where that would occur. Each student would have a teacher serving as a mentor. The state would pay the teacher mentor a $500 stipend each semester. The state would provide $500 for the student to use for tutoring service and other educational services. And the obvious intent is to help encourage those students, again, to grow your own, to become teachers as they move along. 2382, and I won't pretend to be able to tell you everything that's in this bill, establishes the School District Board of Education Member Free Speech and Transparency Act, just as it says. For local school boards, a local board member, and I hope I'm quoting this right, I've got a copy of the bill, but I don't want to read it to you, would not be able to cut anyone off that was addressing the board. Any issue that a board member wanted to add to the agenda prior to the meeting would have to be added to the agenda. And the thing that may cause the most concern for some school board members, if you use your private electronic device, so your own phone or your own laptop, and you happen to use that to text or email another board member, then your communications on that device become an open record, subject to request from anybody that would like to see them. There are a number of other issues in there, but that's 2382. Another one that I'm not sure is on our list yet, but there's a hearing going on right now as we speak, 2278. There it is. Requires audits, safe and secure school audits of school districts. So every school district would send their crisis plan to our safe and secure school team to be reviewed. And then in following years, our team would go out and visit a specific number of schools and actually determine if they're following the crisis plan, are there issues they're missing that they need to follow up on. Just an opportunity to make sure that schools are as well educated as possible about how to keep their buildings safe and their students and faculty safe. That hearing is being held now in House Education. And I'll stop there, and Ann and Dina can tell you what I've left out, or if you've got any questions that they can address, or I will.
Well, Dina's and my job is to be there every day and sit in on the hearings that we think are most relevant to what the board has said is our priorities. There are a lot of things going on we might be interested in, but we don't have a legislative priority, so we don't weigh in on all of these bills. But we have, making some notes, we did testify in person against both of the tax credit bills, which would give individuals and corporations up to a 100% tax credit, up to $500,000 a year if they donate to these scholarship funds that go to private school students. And we also testified against, or Dina did, against the savings account and against the tax credit, the one that just hands out $5,000 checks to anybody in private or homeschool. I also testified against Eddie Eagle, which would, not that we don't like gun safety, if you're familiar with the NRA's Eddie Eagle program, it's a gun firearm safety thing for mostly younger kids, and we all like gun safety. The problem is this prescribes a curriculum that says the state board will implement in all schools if they want to do that. If you want to do gun safety, you have to do it this way, and we'll make you do it, which clearly crosses the line into our purview. I mean, the fact is, there are a lot of schools doing gun safety already. They're using the curriculum they want, and you know, that's fine with us. So I don't know where that one will go. We testified on the trans kids in sports bill, not pro or con, but just to say this needs to be left to Keisha and its members because that's who knows best what should happen. We did testify against the interstate compact. You know, we voted, well, we didn't actually vote at all. Remember, nobody would make a motion last month about the interstate compact. And a bill was filed in the legislature. So I testified to them that by the Constitution and by law, teacher licensure is our job, not theirs. And that if we take a look at this thing and really like it, we'll do it. We may implement, you know, we have a lot of options like we talked about last month about what to do with that. But kindly ask them to let us decide what we want to do with this compact and let us do our job. I think Dina testified on the Parental Bill of Rights. We actually testified for some things, the expanded Promise Act, because they added education, secondary and elementary education as areas of study that students could get scholarships for, which is great. Means you could get your first 2 years practically for free. We testified in favor of paying for tests in high school for those trying to get a tech ed certificate in high school. State used to pay for those, and there's a proposal to have them do that again, so that's really good. And tomorrow morning I'll testify in favor of raising that cap and capers so maybe we can get some retirees back. It is hard to sit there every day and listen to some of the committee chairs just bash and bash and bash public schools with lies and distortions. And gosh, we've had some teachers up there who've just really brave to go in front of those committees, and they get beat up as well. But just know we're there every day fighting the good fight for kids and public schools, and enjoying it in a weird kind of way.
I might clarify that on the bill that had to do with Keisha, we did written only on it. We thought that probably you wouldn't win no matter which side you were coming at that one. And what we wanted to promote was that Keisha is the governing body in that arena, and we believe they ought to be the ones making that decision. And in fact, they already have a policy that seems to be working. For your information, there are 8 girls who are trans boys there are 3 boys who are trans girls, and none of them are making any kind of waves athletically. So you can go on the CASHA website and read the policy. It's only on the website, so it's not in their book. So it's meant to be a guide for the school districts to use. And with, sort of like Ann said, no matter what we were listening to in K-12, there usually was something brought up that had to do with whether our students were proficient or not, and how many were not proficient. And that was their focus. The 128, it took 3 days. And actually being able to go till 11 o'clock instead of 10:30 for that particular tax and assessment committee. So that was rather interesting. And again, the proficiency of our students became one of the issues for actually the same individual that brings it up every time in Senate Ed. But anyway, it is an interesting bill because instead of it being a tax credit for corporations, so what we normally have seen, it's a bill to give the money back to the parents. So it's a tax credit directly to individual taxpayers. So it's a different focus than we've seen in the past. And I would guess it will more than likely find its way to the floor. Those committees are usually set up to get those kinds of things to the floor. What happens on the floor is another picture, but more than likely it will find its way to the House.
Ann and Dina, I want to thank you for all of the work that you're doing across the street. I know that it's a huge lift, and more this year, probably any year prior. So thank you both for everything that you're doing to represent our board and defend those legislative priorities that we agreed upon. So really appreciate it. I do have one question for you, Craig. I don't see any, now that I was just getting ready to say, I don't see any other questions. There's one other question. But on Senate Bill 128 and Senate Bill 128, House Bill 2218, do we have any idea what a fiscal note would look like?
Really good question. The issue on any bill that applies to all private schools, either accredited or non-accredited, we don't know how many non-accredited private school students there are. We don't know how many non-accredited private schools there are, much less students. When a non-accredited private school begins, they're required to notify the State Department of Ed of their address and a contact. And that's the last contact they're required to have with us. So we don't know how many students they have to start. If 3 years down the road they no longer are operating, we don't know that either. So as a result, we have close to 40,000 non-accredited private schools on our list. We don't know how many of those are still active. And that number sounds really high. Understand that a homeschool is considered technically a non-accredited private school. So if I choose to keep my students at home with me, I've become a non-accredited private school. So that does inflate that number quite a bit. But again, they are not required to tell us when they leave. we don't know who the students are. So getting,
Individual bill that we say, this bill has been voted on by the board. It's a general philosophy, I guess you could say, philosophical statement.
Okay, moving on. We're gonna move on.
Okay, yeah.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig, do you know on, I think it's SB 128, if I am a resident of Kansas, pay taxes in Kansas, let's say I live on Rowe Avenue near State Line Road, so it's near Missouri, and I get that credit, and then I send my child over to a private school on the Missouri side. Do we have any, is there gonna be an audit on that as far as where, I mean, if the money's following the child or the tax credit's just coming back to the parent, what's to say that tax dollars can't move out of the state?
so the
Because they're going to a
bill,
private school on the Missouri side.
yes, the bill defines a qualified school, and I believe it says it must be in Kansas.
I
But
didn't
in
see
answer to your question, how do you audit it? Yes, I could be wrong. They may not have got that in there. The responsibility for how the money is spent and making sure it's being used appropriately will lie with the state treasurer's office.
So the state treasurer, so the parent will be held accountable for how that child's doing. If it's money's following the child, then instead of following the school, it's gonna go right to the child and it's gonna follow the parents and figure out what they're doing with that money and if they're deeming that education is gonna be deemed by the state treasurer.
Yes,
Instead of following the school, it's gonna now follow directly to the child and to the parents being accountable.
the money is always in the parent's name, but it's or the parent is the one that has access to the money. They have access to it because of the child, so.
I just wanted to throw that out there so that people knew it'd be going right to the child and not to the school. So they'll be following the child.
Thank you, Craig.
Certain.
Next up, we have Dr. Lori Curtis with a presentation on the science of reading. Welcome.
Hello. I'm glad to be here today. Some of you are friends I've spoken with before, some are new, and so I'm glad to be able to share a little bit about the dyslexia initiatives we have going on in the state right now. And I also want to wish you a happy Valentine's Day. Some of you know I'm a recovering kindergarten teacher, and I will say that Valentine's Day was my very favorite holiday because I saw it as more than just a party. It was an opportunity for my students to practice fine motor skills in writing their letters. They were very motivated to write their name neatly and accurately so people would know who sent that card. They worked on fine motor skills and cutting out hearts, and also reading skills as they tried to figure out who had sent them those Valentines. And this is probably what's going on in our schools, some of them in the afternoon today. So I just wanted to wish you all a happy Valentine's Day. I know many of you are very familiar possibly with dyslexia, but I wanted to start today with just a little slide with a little bit of introduction about what dyslexia is and what it is not, and also about the science of reading. The science of reading isn't a curriculum. It's a body of knowledge that informs what we know about how the brain works in learning to read. Sometimes you'll see people use that term and it sounds like it's a curriculum. It is not. Dyslexia is neurobiological in origin. It's a difference in how the brain connects language to print, and it's evidenced by children having specific difficulty in decoding, breaking apart words and reading them, and in encoding, what we would think of as spelling. It is not uncommon. About 20% of our students can have characteristics of dyslexia. And many of those students are not in special education, nor should they be. They're being served by our Tier Core 1 instruction that's going on in our classrooms. It's not caused by poor instruction, but we know from brain research that it can be influenced by good instruction. Another thing is that early identification of risk and intervention are our very best bet. However, people can learn to read at any age. Structured literacy is the model of instruction that research has found can help all students, and it's critical for our students who are struggling with learning to read. They're learning to map print to language and language to print. It's explicit, it's systematic, it's cumulative, and it cannot be addressed by just adding a phonics curriculum on top of what we're doing. It's a very intentional way of teaching. And there are other things beyond dyslexia that can cause students reading difficulty. And as I talk a little bit in this presentation about what is occurring upstairs or across the state, I want you to know I'm not doing this by myself. I have really felt good about the people I have brought on to help me with this work. I am part of the CSAS team. I'm part of the Early Literacy Dyslexia team. And we have both teacher leader consultants, which are part-time employees of KSDE, but they are also working out in the schools in a position. I also have field educators, which are practicing teachers that are helping guide this work. And I've listed some of those there. I just want you to know that I chose these people for very specific reasons. They might be a reading specialist or a speech language pathologist, an excellent classroom teacher, or an administrator. Because I think it's really important to solve this problem with helping children learn to read if we look at it from a lot of different angles, with a lot of different lenses. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about universal screening, how we identify the students that we have in our schools that are at risk for reading difficulty. Currently, what the position is, what's in our dyslexia handbook, is that every student, K-12, is to be screened 3 times a year. And in that information and voted upon by the board were different sub-skill tests that were important, and those still are completely true in value. What was voted on are the sub-tests that we really do know identify kids that are at risk for reading difficulty. But one thing that was done in our dyslexia handbook was it was told that students would be assessed, it was very prescribed, fall, winter, spring, fall. For example, for letter naming fluency. And then for phoneme segmentation, it would be winter, spring, fall of first grade, and it was very prescribed. And what I'll tell you, the challenge with that is there wasn't one screener that would do that. And districts were really struggling to find out what tool they needed to use. So one thing that I would like to change would be for us to continue to expect and require districts to use a valid, reliable screener that has those subtests, but for them to be able to use the technical manual with that screener to identify when those assessments are provided. Because that encourages them to use their data with fidelity. They're looking at it when it was normed for the time of year when it was normed for. It also takes away the request of some having to go out and look for another screener for this time of year and another screener. We want them to use their screeners appropriately as it's identified in the technical manual. So that's something that I would like to see changed as I look towards doing a little bit of revision in our dyslexia handbook so that data is more usable for our districts. Also, as you saw, it says every student K-12 is assessed. And there are some concerns about what that looks like for our secondary students. So what I've done since I've been here, and for those of you who are also new, I'm pretty new too. I've only been here just a little over a year. What I did is I spoke with researchers. I've contacted the research folks at Fastbridge. I've talked to a lot of educators across the state to find out where is the advantage? What do we need to be doing with our secondary students? Because we don't want to miss one student. And I hate to tell you, we have students at middle and secondary who aren't reading. So what do we do to not miss them? But what I also heard is concerns from districts saying, I can't test my seniors. They're out doing work-based work. I can't, these students that are scoring high on our state assessments and they've never screened with any risk, we're being asked to continue to screen them. And that didn't make sense for me either. And as I looked at the research and reached out to other people who know the research, I would like to make some changes with that too. So it becomes really intentional about who we are identifying is at risk and how to work with them and put our resources towards that. So what I would like to look at is screening all students K-8 3 times a year on those exact sub-skills that the board voted on that were important, according to that technical manual. And then I would like to see that we screen all of our 9th graders in the fall and see how they're doing. And if they have met the 40th percentile, they don't screen at any risk, that we allow a district to then allow them to exit the screening process. For a student that would screen at risk, though, and sometimes you'll hear this, well, that wasn't their day. Oh, they just didn't try on that. That districts would be allowed through the pre-ACT to look at that score as well, because that's a timed reading assessment, and decide, do we really have a concern here, or was that just a bad day? So that would give a second opportunity for us to make sure we aren't missing any kids. And districts at that time of freshman year, if in a lot of those districts, they have data from kids from kindergarten on that they have not had any difficulty. So they would be able to exit that screening process. However, any student who did flag for risk at 9th grade, who was not able to find out that their pre-ACT scores exempted them, they would be provided additional diagnostics to find out exactly what the problem is, and they would then be placed in targeted intervention and continue to be screened and assessed through progress monitoring until they did show they were at benchmark. So those are some changes that I would like to see made. An opportunity to really provide intentional work. I then would I would recommend that we continue exactly how we have been in uploading to our kids' database those sub-scores that we know are important. Phoneme segmentation, we have the spring scores for our kindergarten students uploaded if they're at or below benchmark. Nonsense word reading for our first graders, and oral reading fluency for our second graders. And then I would like to add a comprehension assessment in 8th grade, that last check as we're screening those kids 3 times a year, and have that one last opportunity to make sure we have all of our students reading at benchmark, and if not, be ready to make those interventions. So that would be what I would suggest, looking at what I've noticed and done research on this year, talked to a lot of teachers. This information, I've run it by curriculum directors and those in our school, and I haven't heard anyone speaking negatively about this new idea that I'm bringing to you today. Another way we're approaching our assistance with dyslexia is through the training that occurs in our schools with our teachers. And right now there's 2 types of training. One is the initial 6 hours of dyslexia training that any new teacher must have. And then the other part of that training is for teachers who are practicing, they've been there a while, we require an annual training as identified by their district, knowing their needs and what they choose to do to meet the needs of their district. And those educators that are endorsed, and there's the list you can see of those endorsements, those are the ones who are provided this training. I would say that it might be on the, well, I guess it is on this slide. I would say that I would like to look at that 6 hours of required dyslexia training, because as I look at the slides, it needs to be updated. That was done at the beginning of COVID. It references some things that are now becoming outdated. And I also think it might be really important for us to look at a couple of different ways or tracks, if you will, or modules, because I think what information that administrators need to have is one set of information. I think what our practicing teachers need to be aware of is another. And I just think there are ways that we can, and also I would like to look at higher education, what that might look like for their modules. So I'd like to kind of look at providing different types of targeted training as we revamp and revise the dyslexia training that is required. So with the goal of not missing any student, what I've just kind of run by you is looking at that universal screening K-8 and then again in 9th grade and validating those scores. Adding a comprehension check to our kids' data that is uploaded from our districts to the state. And on the superintendent's report, right now it just says, are you providing that required dyslexia training? But there's really two questions there. The initial 6 hours for all our new teachers and our practicing teachers. So I would like to add, I'm planning on adding a question about that just to clarify that, to make sure both are being provided. And then to include working along with schools in their MTSS systems to make sure that we have strong core instruction going on. And the team that I'm working with, we do a lot with professional learning around that, and continue to provide that professional learning. So some of that professional learning, these are some of the things that we have been doing this year. Yesterday, it was I guess I'll say a long day for me, but not as long as probably for some. We did a full day of professional learning on what a 90-minute structured literacy block should look like. And districts could come on with their whole team, or they could come on individually, teachers. We had, it was 11 districts that brought teams to that. It was a virtual day where they looked at how to make sure their curriculum was aligned with structured literacy, and if it was missing something, what did they need to do? And so that was offered via Zoom. We've done that throughout the state in different locations, and I would prefer that, being in person and sitting at the tables. But it really met the need for some of our districts who couldn't send people or travel, so they were able to do that yesterday. You can see some of these other titles. Most of these things, we are also then putting them, takes a while to make sure they're all closed captioned and everything, but then put them on the dyslexia webpage for KSDE so that other districts at other times can access this information. Part of what I'm doing is also working with higher education, and we have received all of the assurance forms from the educator preparation programs regarding how they're using the standards, the professional learning standards, to include the science of reading, making sure that's in their programs. So part of also what I do is when a school is going through, a university is going through their program review, getting ready for their accreditation, then I come down here, usually in this room, and I look at what they are doing for the science of reading. I look at the assessment that they're using. I look at where in their classes and their coursework they're assessing these items that we're requiring. And then also I've met with unit heads to encourage them to utilize letters training, and I'm actually meeting with the university on Friday to work on other ways we can partner to make sure that our pre-service teachers are coming out with information about the science of reading. And to be real honest, and some of you maybe who don't know, I spent 15 years in an elementary classroom, but I was 14 years in higher education. And what I learned through that, and the reason, and some of you heard me repeatedly say when Dr. Watson talked about a position that would take P through 16 plus and get everyone on the same page, that's why I'm here. I was happily early retired, but I came back because this is important. This is important work, and I believe in this work. So, but one thing I learned as a classroom teacher, student interns would come to me, and yes, I thought, why don't they know all of this? They should know this. However, I will say this, when you're in the higher ed position and you see a very limited amount of coursework that you have, and they go out to do their practicums, our teachers, no matter how good the information I give is, and I will be the one that says we should have done better, but when we go out and we put them in a practicum classroom, they often go right to whatever that classroom teacher is doing or how they were taught. And that might be great. If they're in a mentor classroom that is amazingly strong at providing structured literacy, we're in a good position. But if they're not, no matter what I've taught in higher ed is going to stick, because they want to be that practicing teacher. They aspire to be who they see in front of that class. So it really does need to be a cohesive process to get everyone on the same page. And it isn't going to be easy. It's not going to be fast, but we're working on it. And I'm just going to share, to cut me off. I'm just going to share one little story. Well, I can go to the next slide before I do this. Maybe. Hold on to this thought. I'll be back. I'm going to talk about the Literacy Advisory Council. So when I was here the last time and we talked about continuing the work of the Dyslexia Task Force on, we talked about that rather than just looking at what the Dyslexia Task Force has done, to broaden that to a Literacy Advisory Council. So it would take what the dyslexia initiatives were, but expand it through all of our students, enhancing their literacy skills. So I've worked to do, and we talked about that, and you said yes, and I said okay. So we've done that. We've put it together, and the first meeting was held January 26th, and there was Dr. Proctor was there. It was held via Zoom. Teachers, parents, administrators, school specialists, organization representatives like from the Reading League. And what I did is all of your districts were included. There's people from Syracuse, Kansas, or all over. I tried to get people from large school districts, small districts, administrators that were in large buildings, small buildings. So we brought everyone together and talked to them. And I actually talked to them about the screening considerations that I would like, that I brought, to discuss today. And I think that's the way to move things forward, is to get lots of people understanding what the issues are. So we understand where the pitfalls might be or where the problems are from a lot of different lenses. So I asked them, what do you feel is our greatest challenge for improving our literacy scores? What do you feel are the two most important things we can do to increase literacy achievement? And other things that they could offer for me. And I really got meaningful feedback. I've read it from 37 different participants. I'm just now starting to really analyze it. I will say that professional learning and making sure higher ed and our classroom teachers are on the same page, using great structured literacy, professional learning is really important. They spoke about letters training and the value of that kind of come to the surface. I'm still looking at that data. And the purpose of that is actually to lead my work, to help me with my work, to make sure it's meaningful for the field, and also to help answer any questions that you might have. So what I started with, this is why I was excited. At the end of that meeting, one of the professors from a small private college who prepares teachers asked if she could stay on and ask me a question. And I said, absolutely. So she stayed on. But there were other people that were curious, right? They wanted to know, especially those people that don't think higher ed maybe are doing all of the things. They wanted to know what this was about. So they stayed on, which was fine. But the question was, from this faculty member, can I get some data, what it really looks like for student data? Can I look at some of that so I can show that to my students so they know what to be looking for? They understand what they're going to see with student data so they know and they're prepared to come into the classroom. And how could we have a practicing teacher come and talk to my students at my institution to help bring them up to speed. So when they come in, they understand what FastBridge data should look like and what do we identify as needs based on the data. So I was just so encouraged by that, right? That opened up an opportunity for higher ed to partner with our practicing teachers, and we can sure take black markers and mark out names in anything identifying and let our pre-service teachers see this is what a report from one of our universal screeners would look like. This is what it would teach you and show you, but this is what then you would need to do. What are your next steps? So that was part of what came out of this conversation with the Literacy Advisory Council. The other looking forward piece is we are in the development of a pilot assessment that'll be optional for our second grade students. And this is being created, it'll be brief, it will be 2 kind of 30-minute sessions. It's a bridge assessment so that we look at all of this effort we're putting into our K2 structured literacy pieces and saying, is it working and is it preparing our students for that third grade assessment, and where are we? Where do we need to work right now? So it should be very informing for those teachers to see, yes, they have their skills, they're applying them to the reading and comprehension piece. Because right now, our students that sit for that third grade assessment, they've never seen anything at all like that. And we work on a lot of skills in K2 classrooms, and we want to make sure they can apply it as we move forward to the state assessments. So for collaborative efforts kind of going forward, we're working on curriculum alignment to make sure we include structured literacy and that it's clearly and explicitly noted in our standards. I've really enjoyed working with partners in special education and how our work articulates with those general ed initiatives, like for our dyslexia students, with those who are receiving special education services. Also looking at the early childhood piece and how do we prepare our students as they're entering school. We had a webinar recently from an amazing researcher, and that's all up on the KSDE dyslexia page, where she talked about language, developmental language delays, and how often those students who struggle in preschool with language, they will then surface again in 3rd or 4th grade, struggling to read, and how we need to really be working on language skills. So working with my early childhood partners, also for collaboration. And then just the other specialists. We have really smart educators in this state. We have amazing reading specialists. We have great speech language pathologists and teachers and curriculum directors. It's been really a great opportunity for me to work with them. So if you want to learn any more that I can't answer in your questions today, there's always our dyslexia handbook. I am going to look at keeping that updated and revised once especially the screening process is revisited. And then also you're welcome to look at the KSDE dyslexia webpage. And also if you link, you'll see a purple word here at that page. It will take you to my newsletters and what goes out on the listserv. To help inform teachers of what is going on in the early literacy dyslexia piece. So I hope I didn't take too long. Any questions?
You're great, thank you. And thank you for the direct ask and a list of things that we can consider. So we will, take that under advisement, maybe bring those back at a later time. I've got 3 questions for you today. We're going to do those 3 and then move on. So we'll start with Betty.
Thank you. And just real quickly, and I appreciate your reviewing this and looking to see how we can bring this up to date to meet current needs. And I appreciate the statement that the goal is to make sure that you don't miss any students. So I'm kind of curious, if starting in kindergarten is 3 times each year and that goes on, by the time you get to middle school, is there really a good probability that we've missed students? I guess I'm thinking in my mind, if you start in kindergarten, you do this 3 times a year and through middle school, that, you probably would have gotten them. So just a general question.
Absolutely. Part of it is that as kids get older, text gets more complex. So they have to be able, also being able to read quickly, not just accurately, but quickly, so they can stay up in school. So it takes some opportunity for those texts to get more complex as we look at our screening. But that's what I was finding, is that after about 8th or 9th grade, kids can still show up, but by then we usually have identified them.
Okay, so real quickly, and just give me this, just trying to understand. So that test that you administer does change over a period of time?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm amazed at how detailed your plans are. It's going to be really exciting to see how it all fits together in the end or the beginning. I do have a question though. When you're talking about an 8th grade comprehension test, if students are having difficulty with comprehension, if you're giving it in 8th grade, most schools, when they go to high school, don't have reading classes. So I'm wondering if maybe, is there a reason why it's 8th grade, not 7th grade or 6th grade, so that the middle school reading teachers have time to work on that issue with kids? I'm just curious. I'm not an expert on it.
I can talk all day about it, Dina. So they would be, I mean, these students are assessed all the way through, so they would be able to be in tiered intervention and have someone working with them. What I am finding is that when students get to middle and secondary, sometimes there isn't a faculty member in those schools that feels really confident at teaching beginning reading. And there are students that really need decoding help in learning that beginning reading. So I've talked to Dr. Moore about this. Like, what could I do to help a teacher at middle or secondary just really gain in their confidence in teaching beginning reading skills with a middle school student or a secondary student? So we're working on that. But part of it is, for that comprehension assessment, is looking at something that is timed and they would continue to be provided an intervention. So if they showed up in 6th grade or 4th grade or 5th grade or all the way up, and they are identified as being at risk, they would be immediately put into a tiered intervention. So they would have someone working with them continually.
And Anne.
Thank you. Following up on what Betty said about the screening, it's really bothered me, and it's been brought up a couple times in recent visits with school districts. But the screening requirements are not law, right? It's what we decided within the department. And I looked back at what we approved, and it just said every student would be screened, not 3 times a year for 12 years. So, and I don't think the board, approved that kind of detail. So within the department, we could just change that at any time, right? Because, I mean, like you said, after 5th or 6th grade and, 3 times a year, 40,000 kids, who's doing this? That's a lot of screenings. That's a lot of personnel.
Yep, that's why I think we need to make the changes.
Can we do that like right away? Seriously, I mean, you can think about the burden on that in a 30,000 student district. Or 50, yeah, that's huge. Even a small district where they don't, maybe have all those extra personnel. But, I mean, there's got to be a point at which we've already decided this kid's dyslexic or not, and make some changes. So I encourage you to do that, and don't wait on us. Do what makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And while Jay is making his way up for action on KISA items, I'm not sure if Jay Scott is in the room. There he is. Give me just a moment while you get ready. And Dennis, I didn't want to leave you hanging. So policy 1006, page 6 of the policy handbook has the information on it that outlines I'll just read you the section here because Mark was kind enough to pull it up. It's essentially the duty of the folks that are our legislative liaisons to, quote, not misrepresent the board's official position. And additionally, policy 1002, page 2, says no member of the board shall represent a minority position as that of the full board. So you can read all of that in the policy handbook. So just wanted to close the loop on that and make sure you knew where to find it. Welcome, Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Valentine's Day version of the ARC's recommendations. A lot of this is going to be repeat from January. I want to make sure with our new board members that there's a good understanding on the board of the history of KISA, the foundational aspects of KISA. So I'm going to start there before I get into the most recent ARC recommendations for the board today. So it did begin, KISA began in 17-18, that school year. It is a systems accreditation. When we say systems, a lot of people's common term is districts, but it is a systems accreditation as opposed to a building accreditation. It's a 5-year cycle. This is the last year of the first cycle of KISA. In their 5th year, that's when systems are up for an accreditation rating and they're reviewed by the ARC. Systems, when we began this in 17-18, systems were able to choose the year in which they would begin their cycle. So that's why we have a glut of the majority of our systems going through this year. They chose to start in year 1. So to this point, we've gotten 183 systems have completed their first cycle of KISA. And then we have the rest, the 179 systems completing their first cycle during this year. Currently, we have 362 systems in KISA, 287 are public, and 75 are private systems. So just the responsibilities around the teams that work through accreditation. The system itself must document a process and they must account for their results. The outside visitation team, the OVT, is an external collaborator for each system. Each system must have an OVT, and the OVT collaborates, provides feedback to that system throughout the cycle, and they also make a report to the Accreditation Review Council. So when the Accreditation Review Council, the ARC, is looking at a system for accreditation, they look at both the system report and the OVT report, a third party. The Accreditation Review Council, they are the ARC. They review system and OVT reports and they make recommendations to this body. And then the State Board of Ed, you all make that final determination of accreditation rating for each system. The current process, again, it's a 5-year growth process to improve in the State Board outcome areas through continuous improvement. In years 1 through 4, it's really those yearly visits by the OVT, the other external collaborator for that system. And they, again, make an on-site visit each year, and they also make a report each year, the OVT does, as well as the system. So what we've got every year is the system and the OVT providing the same, not the same report, but different reports around that system's performance. So that's what's provided in years 1 through 4. And then in year 5, the ARC reviews all that documentation, makes the recommendation. First, a team of the ARC members gets together, makes a recommendation to the full ARC. The full ARC then votes on that recommendation, then it comes before you all. And the ARC, as you can see in the board materials, writes an executive summary and recommends an accreditation status for each system. These are our definitions for accreditation. To be fully accredited or just accredited, you must have conclusive evidence of a process in place and you're seeing growth or you're seeing results. You also must be in compliance in the areas that the state board deems to be compliant areas. The conditionally accredited status is insufficient evidence of either process or results. Even if you're conditionally accredited, though, you still must be in compliance in all those areas. And then not accredited is insufficient evidence both in process and results, or by itself, not in compliance, in good standing with the state board. These are just the resources where it starts, the review for the ARC. It starts in terms of growth in student success, the results side, process, and compliance. So I'll jump into this will be our action item for today, the systems that were receive items at the January board meeting. There are 6 systems that we presented as receive items to you in January, and these are those systems. So it's USD 250 Pittsburgh, USD 270 Plainville, USD 460 Heston, USD 475 Geary County, USD 507 Satana, and a state school, 604 School for the Blind. All of those were receive items in January, and the ARC's recommendations for all of those is accredited. And I do want to make mention that Dr. Eggleston is in the room. So USD 475 Geary County, he's excited about today. He wanted to sing the school fight song, but I said, we don't have time. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dina.
I'll go ahead and make a motion since Dr. Eggleston's in the room and he's one of mine. So I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 250 Pittsburgh, USD 270 Plainville, USD 460 Heston, USD 475 Geary County, USD 507 Satanta, and is that an S? SO? 6040000, School for the Blind.
Bravo. Is there a second? Betty? Any further discussion or questions? Check I don't see any questions. Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. That's a unanimous vote. Passes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on. These are the systems to receive, and you'll get used to this. These lists get longer and longer as we go. But for today, we have these systems as receive items. You should have the executive summaries and the accountability reports for each of these systems in your board materials. And so they are receive items. So we have USD 208 Trigo Community Schools, USD 244 Burlington, USD 249 Frontenac, USD 289 Wellsville, USD 375 Circle, USD 378 Riley County, keep moving here, USD 383 Manhattan Ogden, USD 448 Inman, USD 477 Ingalls, USD 505 Chichopa St. Paul, and USD 506 Lebec County, all for full accredited, recommended by the ARC. And I do want to make mention that Ryan Bradbury for Wellsville, the superintendent, is here in the room. So it's always great to have our superintendents represented here. We do have a redetermination. So let me explain this. An-Noor Islamic School in the spring of 2021 was their year 5. So they went through in year 5 in 2021. And the determination at that time, the ARC recommended them for conditional accreditation. The board voted on that, approved that. So they had a redetermination, which means they had a timeline to meet. They had to answer to those areas for improvement that were related to the conditional accreditation status. And so just recently in August of 2022, they responded to the issues that the ARC brought forward back in 2021. So through that process, the ARC has re-reviewed what An-Noor has submitted to be reconsidered, and the ARC now feels like they have responded to that adequately and that they should be recommended to be fully accredited. So I'll stop there. Are there any questions on that? We can talk through the specific areas for improvement with that school and how they responded. Yes.
Kathy had a question too. I think that maybe it was the one before. Okay, let's hit Ann real quick and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Ann.
So I think the problem with the Anura Islamic School was they had like no process in place, so they feel like they do now.
Yes, so the AFI was specifically, they had very few policies, processes, structures on how to analyze data, how to actually look at the data they have and make sense out of it. So there were very few process in place for actually continuous improvement. So that was the AFI. And so since that time, they have put a plan together. And now I think at this point, they haven't completed that plan, but they're working towards it. And I think that the data, well, they have limited data on the accountability report because their first graduating class, they had 0 seniors for most of this first cycle. They finally had a graduating class in 2020. And you can see that data is actually up. It's not really compared to any other data before, but it's at a good level. So they're starting to execute that plan. Okay. So the last, oh, sorry, go ahead. We have one?
I was gonna say, let's come back to Kathy's question.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's a general question. So in these graphs and all of this information that's being given, I just need a little help understanding some things. So on the attendance rate, so looking at that page with those graphs, it says attendance rate's 94.7% in the one I'm looking at. And then chronic absenteeism, 14.6%. So tell me how that can be.
Well, and I may need some help a little bit with this, but I think when you're looking at chronic absenteeism, that's students who have missed 10% of the school days.
Kathy, the bigger number, the 90-some%, that's the average daily attendance. So if you just took a snapshot of today, on average over the course of the year, 90-some% of kids are in attendance.
Okay.
Chronic absenteeism is the percent of students missing more than 10% of the days of school. So it's taking maybe that subsection and drilling down and saying, you have 20-some%, I'm making up a number here, that have missed more than 10% of the days of school. And chronic absenteeism is highly correlated to future success or lack thereof over time. So that's one of the reasons. Did I answer your question?
We might have to chat some more, but we'll work on it.
Okay.
And then on the dollars, if you could explain the dollars, we have the bold black number, we have the state number. What's the difference in between?
So I'll take that too. So the state number is the state average across all school districts. The district then number is right above that.
Okay, so it's a
And
district number.
that number is instructional, money available for instruction. So it excludes capital outlay funds
saw that.
and excludes bond and interest funds. So it's literally the amount of money they could use to impact all those charts and graphs.
Okay.
And so when the ARC's looking at making a determination, they don't look at every data point on that. The cost per pupil or however that's listed is not a consideration. Chronic absenteeism, daily average attendance is. So some of those really apply, and then some the ARC really doesn't look at much. So the last receive item is USD 349 Stafford. The ARC is recommending them to be conditionally accredited based on their data, the result side. So in all 3 quantitative areas, they have AFIs. So an area for improvement, high school graduation, academic performance, and post-secondary effectiveness. Stafford is below, significantly below the high school graduation. Their high school graduation rate is significantly below the state average. Their post-secondary effective rate is substantially below their own predicted range, where they should be. And then they are behind the state, they're lower than the state averages on 3s and 4s in all 3 tested areas. So that's where the ARC based their determination, or their recommendation, excuse me. Okay.
I don't see any more questions.
I appreciate that.
Oh.
Yes. It's on that accountability report. I'm thinking around 15 to 16 per grade. Per grade.
On the accountability, it should be at the very top left corner of the paper. Should be able to tell you the total head count.
Yep.
I hear 267 students, yep. All right,
Thank you for your time.
thank you. Just a minute, board members, I'm gonna look at our agenda here. Okay, we're gonna shuffle a little bit here. We're gonna take a break until 3:20. We've got to get Jen online, and then we'll have Scott next.
After that, back to back.
So you want to do PPC right after the break, and then we'll do the graduation requirements stuff.
We'll do
and then
PPC,
K-12.
then graduation,
Right after PPC.
right after, graduation after PPC. All right,
Madam Chairman, before we break, when we go to PPC, I am very aware of that situation. And because of that, I believe it would be a conflict of interest, so I will stay out of the room after the break and will not participate in either the discussion or the decision.
thank you. All right. Back at 3:20.
Longer.
All right, welcome back. We are moving to item 16, and then we will revisit item 15. So Scott Gordon, you are back with the PPC. We will act on recommendations of the Professional Practices Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we did last month, and fortunately, there's only one case for you to review this time. The Professional Practices Commission Chair, Dr. Holt, is available to answer any questions you may have regarding the Professional Practices Commission's recommendation for this particular pending application. Dr. Holt, if you have any comments on this particular case, or if there are questions from the State Board, I'll defer to her.
I don't have anything to add beyond what's printed, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board members, are there any questions for Dr. Holt? If not, a motion would be in order.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I guess there's one more thing I would add into the record just for the sake of it. It's my understanding the particular applicant in this case did leave a voicemail with the secretary to the Kansas State Board of Education indicating he would be here for the hearing, even though he received notice that if he wanted to file a response or ask for an oral argument, he had a deadline to meet to do that. He did not file anything. The department did not file anything, and he is not present in the boardroom at this time. I just want to add that into the record just for fun.
Yeah, thank you for that note. Ann?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and deny the application for a license in case 22 PPC 06.
Dina seconds. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. That is unanimous, and for the record, we are missing Jim Porter. He has stepped out and will not be here for this vote. So.
And Madam Chair, if I interject, I just asked the board secretary to just reference a recusal. So not that he's just absent, but he formally recused himself from the vote.
Yeah, and his comments before the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. See you in about a month, maybe. And we are going on to the graduation requirements next.
Yes.
While you're pulling that up, I can give the introduction to this. So, and Jim McNeese may want to jump in at any time. The board asked our agency to develop a set, look at graduation requirements, do a review, because they had not been done for many, many years. That process took a little bit over a year, culminated this past fall with a series of recommendations that was adopted by the Board of Education. I'm not going to go over all those in detail, but they surround around 3 buckets that students could use competencies instead of seat time to show mastery. That they could already do that, but there'd be some encouragement for districts to look at that, meaning I could show you I learned Algebra 2 without having to set through all of Algebra 2 option. Second, something called post-secondary assets, that students would graduate high school plus have 2 or more from a list of items that has been found to enhance the likelihood of future success, as being an Eagle Scout, or being involved in 2 or more high school activities, or having an SAT score of 1480 or higher, and there's a whole host of those. The third is changing in the actual requirements for graduation. So the first, there's no change in the total number, that remained 21. But what was changed, instead of 4 units of language arts, it now is 3.5 units of language arts and a half credit of speech. There's no change to social studies or fine arts. There's no change to the 3 units of science or 3 units of math, but the state board did add one STEM elective, which was advanced math or computer science or advanced science, robotics, etc. And then what the state board called employability and life skills, which included a half unit of PE, half unit of health, half credit of financial literacy, and then electives of 4.5, again totaling 21. Any of those requirements by the course could be done by competencies. That was passed. That was all done in committee work. Melanie was on some of that, Betty was on some of that, Jim chaired that. And then it was passed by the board. Scott's job now is we have to write regulations. We have to write attorney language to do what was passed by the state board. And Scott's going to go over that. Let me just say, soon, after you approve it a couple months from now, or whenever that is, it will leave you, and it will go through a process. It ends up at the Attorney General's office, and we hope that within a year or so, or a year and a half, you'll get it back. But it's going to be a long time before you get it back. And a lot of attorneys and other people are going to look at this and make modifications to language that becomes very, very hard to understand because it's not written in the language. It's written in attorney language. So, Scott, I'll turn it over to you. And Jim, did I miss anything on that?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Watson. So earlier today, you were able to experience the end of the process of formally adopting a regulation. This is actually the very beginning of that same exact process with a different set of regulations, a different topic area. There's I'm going to say two buckets within the accreditation regulation that I'm going to touch on today. Before I address you this afternoon, you just heard from Dr. Curtis regarding dyslexia. There was an effort to insert dyslexia training in the version of the KISA regulations that's on the books now. The timing, unfortunately, did not work out. We needed to get the accreditation regulations finished, and there was still a lot of work that needed to be done on dyslexia. We're not quite there. We are very, very close. So everything that Dr. Curtis shared with you earlier, we are going to try to get into regulation, and that's going to come to you next month, along with these. Because this is such a big deal, the purpose of today's meeting, or me bringing it up today, is just to introduce to you what suggested language will be. There may be some changes that you're going to want to make to the language that I'm proposing, and that's fine. That's what we will take care of next month to give you plenty of opportunity to get feedback and kind of mull over these proposed regulations before you vote on them in April. That being said, we are talking primarily about the graduation requirements. And the first thing in the graduation requirements, and I'll just share with you, you have two regulations in front of you. First of all, on your computer, you have 91-31-31, which has the definitions within the set of the KISA regulations. What was passed out to you during break on paper, and I apologize for this, I did not realize this did not attach to the materials. That's why you're getting it in paper and electronic. That is going to be remedied so that everyone has access to it, are the actual graduation requirements, and we'll get to that in a minute. In 91-31-31, you'll notice there are 4 terms that were removed. Those are specifically recommended to be removed because we don't use those terms anymore anywhere else in the regulations. You define terms within the regulation that are going to be used later in the regulation, and if they're not there, like final analysis, goal area, on-site visits, and qualified admissions, there are no references to any of those phrases later on in 91-31. So there's no reason for them to exist anymore. So we are striking or suggesting striking that from the language. The next change actually has nothing to do with graduation requirements, but because we're talking about the KISA regulations, we want to take care of all this once. And that is the difference between a conditionally accredited and non-accredited. During the adoption process of your KISA regulations, and I do not have a good answer for this. I don't know when or how this occurred. I've been trying to find it for several months. The current definition of conditionally accredited accredited reads as I have on the screen. It's a new education system, or it's a system that's seeking accreditation after 1 or more years of not previously seeking accreditation, or, and this is the important part, an education system about which both of the following are true. First of all, they have to be in good standing. If you're not in good standing, you're not even eligible for anything other than not accredited. Currently, it reads, the education system provides neither conclusive evidence of growth in student performance nor conclusive evidence of a growth of continuous improvement. Generally speaking, when you read that, that means you did not show either of those things. So you failed both. The problem is, operationally, that's not what conditionally accredited means. Elsewhere in the regulation, and the way that you've been assigning accreditation statuses, is if you have only failed one or the other, you may be conditionally accredited. The regulation doesn't read right. So we are proposing changing it. Because what it really means is that the education system is in good standing and they fail to provide conclusive evidence of either improvement in student performance or the intentional quality improvement process. In other words, we got the definition switched. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it happened. So we want to fix that. So we are taking the definition of not accredited and using that to define conditionally accredited. Kathy, to your point earlier, sometimes the language we use in our regulations is ridiculous, and I fully acknowledge that's true. Sometimes it's just terrible. I am hoping that when we make this change, we won't have to make too many significant changes. We can just flip-flop the words. I can't make any promises. It may be something far more convoluted than this, but I'm going to try really hard to not have that happen. And then not accredited currently says they are not in good standing, or they fail to provide evidence of either improvement in performance or the process of continuous improvement. And as you know, that means you've failed one or the other. That's not how we actually use it though, right? Not accredited really means you failed to show any of these things. So you failed in both ways. I know failed probably isn't the correct vernacular to use, but to the attorney it makes sense. So we're going to try to make those changes since we have to open up this chapter anyway. But what you really want to know about are the graduation requirements. So I took the changes that the state board voted on to your graduation requirements, and I've tried the best that I can to use as much of the current language as possible to make it as simple as possible for everyone to understand. And the first change, and this is what's on page 1 of the paper document I provided to you. If you look at 913135 A1, you've replaced 4 units of English language arts. In the current version, that includes communication. Okay? The only change we are suggesting is that 4 becomes 3.5, and that you have pulled communication out as something that fits within English language arts. Because you all adopted 3.5 of English language arts, and then 1/2 of communication, which may include speech, debate, forensics, journalism, or public speaking. So that is the first change of adding communication as A2. By the way, if there's any time you want me to stop or you have questions, I'm happy to stop in the middle of what I'm saying. Or I'll answer questions at the end, whichever you prefer, Madam Chair. Yes?
In that case, I'm going to ask
Sure.
a question. The spirit of the task force was, and I think the intent of the changes was to be flexible. So I would simply ask, why not leave communication in both places? Does that not increase the flexibility for students?
No.
Okay.
Not necessarily. My understanding is that you wanted 3.5 of English and you wanted a specific half requirement of communication. Because if you don't have communication as a separate, then that it's entirely possible for a high school graduate to go all the way through and never have a communication course, because they could focus on the reading, writing, literature, and grammar. So that is why it was pulled out of English, and you wanted that as a separate. Now, if the board says, you know what, no, we want communication to also be eligible to count as an English credit, and I will share with you in fine arts later on, forensics double dips for a couple of reasons, and not just because I used to be a forensics coach. But if you have, and I'm going to use the forensics example just for fun. That can count as a communication course or a, I believe, fine arts. For that to count as both of them, you'd have to take the same class twice, which is not unheard of, right? You would have to decide, well, this semester or this year, I want it to count as my communication course, but then I'm going to take it again to count as my fine arts course. You can do that. If the board wishes, we can put communication back in there as an English language art, and you're just having 2 communication classes instead of 1. Again, this was my understanding of what you wanted. I'll defer to the board as to what you actually want.
Let me take a shot at it, because I think I know what you want and what the task force talked about, is that a student could take forensics, they could take a speech course, they could take a separate speech, or they could have 4 units of English over the course, and that communication could be spread out over the 4 years, which would give the opportunity to do it in the same manner. They're issuing a half a credit of communication, but school district X has said, we're going to give some in the freshman year, some in the sophomore year, some in the junior year, and over the time, you get a quarter, whatever it would equal a half. So you could take it as a standalone, or you could embed it. Is that where you were going with the maximum flexibility? And then, of course, competency is layered over all of this.
Whoops, I was looking for maximum flexibility. So simply a
So I don't know
question
how to
and a
write
place to
that.
stof the conversation. Ann?
Well, I kind of see what Melanie's saying, and I'm not sure this says it. Let's say I took half credit of communication, that covers that. But then I took a year of forensics, but that wouldn't count toward my English the way this is written. And don't we want it to? When it did before, didn't it? So this, to me, does remove some flexibility.
I think it does, the standalone does what you ask it to do. So Scott would show the standalone part of it. The question, I think, so you're gonna have a half unit of communication, which may include speech, which all these courses. But it also could be embedded into the language arts course over several years and counted as that half credit.
Of course, you don't really want them to take 4 years of debate and know English and call it good either.
Yeah. Let me ask a different question. Under this verbiage, can a student still just take the 4 standard years of English like they're doing right now? Or is that no longer an option?
They could, and I think that 1/2 of that would count as an elective, because you would only need the 3.5.
Okay. Thank you.
So for what it's worth, I've noted down, perhaps put communication back in addition to having it as a standalone. Again, you all will tell me probably next month on what you want that to look like. But so that is where we're at so far, was adding communication as a standalone. Currently, you have 3 units of history and government, which shall include world history and certain other requirements that are set out in state statute. The only change that you honestly really made, now it's called social studies. But the hours are still the same that you were asking for. And again, because statute requires certain topics to be covered, that was not pulled out of the regulation. Moving on to currently and proposed, because there were no proposed changes to the number of courses in science, is still 3 hours. Still includes physical, biological, and earth and space science concepts, and apparently at least one of them shall count as a lab. I did not see anything in the materials that indicate you did not want that, any changes to that, so that stays the same. Mathematics is the same way. A4 simply becomes A5, but you have the same exact requirements, 3 units of mathematics, including algebraic and geometric concepts. Currently, you have physical education and health combined in one subset under A5. The proposal was, currently you have 1 unit of physical education, which shall include health and may include safety, first aid, and physiology. The proposed change is a specific 1/2 unit of physical education, which may include safety, first aid, and physiology. There is a requirement, I'm going to back up a little bit. So you'll see that the requirement shall be waived if you're provided with either of the following. And the first is a waiver from a physician saying they are mentally or physically incapable of participating in physical education. That remains present as it applies specifically to physical education. That waiver can still occur. Previously, you had the second waiver, which is a statement signed by the lawful custodian of the pupil indicating that the requirement is contrary to the religious teachings of the pupil. That didn't really apply to the PE. That applies to the proposed health requirement, which is a specific 1/2 unit of health. But again, that requirement waiver remains in place. Any questions on that part? I know I rearranged some things, but.
Kathy?
So economics was always a part of history and government?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Then the proposed requirement for 1/2 unit, yes, sir. Let's skip past something.
Previous one, please,
Previous, which part?
right there.
Okay.
I don't think with the additional, and jump in, I don't think with the additional half credit of health on the next slide, that this half unit should include whatever it said, safety and health.
So originally, right now, it says shall include health and may include safety, first aid, physiology. The safety is left in with physical education. If you believe that should be elsewhere, then you tell me and we'll put
I
it.
think jump in here. I thought what the committee asked was PE and health. I would think, you guys jump in, that safety, first aid, and physiology is a health requirement, not a PE requirement. Physiology is, it's not PE. It may be a stretch to say it's health, but it's certainly not PE, right? So I think that would go more, safety, first aid, and physiology would go more along with the health and just leave the PE alone. I think that was the intent of the committee. Yes.
I agree with that assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assuming you still want the ability to waive based on mental or physical incapability. That stays, but you want that clause not applying to phys ed, but should apply to, okay, easy enough. Thank you. Good on this one so far. Okay. So that will be added there, not a problem. 1/2 unit of financial literacy would be added as A8. And the fine arts requirement, there were no changes that were requested there. It'll still be 1 unit of fine arts, which may include, and these are the same courses that were included before, art, music, dance, theater, forensics, and other similar studies selected by the governing body. We just shifted from A6 to A9.
But I want to come back to what Scott said, because you're going to get asked this question. Can I double dip the forensics? And Scott, the answer is no. So if I take 1 semester of forensics, I can count that toward the fine arts, or I can count that for my communication. If I then repeat it, which a lot of kids do, multiple semesters, then I could count it for the other. And in fact, count it for electives down the road. But you're going to get asked if I could count it for both. And you can't until you take at least 2 of those courses.
So it's almost like time spent in the class itself.
It is, but on this, Dina, but remember, and Scott will get to this, I think, because you can mastery of competencies at any time on any of this.
Right.
So, but generally, debater and or someone in forensics takes it more than 1 semester.
Yeah, but we still want them to take 3 years of regular language arts, right?
Yes, that's just for the communication.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see that 1 unit of fine arts may include forensics, 1/2 unit of communications may include forensics. in this case, if you were gonna count it for both, you would need to take 1 full year and a half in order to count it for both. You're gonna get asked that question by somebody, down the road.
I hear what you're saying, but where does it say that? I mean, I agree with that. When you get into graduation requirements, it's gonna be, where does it say that? You can only do it here and you can't do it there, and
So this again, to answer your point, it's not in there. That can be guidance that will come out. If you want it set in regulation, which is probably not a bad idea, but that's when you start getting into the weeds of really bad language that no one can understand
Right.
because it's a spider web. Perfectly valid idea to do it, and I get it, because to Ann's point, for what it's worth, editorialize, if I had had the opportunity to just stay in debate for 4 years of high school and not take American Nobel Literature, I promise you I would have not taken American Nobel Lit. Probably should have, but, so that's just gonna be a scenario that I'll throw out there that we'll try to tweak within the next month to fix
because
that.
if there's
so.
one course or courses, debate and forensics are those kinds of courses where you don't have to be, you could be on the debate team and be successful, never take a class of debate, but be on the debate team, and you could get the debate credit from participation on the debate team,
Right, some districts would allow that.
Yeah.
Potentially,
or forensics.
right. So, I mean, if there's specific language you all want me to put in there, then you tell me, but as of right now, the clarifying language, to Commissioner Watson's point, no, that's not specifically stated in the regulation.
And so again, whether we put it in regs or put it in guidance, the reason is, I think, because you were asking us to protect the fine art from that exact thing. If not, then you've almost eliminated, those kids that do that will eliminate that fine art. And if you remember, the task force had recommended a reduction in the fine art, and you heard from patrons saying, do not do that.
Right. It doesn't seem confusing to me, because you're saying 1.5. So you gotta have 1.5. You can get a half here and 1 here, or 1 there and a half here, but you gotta have the total of the 1.5. So I guess I'm not sure where. Did you like that?
And this is why regulations are fun. Said no one
This is
ever.
also why the graduation committee sent it to you.
Yeah, thanks, I appreciate that, that's right. Pardon me, Madam Chair, I digress.
You were spot on. And I'm gonna make this maybe
And I'm
just a
getting
little
made fun
bit.
of for that so much, everybody watching, I know that. Sorry, go on.
Well, so the other thing that was discussed was ultimately it is the school administrator who gets to make a decision around mastery and competency. And so really the conversation that we just had, any student who's looking to say, I have mastered, I am fully competent in this single credit of fine arts that is required, the principal at that school or the superintendent in that district could say yes. And that was part of what the task force discussed, and that was flexibility that they wanted, and they wanted to give that flexibility to that administrator. So the challenge becomes, how do we reflect that flexibility which belongs with the district?
Well, that's exactly what the task force wanted. But they also wanted, and their recommendation was to do just what we're doing right now, and that is to send the bumpers, that you can't go way out here, but you have to stay in this lane, if so to speak. You know, that's the conversation we're having right now, because the conversation we're having right now, we started to have as a task force, and it ended up just like we're doing right now. Where do you say no? Where do you say yes? Who says no? Who says yes? Or who says maybe? You know, and ultimately, that's why the recommendation was for the department to give guidance and develop, I call them bumpers, you know, that you can only do these things within this range. And that's the conversation we're having now.
And we're working on that to bring you drafts of that by this summer.
And this is the first time we've had a really comprehensive draft like this. So this is really a great start.
Thank you. I brought this back, by the way, to one of the first parts because you've always had and you will continue to have the second sentence under A1, the chief administrative officer, which is going to be your superintendent, may waive up to 1 unit of this requirement if they determine that the pupil will benefit more by taking another subject. So that flexibility is still there. And to Commissioner Watson's point about competency-based is not specifically in 3135, but elsewhere in the KESA regulations, it does authorize the school districts to make that determination. So going all the way back down to almost the end where I was, pardon me. So the fine arts, again, I welcome the suggestions. You all tell us what you want about the double dipping possibility. And I think forensics is the only thing listed in more than one category, unless we add communication into it. And again, not entirely because I'm biased. Then there was the proposed STEM, which is 1 unit of STEM, which may include computer science, advanced math, advanced science, basically all of the requirements that you had thrown out there that would fall within STEM. There is a slight risk, I will just tell you now, that I may have to come up with a definition for STEM and put that into the definitions. I hope not, but since we're already opening up the definition regulation anyway, it will not be the end of the world. But Kathy, again, we may come up with some weird convoluted definition of what STEM is. It just might happen. So, so there's that. Currently, you require a minimum of 6 units of electives. That has changed to 4.5 units of elective courses. And then the other thing that you wanted to add, and Commissioner Watson indicated these as post-secondary outcomes. And in my best effort to avoid going down a rabbit hole of very strange language, this is what I've proposed. The student must achieve 2 or more accomplishments approved by the Kansas State Board of Education that demonstrate the pupil will be a successful Kansas high school graduate. You already have a definition of what a successful Kansas high school graduate is. Thank you for that, but you have that definition of what that is. And rather than getting into, you have to have one from this category, one from this category, and there is some leeway here. Again, the bare bones legal language, this is what is suggested.
So the reason for this language is we have this list that you've seen and approved, but you also said that over time, as school districts say, well, what about, this is really good, the state board could add, this would allow you to do that without going through a 2-year process of changing one part of that list in regulation. Yeah. That's what it means. It'd be board, it'd have to be board action. You can't, right. I mean, you can't change any of that list without board action. But all this does is not take it through the regulatory process, which takes so long to change one word. It still gives you the same autonomy and the same oversight by vote. It just takes it out of the regulatory process. So like SAT score 1490. What if the SAT changed their 1490 to 1510? You'd have to change all the regulations again. Right. If this was the case, you would just have a vote to change it or not change it within the regulation.
To that end, and that is why we're starting with this language. Again, this is kind of hopeful that this kind of language would be able to be approved as legally sufficient. I can't make any promises that the final version is going to look like this. I really, really don't want to have to come up with a list for the exact reasons that Commissioner Watson already explained. Unfortunately, we may need to, because the idea of the regulation is to put everyone on notice, on the same notice of what's required by law. So this is what we're going to try, assuming that you all vote in favor of this. Proposed completion of the federal student aid, free application for federal student aid. I borrowed language from a few other states that have adopted the same exact law or very similar law. So one of the following must be done unless exempted by the superintendent or whoever the head is of the governing body. Either you file a free application with the U.S. Department of Education. And to clarify, that doesn't mean as a student that I give the FAFSA to the high school or the school district. I just have to somehow verify that I filled one out. Or there's a form created by the state board in which the student, if they are 18 years old or legally emancipated, or their parent or guardian signs indicating that I know what this application for free aid is, and I don't want to fill it out. That is the language that we took from other states that have adopted similar requirements. Any question? I'm not, sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know if there are any questions on this point. This is
an example of a good idea, a good policy gone amok. But yes, this.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you don't file for that, let's say the parent, they don't fill that out and they didn't fill out the waiver, who's gonna track those people down? Because we have people that we can't track down. Now they're saying to opt out of things. So if you can't get them to sign that, fill out that long process, and then we can't get them to sign a waiver because we can't find these people, these parents, which I'm always told we can't ever find them, then how are we gonna make that happen?
That's why the chief administrative officer has the option to exempt them. And I imagine the guidance would be, throwing this out there, superintendent of school district X, Y, and Z, if you've made valiant effort of trying to contact parents to have them either tell us, yes, we filled out the form, or we do not want to fill out the form. You know what, we tried, we're not getting a response. We don't want to hold this child up or this student up from graduation. They're exempt. I don't know what the guidance would be other than that, but that would be up for Jay Scott's team to figure out.
Well, you have to sign your child up for school at some point that year, right? Every year you have to fill out that, you do, you have to fill out. So in order to get into the school building, you have to sign something. So at that point in time, that's where you would get them and say, it's either opt in or opt out.
You would think that would be a reasonable
Ask.
and a reasonable thing to do. Good luck. Reasonableness sometimes goes out the window, especially on the kinds of kids you're talking about, are parents. And many times it's the kids that suffer because the parents weren't in or not 18. But the bigger thing about this is an effort, one, to increase the number of students who have a direct opportunity to complete the FAFSA report, which is possibly money in their pocket to go to college. And we are down somewhere in 60-some% of our, is it? No, it's in 40s, I think. Randy, it's like 48 or something, 47. And we want to get that up into the 60s because a lot of students find out, like in July and August, that, oh, I should have filled this out. I was a stupid senior, or not a aware senior. Well, and that helps there. But what this also does is it puts the onus on the counselor and the school district to be more aggressive about their efforts to get this task completed and get the FAFSA signed. Because when they first do it, typically, and I don't want to speak ill of the schools, but if you don't want to fill it out, fine. We don't even check on it. Nobody is even aware. So this kind of changes that dynamic where the school has to be aware that students have not completed this task. It just changes that how we do it. But it doesn't change the fact that if a student doesn't follow through or parents don't follow through, this isn't going to be an item that will ultimately, and I hate to say it like this because it's in public, keep that student from going off across the state to get a diploma. We're really good at, as schools, to check all the boxes for graduation. To make sure everybody who walks across that stage met all the requirements by grade, by courses, by activities or whatever. So this just puts this on the box as a check, and hopefully we'll see an increase in the number of students who have FAFSA forms completed so that when they decide late in July that they want to go to school, they have a better chance of getting financial aid. If you don't like that reasoning, I can't help you. You know, it's really crazy. Yes.
We've already had the conversation and agreed that this should be part of it, so I'm just trying to get to final language. Anne, and then we need to.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, does it have to say they understand what it is? Can it just say they've chosen not to file? I mean, who's going to verify they understand what it is, if that makes sense? It just,
I believe going out on a limb, that's why it's on a form that's generated and approved by you. Because it indicates probably somewhere on the form, just letting you know, FAFSA means blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. Check here, you don't want to do that. Again, if you want that removed, I serve at the pleasure.
I think it just adds a degree of complication, but that's me.
As a principal, I see it as, I've got to make sure this student has this opportunity and knows what they're saying no to. I'm not just, he didn't come in and do it, so the heck with it.
Okay.
Again, I took this from other states, and that's where it came from. And that is, that's what we're proposing, or I'm proposing, I suppose, for the regulations to codify the changes in the graduation requirements. Again, this will come up for further discussion next month. I will make definitely the health, not PE issue. And then I will share with you a proposed change regarding communication still qualifying as English credit. And then you all can let me know what direction you want to go. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any further questions if there are any.
Kathy has a quick question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on 3131,
Yes.
on-site visit, is this not about accreditation? When it
Everything here is about is accreditation.
Okay,
yes.
so I thought we were doing on-site visits for accreditation.
Yeah, but that phrase, on-site visitation, is not referenced anywhere else in the regulation within 31.
Okay, so you're saying it's,
I don't believe, I've triple checked, but I will double check that. But I do not believe, yes, it's a thing that happens, right? But that doesn't mean that it's specifically referenced in the regulations.
oh,
And if it's not, then we don't need the definition in the,
oh, gotcha.
just like you may have, for example, maybe you have a set schedule set by policy of, we know how often, well, no, I got a good example for you, sorry. There's an assumption that an accreditation cycle is 5 years. That's not in regulation anywhere. Still happens, but we don't have that in regulation. On-site visits happen, but there's no, it's just not there. So that's why.
All right, I'm going to move us along to the next item, which is yours. Act on a joint resolution with KBOR.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The board has discussed a couple of times over the past several months a request, suggestion from the Kansas Board of Regents, whereby when a student enrolls in dual credit, say they go to Shawnee Mission, I'm just picking on school districts here, Shawnee Mission School District, but they also enroll in the same in an English class at Johnson County Community College. They're able to earn college credit and high school credit at the same time. There has been a concern brought to our attention that there's a risk that the student does not receive an English credit for that class. It counts as a high school elective graduation requirement. And the suggestion is a mutual statement signed by the Kansas Board of Regents and by the State Board of Education that both agencies agree that if the course you are taking at a post-secondary institution, I'm going to say English, fits within the English course category, then that should also count as an English credit for the high school senior or junior, whatever grade they may be in, rather than randomly assigning those as electives or a math credit for some strange reason. So what we've provided to you, and I can share with you that I shared this language with the attorneys with the Kansas Board of Regents. They have shared it with their client, is the proposed resolution That is, the language is in the materials that you have before you. There was a discussion over having this as an MOU. In discussing this with the attorneys for the Kansas Board of Regents, we thought that the best approach was a resolution, just stating that as the State Board of Education, we recommend, pardon me, both be it resolved, and I'm skipping down to the very last one. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kansas State Board of Education and the Kansas Board of Regents encourage Kansas high schools to accept for credit the specific courses that the Board of Regents has approved for system-wide transfer, regardless of which public post-secondary educational institution delivered the course. So it doesn't matter if you took the English class from Johnson County Community College or Washburn University or University of Kansas or Kansas State University. If it's all the same course, it should all count as the same high school graduation requirement. That's the recommendation, that if you agree to this resolution, that you're going to be making that recommendation to these schools. We also have Daniel Archer from the Kansas Board of Regents here. I'm sure he would love the opportunity to address you once again on this particular matter and answer any questions you may have for him. So if you like.
Yeah, no, I think he summed it up really well, so happy to stand for any questions.
I actually do have a question for Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, what would be the reasoning for a local district to decide to do that? To make that, to decide not to offer that as like an English credit and just as an elective? Do we know what the reasoning is?
I would defer to someone with K-12 background to probably speculate on that or maybe provide some experiences.
Honestly, I had never heard of that happening, and I have no idea why that would be done. As former superintendent, that never would have crossed my mind to give an elective credit for taking college algebra. So I really don't know why someone would do that.
Do you think it's control, I mean, as far as like controlling who's teaching the course or where that entity, so let's say you have, just throwing out Johnson County Community College or Baker University, and the school contracts with Baker University on a specific course because they like that professor that's teaching that course. It's a dual enrollment. The child's paying for that.
That thing's not working.
The child's paying for, the parents are paying for that course. They know going into that may be only an elective and not be counted as a high school English comp course. Do they know that going into that, taking that class before they pay for that?
There's supposed to be an agreement with the student that really spells out what kind of credit they're going to get in terms of high school and college credit to really kind of match that up. So in theory, that's supposed to be established ahead of time.
And if they were to go out of state, then there aren't any guarantees. You're taking that gamble anyway on that and not taking that course.
Yeah, and I would think that more what you'd see with out of state would be a student probably acting independently and probably not really working with the school district as much to probably enroll in an online class. So I'm sure that probably happens from time to time, but that's probably pretty rare.
So let's say the parents that might be complaining about this because they have one student that's getting credit for the actual course of English credit and another student's only getting it as elective depending on where they're going to get that dual credit. Would that not be an issue that those parents would bring up with a local district and the board there to make that change rather than us trying to make a resolution, which a resolution doesn't really mandate them to change?
You know, I just see this as a guidance piece. I mean, I did some work on this in another state, and I know one of the things that we saw was that some of the smaller school districts in particular, I don't think there was ill intent or a purpose to say that we don't want to award credit or dual credit. Sometimes it's a counselor that has a lot on their plate and they don't have a lot of district support. And sometimes guidance comes across their desk. And they're like, oh, I didn't realize this was an option. This is going to be better for the student. We're going to change our practice. So I really think that that's really kind of the situation that I'm thinking of with issuing guidance.
Yeah, I hear this, I read this as a reminder for that
Right,
guidance
right,
counselor,
right.
absolutely. Mr. Porter.
This, Like Randy, this would never have crossed my mind, not to give English credit. I mean, I hadn't heard about this either. This is just a no-brainer. It seems to me like, that, yeah, we need to, we need to take a stand. That this needs to happen, and we are trying to build relationships with the Board of Regents, and this is part of that process, just like FAFSA is part of that process. And I can't think of any reason that there's no harm in us doing this, and strongly support it. It just doesn't make sense to me to offer an elective credit for college algebra.
Ann?
Ready for a motion?
Absolutely.
I'll read fast. You have to read the whole thing,
It's long.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
you do.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education sign a proposed joint resolution which states the following. Resolution, whereas data shows that education beyond high school provides a proven path to increased earnings for Kansas families, and whereas the Kansas State Board of Education provides leadership, resources, support, and accountability to the state of Kansas's K-12 education system, and whereas the Kansas Board of Regents is the governing board of the state's 6 universities and the statewide coordinating board for the state's 32 public higher education institutions, and whereas approximately 37,967 Kansas high school students graduated last year, and approximately 14,864 of those students earned dual credit while in high school, and whereas those Kansas high school students who enroll in and earn college credits while enrolled in high school use those credits to progress toward graduating from high school, and whereas the Kansas Board of Regents has created a seamless education experience by approving specific courses that must be accepted for system-wide transfer among any public post-secondary educational institution in Kansas, and whereas students who earn college credits while in high school are more likely to complete a post-secondary credential, and whereas all accredited Kansas high schools and their students benefit when courses taken for dual credit from a Kansas public higher education institution fulfill those graduation requirements most closely aligned with the disciplines approved by the Kansas Board of Regents. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kansas State Board of Education and the Kansas Board of Regents encourage Kansas high schools to accept for credit the specific courses that the Board of Regents has approved for system-wide transfer, regardless of which public post-secondary educational institution delivered the course.
Thank you. And a second from Betty. Any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? Abstain? 3. Okay. 703.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have that for you to sign, and I believe the Board of Regents will take the matter up next month.
Excellent. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to again take a look at, at the agenda because I know we've got someone scheduled to come in. Welcome.
Is this on? Oh, there we go. My name is Amanda Peterson. I'm the Director of Early Childhood here at the Kansas State Department of Education, and I am very glad to be here today. I appreciate that we've got somebody after this piece, so I can talk pretty fast, or I can cut down what we've got prepared. When would you like me to stop speaking, Madam Chair?
Our next is scheduled at 4:35.
Okay, and we
So
probably
just
want some
15
time for
minutes.
questions. Yep. All right.
Does that work for you?
We'll give a high-level overview. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. So we are here, in short, because as we think about any of the things that we're trying to accomplish as a state, right? Whether it is student achievement during their K-12 schooling career or what the level of success that students experience after they go on, we know that the period of early childhood brain development is a critical window of opportunity for our youngest Kansans. You all either have a copy or will very soon have a copy of our State Early Childhood Strategic Plan for Early Childhood. And if you ever need some inspiration as you are out visiting with leaders in your community or as you are really helping people understand, okay, why do we care about early childhood brain development? I'd encourage you to take a look at page 5, and you'll see 2 paragraphs there at the very beginning where we try to lay out, here is what the research tells us, here is what is really critically important as we're thinking about early childhood. Young children between the ages when they're born to the age of 3 have more than 1 million neural connections happening every second in their brain. There's an incredible amount of brain architecture that's developed in the first 5 years of life. And the experiences that young children have can either set them on a really strong trajectory to achieving later success, or can create real stressors that have to be addressed later on. So as we're considering our opportunities for leading the world in the success of each student, being able to start early is a really critical window of opportunity. And as we're thinking about kindergarten readiness, you'll see later on page 5, we highlight the work of the state board in 2015 to elevate kindergarten readiness as part of our Kansans Can vision. This is really important as we're thinking about the overall history and context of early childhood in the state of Kansas. And as you're thinking about kindergarten readiness, I would encourage you to draw from our Kansas School Readiness Framework, which we outline in our Kansas Early Learning Standards. And it highlights that when we are thinking about kindergarten readiness, there are really 4 components when we're asking ourselves, okay, are we ready? We can think about how ready our community is in terms of the extent to which our systems are coordinated and our programs are talking to one another, and we've got the services that families really need to get connected with so that they have what they need. We can think about how ready our educational environments are, right? What is the quality of learning and growth that is happening in our early learning experiences? When we're thinking birth through the age of 8, are those early education experiences designed in a way that are really suitable for the way that young children learn best, which is through play? And are we as schools really working to get connected with each and every family as they're transitioning into our system so that we know that child's strengths and weaknesses and we know the opportunities that we have to partner with each family? We can think about the readiness of families, right? As we get started for the beginning of kindergarten, we do a lot of work to help schools have the tools that they need to be able to communicate effectively with families so that we can all be on the same page in terms of expectations and opportunities that are there once a child begins kindergarten. And then, of course, we can also look to a child and see the extent to which they're achieving age-appropriate developmental milestones. And that's something where the earlier we can start, the better, right? The sooner that we can begin identifying whether or not a child has any potential areas of delay that can be addressed, the sooner we can get those supports to the child, the sooner they can get back on track and they can have the services that they need to grow up and develop. Our All In for Kansas Kids strategic plan was really created to help set the direction for where we want to go as a state. And you all, there was a lot happening in spring 2020, so this might be a bit of a blur, but in May 2020, the state board did vote to accept this strategic plan. So after an extensive year-long effort to deeply engage with Kansans in every county in the state, we were able to develop this strategic plan and really take it back out, say, okay, this is what we thought we heard as we were doing our research. All of this information is available to continue to review. So you can visit kschildrenscabinet.org to sign up for weekly email updates and also to read the complete needs assessment and strategic plan. I am thrilled that the state of Kansas has won a federal grant to update this needs assessment and strategic plan in the coming year. Our partners at the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund have lead this work and will continue to lead that process, but rest assured there will be many opportunities for both communities to engage and inform this needs assessment and strategic plan, and also for us to have further conversation about what that will look like. So we can stay tuned for more information about that in the coming year. But as we're thinking about the programming that is specific to our work here at the department, I will note, and you'll see reflected in the strategic plan, that as we're thinking about early childhood in the state of Kansas, there are many different agencies that play a role. So we work very closely with our partners at the Department of Health and Environment, the Department for Children and Families, the Kansas Children's Cabinet. Recently, the Kansas Department of Commerce has had a lot of work that has intersected with ours. So we do a lot of collaborative work. But when we're thinking about what is our role as a state agency, we administer these programs that we have listed on the screen. And I'm going to quickly go through and highlight some of the work that we do and the reason why we do it. So first, when we're thinking about parents as teachers, Kansas School, I know that many of you, or if not all of you, are familiar with this program in your communities. It's an evidence-based model for home visitation. So parent educators are able to partner with parents and families to go into the home or to meet somewhere else and be able to help teach those skills that parents can use to really effectively make decisions about their child's growth and development and incorporate that and support that learning at home. Kansas state law that's listed here authorizes districts to offer these kinds of parent education programs. And in our state, we have 64 different affiliates. This is an affiliate-based model where we partner with the Parents as Teachers National Center to administer this program and this model with Fidelity. We have 64 different programs in our state, or affiliates in our state. Those represent 168 school districts. Some of those are consortiums, so we have multiple school districts who are coming together as part of one affiliate, which is why there's a difference in those numbers there. And each year, the State Board of Education awards grants. We're just getting ready to release our grant application for next school year. Currently, that totals about $8.4 million, although I will highlight that the governor's budget proposal does propose increasing those funds to about $9.7 million. So we will stay tuned to the legislative process to see how that develops, but are hopefully looking forward to being able to allocate some increases next year after many years of flat funding. The next piece that I'll highlight is around preschool, and I hope that we take away from this slide, which I do appreciate, has a lot of text on it, that school districts in the state of Kansas have a lot of flexibility in terms of how they choose to administer preschool. And the reason why that is because there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to preschool for our different diverse communities in Kansas, or also for different families within a community. So school districts have the opportunity to offer preschool themselves. They also have the opportunity to partner with others to do so. So they can contract with private entities to deliver preschool. And we do have models in the state of Kansas where a school district has partnered with a private nonprofit to deliver preschool services, or with, we have many districts that partner with their special education interlocals or cooperatives to be able to deliver preschool services. So these are typically either half-day or full-day programs for 3- and 4-year-old students, and we work with districts to help them consider how they can grow and expand this in their community so that more families can access it. When we're thinking about enrollment in preschool in the state of Kansas, each year the State Board of Education approves preschool aged at-risk programs, which allows districts to receive funding through the school finance formula for serving preschool aged at-risk students. Districts also receive funding through the school finance formula for serving preschool students with disabilities. And we receive some supplemental funding called the Kansas Preschool Pilot to be able to provide additional funding to districts. So you all later in the year will see both opportunity to approve preschool aged at-risk programs for the coming school year, and also to award districts Kansas Preschool Pilot grants. As we're thinking about preschool, the last thing that I would highlight is that it is really critically important for districts to be able to provide preschool students with disabilities the opportunity to learn alongside their peers who don't have disabilities. This is something that is well grounded in both federal law, but also the research tells us that these types of programs produce the best outcomes for both preschool students with disabilities and their typically developing peers. The reason why this is important is because we've seen a lot of expansion for preschool in the state of Kansas in recent years. As there's been more funding available and more emphasis on the importance of early childhood, more districts have grown their preschool programming, and we see that reflected in enrollment. Districts have been required for a very long time to provide preschool services for students with disabilities, regardless of whether or not they offer any other kind of preschool programming in their district. They're required to provide that free and appropriate public education to their students with disabilities. And so we hope that as they grow, we don't have two segregated programs where we have one program for our preschool students with disabilities over here and one general education preschool program over here. We really work with districts to help integrate and bring those programs together so that students can learn in the model that we know is best, which is integrated. As we think about other pieces in here, we distribute Kindergarten in Kansas, which is a guide for families of incoming kindergarten students. We are working on a reprint of this because our partners at the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center have done such a good job of getting these out in the last year and a half. We've distributed more than 46,000. And we also know that the Kindergarten Readiness Snapshot, or the ASQ, is a really important piece of that transition into kindergarten. It's an opportunity for schools to partner with the families of incoming kindergarten students to be able to complete a questionnaire and identify if their child has any areas where there is additional supports that can be provided. It really helps smooth that transition into kindergarten, and that's required in Kansas accreditation regulations. We're also responsible for producing other guidance. We're in the process of updating the Kansas Early Learning Standards, which are our birth to 5 standards in the state. And we also provide the Kansas Family Engagement and Partnership Standards for early childhood and other guidance to help districts develop really quality programming. That is the end of my slides. I'm glad to answer any questions that you all might have. And I also am more than happy to connect. I know that was pretty quick. Am more than happy to connect anytime to really talk through any questions that you might have, what this might look like in your community, things like that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation. Those birth to 5 standards, that's been a minute since you looked at those.
It has, yep.
Yeah.
So we are really glad that revision is underway. It's been a great opportunity for us to connect with partners and have a really collaborative process, and that's what we're doing now, is taking the time to really go area by area to review those and make sure that they are developmentally appropriate for the age of each child, and that we're really thinking about how we can help those be something that can be really useful in a wide range of settings.
Awesome. Thank you. Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did a great job. You covered a lot of information, but there's something that I'm kind of curious about, because it may be included in there. If so, give me your short answer on that. But there's a growing population of kids in the foster care system and they're having issues with getting them placed with families. And so when we talk about, parent as teachers and all of these advantages that exist for our normal kind of family, those kids that are without parents in their lives, that are just in the system, do we address those separately, or is there another category that they're under?
That's a terrific question. So as we are thinking about foster care and the child welfare system, we have some actually very recent and terrific data from here in the state that shows us that participating in programs like preschool or home visiting can actually prevent the need for students to enter, or for children and families to enter the child welfare system later on. So I know that's not the answer to your question, but as we're thinking about the connection, it is really helpful to know that if we're investing in early childhood services, that actually means that fewer families will need will come into contact with the child welfare system and will experience out-of-home placements. But to answer your question, when we are thinking about, so for parents as teachers and for other models, it can be, the definition of parent can be broad. So if there is an adoptive parent, or if, I'm not sure if that model serves families who are foster families. I could find some more information on that. Parents as Teachers is a program that receives funding from the Department for Children and Families, specifically to help those families who have been identified as perhaps being at risk of having their children be removed from the home, because it's a nationally recognized evidence-based model to help keep that family unit together and give them the skills that they need to.
Okay, let me narrow the boundaries a little bit.
Sure.
So, looking at futures, I can see how this would help, but for right now, those kids that are in the system, that aren't in a home, that they're waiting to be placed, or if they're ever placed, I am saying, what is the vehicle that delivers these kinds of services to those kids who certainly are at risk,
Right.
high at risk? So.
When we think about the universe of programs that we offer, so if a child is referred by a DCF agent due to their connection to the child welfare system, that's one of our at-risk qualifiers for the preschool aged at-risk program. And so a district would be able to provide them, a district would be able to receive funding for providing them preschool services. When we're thinking about home visitation, it's helpful to know that that Parents as Teachers is one model that we have in Kansas, but it's not the only model. And so we would typically have a caseworker who would be determining the right mixture of services for each child and each family, and determining whether it would be the Parents as Teachers program that would be the best fit, or whether there would be another evidence-based home visiting model that would be a better fit for that family's needs. Does that answer your question?
It does sort of, but we'll talk a little bit more about that, me and you. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
I don't see any more questions. I want to thank you again for your presentation. You know, when I talk to families about parents as teachers, especially when I talk to young women about parents as teachers, you've probably seen their eyes light up. They're like, wait, that's something that's available. And we know from the data that this pays dividends when we invest in early childhood. And so when we talk about how do we get kids reading better earlier, this is the path. So thank you so much.
Terrific. Thank you.
And thanks for getting us caught up. All right, board members, we delayed a break and we are right up against our next presenter. Just casual show of hands, do you want a 5-minute break or do you want to power through? If you want a break, raise your hand. Okay, let's go for it. In that case, I would like to welcome the 2022 Miss Kansas Outstanding Teen, Naomi Durango. I know you're behind the pillar. Come on up. Welcome to the State Board of Education.
Hi, if you press right here, that will advance your slides. This button right there. This one? Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. How is everyone today? Good. Well, I want to say thank you again for allowing me to be here and speak with you today. It is such an incredible opportunity. For those of you who don't know, my name is Naomi Durango. I'm a senior at the El Dorado High School. I'm a vocal performer in theater and encore. I am the current Miss Kansas Outstanding Teen, a home health aide, and most importantly for today, an epilepsy advocate. Here's what I will be speaking with you about today. Now, I would like to know with a show of hands, if I had a seizure right now in this boardroom, how many of you would be able to help me? How many of you would know what to do? A little bit? Right. As we can see, not very many of us are exactly sure what to do and how to help somebody who's having a seizure. And Epilepsy Awareness Train Up to Step Up is a program that is designed to educate and train individuals in seizure first aid. So a little bit of backstory why I kind of started this program about 2 years ago is when I was 5 years old, I was diagnosed with partial complex seizures. And after facing side effects from my diagnosis, like I had an eating disorder, I struggled a lot mentally and physically, and I also was very challenged in school. It was a huge struggle for me to learn and understand and maintain the information that my teachers were trying to educate me on. And through that, all the struggles that I faced in school, I developed a program and a passion to help educate people in seizure first aid. And I want to go back and talk a little bit about the struggles that I had in school. So when you enroll your student into school, there's information that your parent will fill out on your student's healthcare problems that they may or may not have, and they give all that information. Now, my mother filled out those forms, and the information, it was given to the school nurse, but it was never given to my teachers. So I would be in class, and with partial complex seizures, you can't tell when they're having a seizure because you're just staring off into space. So my teachers, they didn't understand that I was having seizures. They didn't know that. So my mother would get phone calls saying, your daughter is spacing off in class. But with the proper education, they would have known that. They would have known that I was having seizures in class, and they would have known how to help me. And that brings me to the point. When you look at somebody with epilepsy, you don't know that they have epilepsy until you actually know and you're educated. So this is Caden. He is in KY, Scholars Bowl, Boy Scouts, and he is the president of the Esports Club. He is somebody that has been so inspirational for me in my epilepsy journey, because when I started Epilepsy Awareness Train Up to Step Up, and I implemented the training in my school system, we trained 1,500 individuals that day, and Caden was somebody who was affected positively from this training, because he came up to me and he told me, Naomi, I am so thankful that you provided this training for me and my classmates and the staff, because I finally feel like I am safe and I'm in an environment where my teachers and my peers understand how to help me. But when you look at Caden, how many of you would say, oh, he has epilepsy? Maybe because of his shirt. But other than that, you wouldn't know. So you need the proper education. And I wanted to give you another visual of what it actually looks like to have epilepsy. This is the side of our students in our Kansas school systems that we are not seeing. We're not seeing the pain that they go through outside of school. That's why it's so important for us as peers and as staff members to have the training and to properly understand how to help our students. Some statistics about epilepsy. Epilepsy is the most common neurological disorder. 1 in 26 people will develop epilepsy. There are 1 in 10 people who will have a seizure in their lifetime. 470,000 children are living with active epilepsy. And children and adults with epilepsy are 58% likely to develop depression, and 29% are more likely to develop social anxiety. And those statistics, the last one, the 58% and the 29% for social anxiety, is something that I want to focus on for a second. Because as I was saying earlier, I struggled a lot mentally when I was having seizures weekly. It's a lot to go through, and as I said before, you don't really see the background that's happening outside of school and ways that we can help our students in the school system if we understand ways that we can help them. So what is the problem with this? There are many students in our school systems who are not receiving the proper care due to lack of knowledge and adequate training. So I have a solution to these problems. Seizure first aid training. All school personnel must become certified in seizure first aid yearly. Now, if you're worried about cost or funding or anything of the sort, that is a worry that should be no more, because the National Epilepsy Foundation provides a training that you know is the proper information because it's coming from the National Epilepsy Foundation. And I provided a link right here that you can go to, or you can go to the National Epilepsy Foundation website and search up 30-minute training on demand, and it is the first training to pop up. And that is a training that every single one of our teachers that can be taking each year to make sure that they are trained in seizure first aid so they know how to properly handle each and every different kind of seizure. The next thing is a seizure action plan. This is a form that you can also find from the National Epilepsy Foundation that they have provided for all of us to use specifically for the situations where there's a disconnect with our teachers in knowing how to help their students. This form provides information for our teachers in our school systems to read over and make sure that they're educated on what it is that each student with epilepsy needs, because as I said before, every seizure is different. For me, I was not seizing on the ground like grand mal seizures. I was staring off into space, and my teachers didn't understand that that was a seizure. So with this action plan, this will give them the knowledge that they need to help each individual student. Solution number 3, my website installment. I have designed a website that provides information for staff, students, anybody who has epilepsy. They can go onto this website and there are resources provided, not only on how to get trained in seizure first aid, but there's also resources for those with epilepsy if they need an outlet, because it is a difficult situation to go through in your life. One day you're having a normal day, and then the next day you're having seizures and you're not sure how to manage them. So this website provides that information, and it should be installed on every school device. There's a QR code that we have created, and it is easily accessible. Solution number 4, provide resources and tools in classroom kits. I have partnered with the Epilepsy Foundation of Missouri and Kansas, and they have given me classroom kits that will help students in our school systems. They come with flyers and resources that our teachers can use and put in their classrooms and throughout the schools, so that if something were to go wrong and a student isn't properly educated, there's quick steps on there that you can follow in any scenario. A testimonial. Now, when I started this program, I had no idea where it was going to take me and where it was going to lead me. I didn't know that I would be able to train over 2,000 people in seizure first aid. And throughout my journey as Miss Kansas Outstanding Teen, as I continued this program as my social impact initiative, I did a training in, I believe it was Andover, and this lady came, she was there, and she didn't know what she was getting herself into, but she didn't know that she would be able to help somebody the next day who was having a seizure. And here's a quote from her. It says, "I wanted to let you know how thankful I am that last weekend you shared how to help someone having a seizure. At my son's football game tonight, a woman who we found later out has epilepsy had a seizure. I felt confident being right there by her side until paramedics showed up. This was my first time witnessing a seizure, and without the knowledge you shared, I would have been unsure and hesitant on how to best help her. Thank you." This is proof that this training is working. It is working. And if we continue this, we can help save the lives of people with epilepsy. And that is the end of my presentation. Here is my contact information. And again, thank you so much for listening to this presentation. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much. I was reading the sheet in the background and it just 1, 2, 3. It's really straightforward.
It is.
The training's free.
Yes.
Get online, get it done, right? Thank you so much
Absolutely.
for being here. Board members, are there
course.
any questions or comments? Yes, Dennis.
I have a nursing background, and I'm just
Yes.
thankful that you're doing this, because I think even people in the medical field are sometimes taken back when, something like this happens. And
Yes.
so thank you for doing that.
Of course. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
We like to take pictures with celebrities, so
Of
if you don't
course.
mind,
Of
we would
course.
love to do a group photo.
Yes. Should I hold this? Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, if you want, if you have it, your phone, I can take it.
They told us to sign up, so we just had superintendents come.
Thank you. I love your dress. It's a pretty color. That would be great, so it's a little more balanced. Can I get everybody to scooch in just a little bit more? Actually, you can point them in the- Perfect. Thank you. Stay right there. Get one more. Let's go ahead and have everybody cross their hands in front. All right, thank you very much.
We'll do a 5-minute break. Okay. Sure. We're back. On the consent agenda, Michelle has removed G, H, and I, and Kathy took off 20D. And so with those pulled out, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Jim and Betty. All in favor, raise your hand. Got everybody? Unanimous? Okay, and then for items G, H, I, and 20D,
I can go ahead and speak to 20D. This is the appointments for that Children's Vision Health and School Readiness Commission. I went back and rewatched the August meeting because once I did that, I remembered the conversation, having watched it while it was happening. Also, I guess I was just personally surprised that it was on the consent agenda since it's a brand new thing, and wasn't sure how exactly it all came together. So unless I missed, checking into a meeting, but I tried to run through board minutes and, see if there was other things said about it previous to me coming on. So either I missed that or whatever, but I was just surprised and was looking for a little, maybe more conversation or discussion. And it doesn't have to happen today if you want to move it forward, but just kind of.
yeah, so generally the ask would be, since you have the agenda ahead of time, you have an opportunity to look through it, and then if you have questions, send them along. You can send them to me, you can send them to the commissioner and copy me, and we can get you an answer on exactly how that worked out. Do you want to speak to how those appointments were decided?
So this was put in statute last year.
Right.
And said, it's one of these things where we didn't ask for, but they said, here, you come up with it, and they spelled out in the statute who should be appointed. Barbara reached out to, I know, Lisa School for the Blind and others, solicit, KDHE and others, I think, and the optometrist. And
So yes, per Dr. Nineswander's direction, he named, we went through, the different organizations in the state that would, for the ones that aren't specific, like a KDHE person or, whatever, we went through and identified organizations that could help identify people who would fit those, would help with the nominating of those individuals. And John Harding at the School for the Blind was one. And he's, the superintendent for School for the Blind, so, huge resource there. So that was under Dr. Nineswander's direction of how we gathered candidates. And I just was the secretary, just receiving the information, putting that together.
now, as to why it was in consent, I think it was because this wasn't something that the state board initiated. This came to the state board. They were asked to get the names. And so I think that's why the officers just decided it didn't warrant a lot of discussion. It was just acting on what the statute asked us to do.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I just want to make sure you got answers to all of your questions, because I know that there was an email thread where you asked about some of the others
Yes,
that were
yes.
associated, so, okay. All right. Dina?
I was several years ago asked to meet with these individuals because they had seen a need for the statute to be changed, and they were concerned the length of time it had taken. And many of the people whose names are on this list are those who initiated the whole process. So I'm very comfortable with a number of the people I know because they're very active and they're known nationwide. So in this particular issue, so, okay, that's just an FYI that may make you feel a little more comfortable.
Thank you. Okay. If we're ready, a motion, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would this be similar to what we learned from Craig today on one of those bills? I can't remember the number, but it had to do with special education funding. They want a task force or a committee. They want to put that, is that going in, is that a bill that would pass and go into statute, and then they would require the state board to follow through with that and make a kind of a commission or whatever that is? Not, same thing?
A little bit different, and it establishes, it doesn't ask the state board to actually convene all the members. It just asks the state board to appoint a member, and it asks the State Department to appoint a member. In this law, it told you to establish the commission. And then it said, oh, by the way, here's the people we want, or here's the areas we want. Go find those people. So a little bit different, Michelle. The current special ed task force will be defined in law. You will get the opportunity, if it goes forward, you'll get the opportunity to select either one of yourselves or somebody else to serve on it, and the agency gets to appoint 2 people to serve on it. But we have no other charge in that.
That's why this is consent. They're just assuming you're just gonna do this then, correct? Or even though we're taking a vote, they're like, you're gonna do it anyway.
We have to by law. And, when the board officers are determining the agenda, we're trying to look at things that we're just trying to comply with something that was done versus things that maybe take a lot of conversation, and then we're juggling time, trying to figure out. It's not an exact science. They're just trying to figure out what would be a discussion item. In this case, the law very specifically said, go find these areas, and that was done.
So that would be a good thing that's why legislative maybe we need to spend more time before these bills even get passed, to make sure that, I'm not that one in particular, but certain ones, they understand the bill that they're passing. They've read the bill that they're passing. They take the time to understand it and how it's gonna affect the state of Kansas. So.
I totally agree. And as you know, in last session, at the very end, they bundled a bunch of bills together.
And they will again.
And I'm not sure that many legislators even had the opportunity to read it before that was passed out. And then we're dealing with it, telling people, actually, in some cases, Craig leads that, but we'll tell a legislator, that's not what we passed. That is what you passed. Because sometimes the language is different. So, and you saw the list of bills, we covered what? Maybe a fifth of them today? I mean, briefly. So it's really hard, and as this turnaround happens, bills that you think are already dead get moved to an exempt committee, and then maybe they sit there, someone goes to conference, it gets added in, and at the last second, it's hard to track, so.
It's conference where it happens.
Good points, Michelle, yeah. Yeah.
Might I suggest a motion to vote on 20D by itself? And then, Michelle, we could bundle yours together. That work?
I'd like to put forth a motion to approve 20D.
Okay, second? Betty? All in favor of 20D passing? That's unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. Then for GHI?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I serve on the committee that reviews bond issues, and generally, there's never a question, but I feel obligated, as I've told every time we do this, I explain that this has to be approved by the State Board of Education, and since the E and F have been pulled,
No, they haven't.
G, H, and I?
Yes.
In that case, I don't have a question.
All right. Thank you. That'd be great, yeah.
Okay.
All right, motion to approve GH and I. Those in favor? I've got 8 and opposed. 2 opposed. Motion passes. All right. I believe we are done for,
No,
No,
Now
he
it's the
says,
chair report.
now I finally get to do the chair report.
Committee reports.
And today I actually do have a few. And then after this, we'll do committee reports. So first I want to cover, the chair of the policy committee was not named during last month's meeting. And so I am appointing Betty Arnold to be the chair of the board policy committee. And thank you, Betty, for agreeing to serve in that position.
I think I heard Janet Wall just give a wahoo all the way from Kansas City on that. Those of you know Janet, she loved never being on the policy committee again.
I know it's a lot of work. We appreciate your service on the policy committee. And then I want to cover a couple of committees that we need to fill the seats for. Danny Zeck was assigned some committees last month, and there are some that he has chosen not to serve on. So I'm looking for potential volunteers to serve on the Charter and Virtual Education Advisory Council and the Interstate Migrant Education Council. Danny's going to stay on Student Voice. Do you have a comment there?
I was just going to maybe explain the charter and the virtual, that oversees, the charter school would be almost non-existent. There's very few charters. It's really overseeing the virtual school programming, and at most, that probably meets twice a year, maybe. And did you serve on that?
No, I didn't, but is that for us to get input on how they work and give us give input to them? So
Yes.
it's kind of
Did you
important.
meet twice? Okay. And then the interstate, the migrant would be to also advise our agency on migrant students. And so there's generally a national conference that you attend with our staff once a year, and then that's about it. And Gene Clifford served on that previously, so.
And I just want to emphasize that this is an opportunity for our board to be involved in these conversations and decisions, and yes, be heard, and to have that opportunity for those inputs. So nobody has to, you don't have to raise your hand right now, but if you can let me know maybe before we wrap up tomorrow, I would appreciate it. So with that, are there any committee reports? Ann?
Well, we didn't get it formally written down, but the Student Voice Committee did a lot of work last year listening to kids, and I'd have to say the two top things that came out of it, one was that students don't seem to understand the importance of the individual plan of study. I know we heard some great kids from CTSOs, they all got it, and it helped them decide what they wanted to do in high school and beyond, but not all schools are doing it with fidelity, and it's so important to help kids, not waste 4 years in high school. So they had that, and then the other thing was, again, the top thing that came out talking to kids across the state that is concerning them is mental health and stress with kids. And so I think we just want the group to know that in thinking about what we're going to be doing the next 2 years, to keep in mind student mental health, they want some help, and individual plan of study, that we make sure schools do it with fidelity. So, thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Ann. Any other reports? Okay. Next, we need to act on board travel. You have a page in your packet, and I just need a motion to approve, or if there are any changes or additions.
I referred earlier to the task force that deals with the bonded issues, and I don't usually turn them in because they don't take very long, but either sometime next week, and I don't know the date yet, there's going to be 7 of them in a row, and so I'm going to apply for a salary for that day, whichever it is, and I'll let you know when it is. So if there's just 1 or 2, I don't even turn it in, but it's going to take a half a day, I am.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Dina?
I'm not sure which day because I forgot to bring the invitation, but I believe it's probably, it'd be on a Sunday at noon, so it's probably the 26th, the Region 2 banquet, KTOY, the Teacher of the Year. And I also generally get one from the District 1 as well. So I don't think I've got Region 3, even though they always send me an invitation. So I think the other one's on the 25th, though.
The 2 and 3 are on the same day, because I've got to go to both of them. They're on like Sunday.
No, one's in the afternoon and one's in the evening. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was probably on the 25th, the District 1 is usually at noon on a Saturday, so. And the Region 2 is on the 26th at noon.
All right, anyone else?
I usually get the invitation to all 4, but I only go to 2 of them.
I have, the way my district is screwed up, I've got
You get 3 of them. Erie County.
All right, if that's all the changes for board travel, can I have a motion to approve? Michelle, second. Danny, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous, passes. All right, I'm all out of order. I apologize. I'm going to go back to A because I finally found the right page. We will act on the board attorney contract renewal. I believe you have the motion on your sheet. I can read the explanation if you would like, since we don't have a presenter for this one. The firm of Gates, Shields, Ferguson, Swall, Hammond, PA of Overland Park, Kansas currently provides legal services to the Kansas State Board of Education under Contract 47925. The contract period is July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, with the option to renew for 2 additional 12-month periods. A contract renewal is requested for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, with no increase in rates. This will be the 3rd one-year extension option for continued legal services under the contract awarded in 2020. Any questions, or can I have a motion? Jim? Okay, do I have a second? Betty? All right. Discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you raise your hand in the thing? I don't have it up. Apologies, you can just wave me down.
Okay.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I guess I have 2 questions. One, I was told that we would address this down the road, like in June or July, which wasn't in the minutes at the last board meeting. And then all of a sudden, it's on the agenda to extend the contract. So who decides that it's going to be on the agenda?
So I think that those are they're 2 different things, because we have the contract renewal, but we will also revisit it in, I think, June, when it's up again. So the motion today is to approve the extension. I just put it away. Where'd the page go?
So who decides this is going to be extended?
We do. We're voting on it, yeah. Yeah, that's up to us. This would be the last extension, yeah.
Maybe I
And
can
then,
help.
yeah, if you want to jump in.
So Danny, maybe I can help. So you have the option of executing an extension to the original contract that was RFP'd, request for proposal. This, and so you can either choose not to extend that or to extend it. And then there'll be another period where you'll have to go out for another RFP, request for proposal, on legal services and establish a new cycle. So I think that's what Melanie was talking about. So you can choose not to execute the 1-year renewal. You can choose to execute the 1-year renewal. And then at a later time, you're going to go to RFP and ask for attorney services to submit bids. And then you'll have an opportunity to select those bids for, generally it's a 4 or 5 year period. Was that helpful or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Randy, can I ask you a follow-up then? Why did the board not vote last June or so on the renewal? Since it's,
Well, I
since,
think they would have voted, they did, took some vote every year.
There's been a vote every spring. And, but fiscal
so the timing is just,
Right.
okay.
And before in order to go through state procurement and all of that timing, fiscal asked that we do this vote this year no later than March. And so that's why we're doing it this month.
Madam Chair, so why didn't we get a note to us that let us know we were doing that? Because to me, this just came up. I mentioned it last month, and it just doesn't feel right to me.
Fiscal's asked us to do it, but if you want to delay it, delay it. The contract doesn't expire till June 30th.
That's true. We have some time. We could certainly delay. Betty?
Okay, I really want to take the opportunity to say something on behalf of Mark. I was brand new and didn't really know him as a person. He's very quiet, very reserved, and so I was like, But I got the opportunity to work with him on the policy committee. I listened to the advice that he's been able to provide, and he does that in such a manner of, my role is to provide you with the information. It's not to try and influence you one way or the other. These are the facts. And he respects that ultimately the decision lies with the board. I'm saying that for those that might not know him as a person. And sometimes it takes maybe a board member to just kind of share some things about him that might help. I like the fact that he doesn't try to push us one way or the other. He gives us the information that we request. He does so in a timely, unassuming manner, not with an attitude of, I'm an attorney and you're not. And that says a lot for him as a person. So I am hoping if there is some reservation, it might be because you've just not had the opportunity to work with him and understand that his heart really is in the right place when it comes to advising us on educational matters. And that's what matters most. So I just wanted to share that because when I came on the board brand new, I was kind of wondering, well, why am I asked to support someone whom I've never had the opportunity to work with or to assess? And that puts new board members kind of in an awkward position because you're evaluating somebody that you don't know and that you haven't had the opportunity to work with. It's just like, I will tell you this about me. If I leave here and I go to Dillard's and they have a great sale, I'll call all of you and say, you should go there. That's what I'm doing for Mark. He's proven to be solid, and I just want to give that personal testimonial to him if that's the reason that you're being reluctant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anne?
Just to be clear, this is like the third year, the option. We vote on it every year. And if I hear what Barbara said, that the fiscal folks would like us to do it a little earlier so they can get everything they have to do done by the time the contract would be up. Did I get that right?
Yes, and also the reason for moving it up would be that if for some reason this doesn't pass, then there is time before the contract expires
Right.
to properly find a new attorney.
Yeah, we don't want to be without one, and.
Right, because we would end up without one if we waited till the
Gotcha.
last minute because of the
Gotcha.
timing and how long it takes to do
Gotcha.
these.
Thank
So,
you. And I'll just double down on what Betty said. Mark's a great attorney. Let's just get this done, and then, we'll have a chance to do an RFP soon. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you need a motion? We have one, right? We're just debating.
Dina?
I was just going to piggyback on what Betty just said, because I also have served on the School for the Deaf negotiations team, and Mark is masterful with that. And handling disagreements with the bargaining team of the teachers' bargaining team versus the staff of the administration of the School for the Deaf. So he may be quiet, but he does his job well.
So to clarify, I read the explanation of the situation, but I don't think we have a motion on the table. Do we? Okay. And I get a second? You keep track? Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Long day. Mark?
I would be happy to answer any questions any board member has about the contract, or my services or anything related to my professional affiliation with the board. So thank you for the comments, but I'm not offended by answering any questions that you might have. I'd be happy to openly answer those. Just one point of clarification. I think a little bit of the confusion is by statute 72-254 requires that the board appoint the secretary and the attorney. So I know there was something on a previous monthly agenda that appointed, but then when it comes to contracts with the Department of Administration, that's sometimes on a different time frame, and it is a completely separate. So the appointment of the board secretary and the appointment of the board attorney was by statute and was on a different timetable because it wasn't a new fiscal year, but it was a new board and it was a new calendar year. And then the contract itself is on a completely different and cycle, and the Department of Administration controls that. But I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mark?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
this isn't a personal attack on the attorney. I'm not comfortable with the process that we're going through right here. I'm not saying he isn't the best, but that's my opinion, so,
This is the process.
okay.
So to be clear, we already actually did approve him. And now we just have to do the contract to
Approving the
pay.
contract.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So we have a motion on the floor, and if there's no further discussion, it's time to vote. All in favor? 9 opposed? 1. Okay, motion passes. Mark, I'm going to throw it back to you for the board attorney's report.
Would the board chair permit me to take the podium?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to take a page out of former Chair Porter's playbook and say, get to know the people across the street. And since the question was raised that maybe some new board members don't know who I am or what my history in education and as a lawyer. I'm just going to take a moment in my board report to introduce myself. I'm standing up here simply because I want to be able to look face to face at you and let you know I'm not offended at all about questions that you might have about my contract or my history or my role or my philosophy for the board. I am an attorney by training, probably at the disappointment of my mother and father, who were lifelong career teachers in Junction City, Kansas. If I wasn't going to be a teacher, I think that they probably were pretty proud that I continued to do education law for the past 35 years of my law practice. I grew up with teachers in my family, in my parents, my grandparents, my aunts, and my uncles. So when you grew up at a kitchen table with one sister and you heard about teachers, organizations, and the KNEA and what it took to be in the classroom, and you accompanied your mom and dad when they would go and find out why certain students didn't come to class, it's in your blood. And you know, when you go to knocking at the doors at night in some troubled areas in Junction City, Kansas, where that wouldn't be permitted now, nobody would do that. I would be in the car with my parents, and so when, you know, I luckily have been able to affiliate with educational organizations in my professional career, but have a long history. For example, one time when we went to Montgomery Wards in Junction City and it was winter, and we were picking out coats. My mom was a kindergarten teacher and special reading teacher, and we took one of her students that she would tutor in the evenings and weekends, and we went to Montgomery Wards to pick out a nice new coat and gloves and galoshes, and I picked out mine, and she said, "No, we're not here for you. You have a coat and gloves and galoshes." And I learned pretty quickly what kind of people teachers are. And so even though I provide you my legal advice, I will tell you that I come from good stock of teachers, and that's why I can identify very well with the presenters, with the people that present to you, and my love of education. It goes back to my roots. I started with a large mega law firm and was there for 19 years and represented school districts and community colleges across the state of Kansas and Missouri. I've been to outstate Kansas on Monday nights when the board members come out of the fields in their overalls and their boots to make it to a board meeting when they've been cutting hay or wheat all week or come from a processing plant. And when I represented one school district and told them how much I was going to charge in defending a claim of sexual harassment, the board chair said, "Well, heck, that's a hog and a half an hour I'm going to have to process to pay for your fee." So I've worked with board members who come out of the fields and have education at heart. I've represented community colleges. I've served as general counsel for Johnson County Community College for 10 plus years and served behind educational legal leaders for Blue Valley, Shawnee Mission, Johnson County Community College, and a number of other major educational institutions. So I could go on for a long time, but I will tell you that in 2009, I traded that when I came to a smaller firm and filled out the application to be an education law attorney for the state board, and it's a great privilege, and I've enjoyed it since 2009. I don't have the opportunity to represent school districts and community colleges now, given my role in this position, but I have an active education and employment and litigation practice with a small firm. So I just wanted to, as Jim Porter has taught me and others who are fond of getting to know people across the street. Thank you, Jim. I figured since you raised the issues, I'd be happy to stand before you and answer any questions that you might have. Seeing none, and I'll be happy to answer them later or in between meetings. You can always give me a call. And if you call me on that question, it won't show up on your bill, I can promise you. One of the roles as board attorney is that, well, I guess I should also say I was kind of surprised that I'm described as quiet because my friends and family and people around me don't usually describe me as quiet. So that was a new one. But in my role at the board table, it's not to be outspoken or really to be called on unless, because I'm not the policy maker. I'm not the one that votes on things. So I'm kind of waited to be called on, but I'm happy to be more vocal or more active at the request of the board. In the role as board attorney, I work with the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, and work with them direct one-on-one. A couple of the things that that we work on annually, I mean, there's always HR issues, there's student issues, there's discipline issues, there's a number of things like any local school board, and they have the benefit that they can call because they pay monthly dues to KASB. So KSB and their attorneys and their attorney referral service is available to them. And I also, as attorney for the state board, I work with them and assist both the superintendents. A very recent development is Teresa Chandler was, I don't know exactly how many years, but I think 30 plus years she was in various positions. It was the director of HR. She also had a student at one of the schools, and have worked with her for many, many years. She recently retired, and there's a new director of HR by the name of Alicia Morrison, who I've talked to on the phone, but look forward to getting to know more and work with directly. She's got not an educational background, but she has HR experience with more corporate America, more businesses. And she is the director for HR for the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, and she's in a shared capacity there. The other thing that we do typically this time of year for the School for the Deaf is that we work on the negotiated agreement. By statute, the KNEA organization and the organization exchange letters of intent by March 31st of every calendar year when the contract is new to and designate topics for negotiation. Candidly, the School for the Deaf doesn't have the same kinds of protracted negotiations like others because by statute, the School for the Deaf, the salary schedule follows the previous year's salary schedule for Olathe School District. So most negotiations are all about the money. And so that makes things simpler. Now there are other pay issues related to supplemental contracts and things that come up that do have monetary considerations that need to be negotiated. But for the most part, the contract, whether it's a 1 or 2 or 3 year agreement, will always adopt the previous year's salary schedule for Olathe School District. But like any organization, there are things that are mandatorily negotiable that they want to talk about, and then there's things that they don't necessarily need to go through the formal process. The last couple of years have been very smooth, not very time consuming, but it's a framework by which they can come together and have a reason to put on the table the things that they want to work through. For example, last year was one that was a continuation, but they got more formal and they talked about dress code. That wasn't something that had to go through the formal negotiation process, but it coming up on the calendar led them to be able to get to that point where they could set up group meetings and talk about those things. So in March, or actually here the remainder of February and early March, I'll be working with Luann and her team to determine what issues, if any, need to be put in the letter of intent for formal negotiations. While the negotiations are not as complex in terms of the numerosity of issues, it is challenging and mostly time consuming because you have to I mean, the way I say it in very simplistic terms, you have to double the amount of time that you spend because you have interpreters in the room and you have, you can't get in a normal conversation where you're talking over each other. You have to be patient. You have to take time. Everybody at the table gets an opportunity to speak, and you have interpreters involved. So it just naturally takes longer. But it's a good process and something that I enjoy doing on behalf of the School for the Deaf. And then I work with the School for the Blind on other issues as well. A couple of people have asked questions about abstention and kind of what it means and what its true impact is for board members who abstain. And I'll give a very abbreviated, but I'm kind of working on a memo that I'm going to circulate afterwards that'll be a little more detailed. But as it came up last month, because Board Member Hopkins said she wasn't familiar with the statute that said you have to have 6 affirmative votes for board action. Just the bottom line is the board does not focus or does not operate under the same assumption that local boards do, or other committees or other boards that you might be familiar with in your community or even statewide, because we don't go by the majority of the body establishing the quorum, which then leads to the majority of the quorum passing the motion. And so that can be somewhat confusing because we're used to looking at what the quorum might be. And it's also a little bit challenging because sometimes, Robert's Rules of Order rely on that same kind of a process, and people are much more familiar with that. For example, local school districts have a specific statute that say, you establish the majority of the members is or the majority of those that are present is the quorum, and then you have a majority to pass an action. So an abstention is typically it's not calculated as a no vote; it's a non-vote, but because it doesn't fall into the affirmative category, it is in practical effect, it's a no vote. So you have all those in favor and you have no and abstentions. And if you don't have enough in the yes category, according to that statute, it would be effectively a no vote. Abstention typically comes up in a recusal. It's more commonly used in board action that I'm familiar with when somebody has or is concerned about, may not have an actual pecuniary or personal interest, but wants to avoid the appearance of impropriety. And much like you might think of a judge recusing themselves, a board member or decision maker would either personally abstain from the decision or formally recuse themselves, they're removing themselves from the decision-making process because they don't want to be a no vote or a yes vote because they may have a personal or pecuniary interest in the outcome of the vote. And so with a number of board members that are abstaining on a regular basis, I think it's important to kind of revisit those topics and analyze how that will affect things moving forward. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Quick housekeeping item. I asked for committee reports earlier, and I just wanted to remind everyone that you can also submit individual reports in writing. So whatever your activities may have been during the month of February, January, feel free to put those in an email. You can send them to Barbara, and they can be passed out in the board packets. And then requests for future agenda items. Betty.
Actually, we've talked about this in the past, and I understand that this is something that we would be covering in retreat, but I still want to emphasize that I would love to see us take a more in-depth look at the state assessment, the kind of information that is challenging to the public, to look at what can we do to revise? Because there is a lot of misinformation. I'm thinking in terms of, for an example, the big complaint, it's a snapshot of one day in your life. To look at, I can't think of the word, but to look at, could we do this? Is this something that could be done periodically where we get some kind of real indicators of where students are very much like the presenter today was talking about. There's 3 times in a year they would test. Maybe it's not a test, but to begin that conversation so that the public, the stakeholders, whether it's parents, whether it's business leaders, community leaders, where our legislators, where we're all on some page about what kind of information, valid information, should we be getting from this? And if it's not providing us with that picture, what can we do to tweak it? And not just one presentation. I mean, I'd love to see just a series of information being presented, because that's the one tool that we rely so heavily on. Then, you know, it needs to have all of our input in terms of its value. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, as we wrap up. Yes, Danny.
So if you request an item to be on the agenda, who makes the decision on whether it's even going to be on the agenda or not?
The board chairs.
So if you don't like something that somebody asked to be on the agenda, then it just doesn't get on.
I wouldn't say that it works that way. If it's something that the board can benefit from the discussion, if it's good for kids, absolutely, we're going to find a way. Now, sometimes the list is long and I don't even know what the backlog of requests looks like. I myself have placed requests and had to wait several months for it to bubble up. So, and you know, the one time that I did that, I didn't get the presentation that I was really hoping for either. But yeah, feel free to, you know, bring your requests and we'll get them on the list. We'll do everything we can to make it happen.
I have 2 more questions before we
Okay.
adjourn. So tomorrow, why wouldn't we have a retreat here that's on TV?
I could give you my explanation. I was not involved in planning this retreat, but the retreat is open. And that's what I was going to cover next, is we'll be at, I believe, the Keisha office, is that correct? And so anyone, just like our retreat last month, anyone can come sit in the room. But you saw what it was like last month when we were down the street here. It's small groups at tables. It's hard to broadcast. We actually did broadcast a previous, I don't know if it qualified as a retreat, but we were upstairs in a conference room. And I noticed that the microphone, you know, you've got everyone at a long table all talking at once, and you can't hear a thing. So I don't know that there's a way for us to broadcast it so that the public can actually hear it. Anyone can come and be in the room, and it's still an open meeting.
You should be able to at Keisha because they do broadcast their meetings.
Dina points out that Keisha has broadcast some student meetings there, and that's true. We've watched those on Zoom. They're more organized, though. It's the difference between an organized meeting like this, where, you know, we followed a quorum, you wait to be called upon, versus, you know, free-form answers like you saw last month on our second day. It's an opportunity to learn more about each
If we
other.
want the public to be involved and listen to what we're doing, and they're 2 or 3 hours away, isn't it easier if it's on TV?
Potentially.
So they can see what we say?
Potentially, yeah. And like I said, we've done that before, and the technology was not our friend. I'm not sure what we could do to make changes in advance of tomorrow. We could.
Well, the thing is, we're going to have a lot of small group discussion.
We will.
Which doesn't lend itself to televised stuff, because we're going to have small groups all over the room, and people are more than willing to come
That's the reason.
due.
There's no way to mic up the small group discussion so that someone on a YouTube can hear, they hear all of you talking at once, and it just, there's no clarity to it versus a formal meeting.
I think it's really important that we have those opportunities to have the facilitated conversations so that we can get on the same page or understand why we're on different pages. It's an opportunity to learn about each other and find common ground so that we can do good work as a board. We're never going to agree on everything, but there are probably some things that we can agree upon, and it's a good format for us to do that.
Attorney question. If the board makes a recommendation and it's just a recommendation, so the school districts aren't bound by that recommendation, and a board member goes in and puts pressure on them to abide by the recommendation, isn't that overstepping as a board member?
I'm going to answer from my perspective, and the answer is yes.
I guess, I mean, the way you asked the question, I guess the answer is yes, if they overstepped. I guess it's a factually intensive question about what they did, what recommendation you're talking about. So I'm not sure I can answer definitively in a hypothetical without the specifics, but if, I would say that there are mechanisms. If you feel that somebody has not acted appropriately, you could call that to the attention of the board chair. You could bring that up to the entire board. Perhaps you could take it up with the commissioner who, works with local school districts. So those would be both informal and formal ways. I guess if you felt like they exceeded, like we're so overhanded that it was an ethics violation, you could file an ethics report. So it's challenging for me to give you a definitive recommendation on path, but based on the premise of your question, I guess it would be subject to interpretation as to how they pressured them, or what, how you view that. So.
And obviously, I'm no attorney, but I can't say people's names and stuff. That's against the rules. You can't, that's a personnel thing, because you see them crossed out all the time. So I really can't use people's names.
I would encourage you to put it in writing, either to me or the commissioner or both of us, and we can look into it. Then you don't have to say it publicly, and we can take it from there. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So reminder, tomorrow we will start at Keisha at 9 a.m. For our board retreat. And before we go, I apologize for not saying it earlier, but happy birthday, Dina. Thanks for spending your birthday with us.
Well, thank you for the card. It was a surprise, and I love all your little notes. So thank you very much for making my day.
All right. We are in recess until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. 9 a.m. Thank you.